BBC Radio London, at BBC Radio Essex. In a moment we'll be joined by listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra and on the Surrey live stream. Of course, day 3 of this Championship First Division clash between Surrey and Essex. Interestingly poised on this third morning, it really is, because, well, a terrific day of cricket yesterday, and Surrey all out eventually for 319 in reply to Essex's 271. And the headlines all made yesterday by Will Jacks, 150 not out off 184 balls with 10 fours and 8 sixes. He went from 100 to 150 in 16 balls, and he put on, at one stage Surrey were in trouble, big trouble. 112 for 7, great bowling from Essex, especially the seamers. Shane Snater with a 3-4 at that point. But then he put on 55 with Tom Laws for the 8th wicket, 85 with Kemar Roach for the 9th, and 67th for the final wicket with Dan Worrell, of which Dan Worrell got 1, and Will Jacks finished 150 not out, and then Essex 19 for 2. 2 wickets last night for Dan Worrell, both the Cooks, Alistair Cook and Sam Cook, both back in the pavilion, and it means that Essex start this morning trailing by 29. Dick Davis from BBC Radio Essex is here. He'll be with us at 11:30. Jeremy Coney is here as well today, but alongside me to start us off this morning is former England, Surrey, Warwickshire all-rounder Ricky Clark. Good morning to you, Mr. Clark, and just a few words about Will Jacks there, because he was absolutely brilliant yesterday, wasn't he?
Fantastic, wasn't he? I think we alluded to the pace of his innings and how he allowed himself to get in and then assess conditions and the situation, and to put on 219 with those last 3 wickets. Obviously he did most of the damage, but you know, for the tail enders, I think they faced 170 balls between them, which allowed then Will Jacks to express himself, and we know how Will Jacks can go through the gears, but once he's looking to strike the ball, he strikes it so cleanly, and we saw that when he looked to take down Harmer and Critchley yesterday.
And where are we with this game now? Because it sort of all turned around yesterday afternoon, and then those 2 wickets last night for Dan Worrell. All of a sudden, it's Essex that are under pressure, but Surrey will have to bat last, and Mr. Harmer definitely comes into play, doesn't he? Surrey, even if they were chasing 150, Mr. Harmer comes into play. I
think day 3, you always sort of look at it, and you know, back when playing, it was always called the moving day. Some people even called it the money day. This is where the players earn their money. You know, for Essex, it's a case of, can we build some partnerships? Can we give ourselves a decent enough lead to allow Harmer to come into play? And obviously from Surrey's point of view, it's like, can we nip a couple out early and keep that total down for what they're chasing? Surrey obviously very, very confident. They chased last week at Scarborough. They're playing some fantastic cricket. Equally at Essex, as I think they've come off the back of 3 wins as well. So this is 2 great teams going at it, and I'm really excited for what's in store for today. And the other thing we saw with Essex is, like Surrey, they bat all the way down. We saw that with Harmer and Rossington in that first innings as well. So obviously getting rid of Sir Alistair last night is a big moment, isn't it? But Dan Lawrence, you know, I know he was out first ball, but this is an England Test cricketer. Tom Whistler, England Test cricketer. Paul Walter, he's opened the batting in Championship cricket. Then you've got Rossington, then you've got Harmer. There's still a lot of batting to come here for Essex, isn't there? I think it's just the fact there's 2 very, very good teams going at it. They all bat nowadays as well, even that, as we've seen with Will Jackson, what he was able to do with the Surrey tail end. You know, there's no sort of bunnies nowadays in cricket, and everyone and all teams really have batters that bat all the way down, so it's going to be an exciting day. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, no, absolutely. And conditions wise as well for you, it's warm, but it's cloudy this morning, isn't it? So we've talked about the ball swinging throughout this game. Worrell got it to go last night, and he'll fancy it. Aaron Kemar Roach will this morning, won't they? Tom Laws as well, and Jamie Overton. They'll quite fancy these conditions this morning. I think that's what's been notable from the last 2 days, is the ball was swung pretty much all day. It's been warm enough. the pitch has got a little bit of green on it, so I think it allows it to keep the ball nice and new for longer, allows the teams to work on it, to keep it shiny and to keep it swinging. And we've seen obviously world-class bowling from both sides where the ball's been swinging both ways.
Now, just to let you know, on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Essex, on the Surrey live stream at the moment, there's going to be a little presentation down in front of the steps from the dressing room. The Surrey players are down there. First sort of inclination I got is the chairman's here, Richard Thompson. Now, if Mr. Thompson is here, it means something's being awarded to somebody down there in front of the steps. So we're just waiting. The Surrey players are in a circle there, and Richard Thompson, not to give too much away, but Richard Thompson is holding a cap behind his back. And the Surrey players in a huddle, and there is one man stood in the middle of that huddle with his arms folded, and that man is Will Jacks that we were talking about just now, that 150 not out yesterday. It hasn't just been that from Will Jacks this season. He's been absolutely terrific in the red ball. He's been so good for Surrey in T20 and white ball cricket for the last couple of years. But this is a moment Ricky Clark knows all about, because in a few moments' time, Will Jacks is going to be awarded his first 11 cap, and Surrey don't give these out lightly. You have to earn a first 11 cap. So at the moment, the PA announcement is going round the ground, but this is a moment that Will Jacks won't forget in a hurry, because Will Jacks is being awarded his first 11 cap there by the Surrey chairman, Richard Thompson. And our Clark, it's very good to have you here with us, because you know more than anybody how big a moment that is for Will Jacks.
That's a fantastic moment. You know, you've already said there, Churchy, you earn it. It's through weight of runs, wickets, performances, games that you play, and he'll be thrilled of that. You know, everything he's done since coming into the Surrey side, particularly he started off, let's be honest, with T20, but he's turned himself into a fantastic cricketer, particularly in 4-day cricket now. And you know, he's someone that you can sort of rely on, and that's what you want, and that's why you earn the cap. He becomes part of a very special elite group. He now has his own sort of number, and he'll be immensely proud with that.
Yeah, fully deserved by Will Jackson. As I say, yesterday, of course, that magnificent 150 not out. And the other thing he gets is a hug from Matthew Dunn, which is always a joy to see Mr. Dunn. And he gets a hug from Matthew Dunn. All his teammates there as well, shaking him by the hand. Alex Stewart there, Gareth Batty, Yazza Mahmood. And a great moment that for Will Jacks. Rory Burns will try and settle everybody down in a moment, have a few words in a huddle, and then we'll be out there in the middle. But yeah, fantastic moment that for Will Jacks, and thoroughly deserved. And as Ricky Clark says, he becomes part of a very elite group here at Surrey County Cricket Club. And I suppose what he has to do now is, well, he'll wear his new cap, there's no doubt about that whatsoever, and he's going to give his old cap to a very fine man in Mr. Steele, the Surrey physio, and Matthew Dunn as well. So he's sort of just got to get his head back on. You see this with England as well, don't you? That huge moment, and you know what that's all about, getting awarded your first Test cap as well. And I'm absolutely convinced that will happen for Will Jacks in the future. But you just sort of got to calm yourself down now and get focused on what's in front of you. But what a moment that is for Will Jacks.
Yeah, I think he's very level-headed. I think he's, you know, obviously he's over the moon. It's an amazing achievement, but I think he's so very level-headed. He'll be like, right, I've got my cap, well done, and he'll be so focused on what he needs to do now. At this early part of the morning, it'll probably be in the slips, trying to focus on taking the catches, and then in a little bit of time, he might get a little bit of a bowl as well. Yeah, depends on what we see. So we've seen a little bit of spin as well. Harmer obviously got Roach and Jamie Overton out yesterday with balls that spun.
Yep.
So he might have a part to play here, Will Jacks, as well with the ball.
Right, so here we go. Surrey led out by Rory Burns, and just a little reminder that Surrey have Essex starting this morning. Good morning to Jeremy Coney at 19 for 2, and that is trailing by 29. So trailing by 29. We're doing 20 minutes this morning, Mr. Coney. Round robin, 20 minutes, I've decided. And you're looking in fine form, I have to say, Jeremy Coney, looking in fine form as always. But yes, 19 for 2 then. And those two cooks going last night, Alistair and Sam. And out there in the middle, Nick Brown and Tom Wesley. And as I said, Ricky Clark, there's still a lot of work here for Surrey to do. There's a lot of work for Essex to do as well. And this will be another fascinating day of cricket here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Essex. We've had that first 11 cap presentation to Will Jacks to get us started this morning. And out come Messrs Wesley and Brown. Bat a long way down, Essex. And Tom Wesley as captain last night. I think he'll be better, don't you, for a night's sleep? Because he sort of had all that going on with Will Jacks and those sort of last 3 wicket partnerships. Suddenly you're behind the 8 ball, then you're out there batting. He'll probably be a bit better tonight, this morning for a bit of a rest last night.
Yeah, it was a situation when the momentum sort of switches so much during the course of a game and during a day, particularly yesterday with Will Jacks whacking it to all parts. You know, obviously then sent in Sam Cook as night watchman, and as captain he'd be hoping just to sit up there and get through unscathed. But then obviously, you know, watchman gets out and you find yourself out there. But he's an incredibly experienced player.
Well, he's on strike here to Kemar Roach with the first ball of the day from the pavilion end. Oh, shout for LBW! Must be tight. Oh, umpire Hartley we've seen throughout this game, unless he's absolutely convinced that finger won't go up. Although actually, sorry, they've switched round, haven't they? So, but that must have been very, very tight, Ricky Clark.
I'm sat up here, Churchy, and the first thing I did was put my finger up like an umpire to say that is out. The only thing I can say, he must have hit it. But seeing umpire Warren, he was signalling it was just going down, but it looked very, very adjacent. And I'd love to see a replay on that. Again, Wesley's batting on off stump there as well, so he's over a little bit, so it's got to be pretty close.
As Kemar Roach is in again to Wesley, and that's a short one, and Wesley's hopping and sort of fending that off and saying go away, and it rolls back up the pitch. So it's a very good start this from Kemar Roach. Huge shout for LBW. First ball that must have been extremely tight, and then a short ball that just gets Wesley hopping around. Put it this way, had we had the review system, I think every single member of the Surrey team would have been reviewing that. Even down here to our left at fine leg down Worrell, I think would have been reviewing that. As forward goes Wesley, little inside edge, and that runs away down towards Worrell. That fine leg, it's our first run of the day, and Wesley moves on to 3, and Essex, their first run, move on to 20 for 2. But Ricky Clark, if you want 3 balls to start your day, those are the 3 from Kemar Roach, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely straight on the money, making the batsman play. The only concern I'd have if I was a Surrey player or member, that the first ball kept quite low and then the second ball bounced quite a bit and they were similar lengths. That's the only concern I have. So Surrey will be looking to try and get a couple of early ones here this morning.
As round the wicket goes Roach again, and this one's the first delivery of the day to Nick Brown, who lets this one go outside his off stump. So going round the wicket to the left-hander straight away is Kemar Roach. Oh yes, whatever Surrey might have to chase in this game is not going to be straightforward. Not going to be straight. I think anything, if they could get anything around about a 150 lead, it gets very, very interesting. But there's a still long way to go for that, because Essex trail by 28 this morning. As in round the wicket goes Roach once more, and this is turned by Nick Brown into the leg side, and there is no run there for Brown, because round comes Tom Laws to do the fielding. So Will Jacks is stood in there. I keep noticing with Will Jacks, he keeps adjusting that cap now. His brand new first 11 cap. Stood in there at third slip. He's got Ollie Pope next to him at second and Jamie Overton at first slip. Good crowd in already. Lots of people all around the ground down there in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. All 3 tiers filling up as Roach is round the wicket to Brown's. Had a little push at this one off a goodish length outside his off stump. That's a heck of a first over from Kemar Roach. It really is. And it's an interesting start to the day here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex, the Surrey live stream. Day 3 of this one. And as I saw Ricky Clark tweet this morning, it's moving day. Day 3 is moving day, and Essex are 20 for 2.
Yeah, lovely start from Kemar Roach. Just got the ball in the right area, and that's exactly what you want from the first over of the morning. Making the batsmen play, not giving them any sighters, putting them under pressure nice and early. And we're going to see Dan Worrell, no doubt, do exactly the same. He's been fantastic this game so far, swinging the ball consistently both ways.
Yeah, he has. Over the wicket he comes to Wesley, and Wesley clips him leg side off the stumps. Round comes Kemar Roach to do the fielding. Now, the thing with Tom Wesley, massive strength of Tom Wesley, that shot. We saw him in the first innings to Worrell play that shot and get bowled, and Worrell immediately is on that line to Tom Wesley. Exactly
the same ball that Tom Wesley got out to. I actually saw him in the corridors over by the changing rooms, and apologised to Wes to say, look, I said, you're so strong there, you never miss it, and the next ball you did, so I apologised to him. He's like, Clarky, what are you doing? I was like, sorry, buddy.
Dan Worrell, over the wicket he comes to Wesley, that's wide outside the off stump. And Wesley lets that go into the gloves of Ben Foakes.
But it is a massive strength of his. He's just so strong, that bottom hand comes through, and it's not often he does miss it, and he gets a lot of runs through there. So straight away with that ball from Worrell, you see Ryan Patel's come over to mid-wicket, and they've just dropped a deep square as well. Kemar Roach has gone in front on that deep boundary, so you've got 3 slips, backward point and mid-off.
Worrell, over the wicket he comes to Wesley, and Wesley again just lets him go outside his off stump. Just swung back a touch at Ben Foakes, that one, as he took it away to his left. Some kids in the ground this morning, which is nice to hear, down below us. Always sounds a little like the local swimming pool, with the kids down there echoing away. And then people dotted around in the Peter May stand to our left, and in the green seats to our right. I think everybody knows what a good game of cricket this is, and how this is nicely set up on this third day. As over the wicket comes Worrell once again. Wesley's forward to a good length ball, thickish inside edge, and that's running away for a single. Down there to Tom Laws at long leg, and Wesley moves on to 4. That brings the left-handed Nick Brown on to strike to Worrell for the first time today. Interesting to see whether Worrell goes round the wicket or over the wicket here to Nick Brown. We saw Kemar Roach immediately go round the wicket to him. Looks like Worrell's going to do exactly the same here, setting his field accordingly with Rory Burns, who's been in his white floppy sun hat the whole game. As Rory Burns up there at mid-off with Hashim Amla in his customary white floppy sun hat, stood at his customary position of mid-on. As Dan Worrell, round the wicket he comes to Nick Brown, and Brown in behind a back of a length delivery, just pushes this up towards Hashim Amla up there at mid-on, and there's no run.
Definitely looks like there's been some homework done from the Surrey bowlers and the Surrey team. Right arm was obviously coming round the wicket to Nick Brown, where predominantly you saw Worrell particularly come over the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook. So obviously there's a high percentage of dismissals for Nick Brown from round the wicket to right arm bowlers.
He's in again, Worrell, and that's just hopping at Nick Brown, who's hopping himself there and helping that ball down towards fine leg. I think it's come off glove actually, and he'll pick up a single. End of Dan Worrell's over, so 2 gone this morning on this third day here in South London, and Essex 22 for 2. Still trailed by 26, which Ricky Clark doesn't sound a lot, but actually at this sort of stage of the game, 26 is a lot of runs, isn't it?
It is, yeah, particularly with the 2 bowlers bowling at this moment in time. They're not going to give you anything, no freebies. 2 very fine bowlers bashing away at a nice line and length. Again, that last ball from Worrell, we're just in a little bit more bounce than normal. So evidence that the wicket is drying out a little bit.
Round the wicket comes Kemar Roach from the pavilion end to Nick Brown, who's forward, pushing that one away out into the offside. Of course, all games getting underway. Days 3 of this round of championship games, all getting very interesting in both the first and the second division at Cheltenham. Hampshire 457, Gloucestershire this morning 47 for 2. Somerset 424, Yorkshire at Taunton 175 for 4. Raining at Edgbaston, so it's raining in Birmingham As round the wicket once again goes Kemar Roach, and that's left alone by Brown outside his off stump. With Kemp 198 for 4 in their second innings. So that's a lead of 138. Northamptonshire and Lancashire, that's shaping up very nicely because, well, Northamptonshire knocking Lancashire over for 132 yesterday after 235 from Northamptonshire, and Northamptonshire 29 for 2 this morning. So that's a lead of 132. In Division 2, Nottinghamshire 618 for 8 declared, Derbyshire 168 for 2 as Roach is round the wicket to Brown, who's just nudging this way down towards third man. Back goes Cameron Steele to do the fielding, just a single. Sun's threatening to come out now, and Brown moves on to 11, and Essex move on to 23 for 2. Across the river at Lords, must admit I did WhatsApp Mark Stoneman last night, and Middlesex 108 without loss in reply to Sussex's 523. And Mr. Stoneman and Mr. Robson enjoying finally getting a bat, I think. Robson's on 50 and Stoneman's on 47. Pujara with the double 100, of course, as Roach is over the wicket to Wesley, and Wesley nudges this one into the leg side. Steele will come up once again to do the fielding, and Tom Wesley moves on to 524 for 2. Excellent start this from Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell, right on the Essex batters at the moment. Leicestershire and Glamorgan, this is day 2 of this one. All these others are day 3. Day 2 of this one, and Leicestershire 391 for 6. So those are all your other scores from around the country in the championship on this third or second day. Is short ball from Worrell, for Roach, apologies, and up on his toes goes Nick Brown. Just turns this one down into the leg side. Tom Laws comes up to do the fielding, and there's no run. And it does feel like the sun is trying to come out. It's been cloudy all morning. It's still warm out there, but it does feel like the sun might be trying to get out from behind the clouds at the moment.
Yeah, just trying to burst through the clouds. I noticed that Jamie Overton's in a jumper, so...
He tends to, doesn't he? He does like his short sleeve sweater. As round the wicket goes Roach again, and this was left alone by Brown. Just coming back at him outside the off stump. Testing over again from Kemar Roach. 3 gone this morning. Essex 24 for 2. And trailing Surrey by 24, and Dan Worrell, he's on 8 wickets in the game, Dan Worrell. That's the other thing. 6 in the first innings and 2 last night.
Just incredible skills, isn't he? Has the ball in a
pace as well, that's the other thing. At pace, Dan Worrell.
I think he has more in the tank, that's as well. I think when you look at it, he's bowling beautifully in a minute, but it just looks like a nice rhythm. But if he wanted to, I think he can go up another couple of miles an hour.
He's got 3 slips in for Tom Wesley, the Essex captain. Worrell is over the wicket to Wesley, and Wesley's letting this one go. Outside his off stump. He's always a batsman I've enjoyed watching, Tom Wesley. He's a lovely player to watch, isn't he? And as I say, that strength of his, that whip through mid-wicket. And Dan Worrell, his first ball was honing in on exactly that spot to Tom Wesley. And as I say, it's not that long ago he was making Test debut here against South Africa, and then we all know about Dan Lawrence. Still to come, Paul Walter. Saying about a long way down Essex, as in over the wicket goes Worrell. Wesley's playing this one off the back foot, down in front of him. Ryan Patel leaps over the pitch to get hold of the ball and then lobs it to his captain, Rory Burns. And Burns must have been very pleased with the way yesterday went, and also the fact that Worrell goes and picks up those. If Sir Alistair had still been there this morning, it would have put a different complexion on things, wouldn't it?
Oh, 100%. You're talking one of England's greatest players of all time, so to see the back of him is always a bonus for Surrey.
As Worrell's in again, and Wesley, that's the tempter outside his off stump. That was quicker as well from Worrell, because Ben Folkes has taken that off his feet, going away to his right hand side.
I tell you what's noticeable this morning, there seemed to be a little bit more bounce. I think Worrell's obviously looking just to try and take it away from Wesley at this moment in time, but he has got a field that allows him to slip in that inducker a little bit and go a little bit straighter. So he's obviously just trying to bide his time, bit of patience, work Wesley across, and then you might see the one be a little bit straighter.
Over the wicket he comes, Worrell to Wesley. Again goes wide outside that off stump. Wesley's having absolutely nothing to do with that. Ben Folkes has had to dive full length to his right in front of Jamie Overton. And he's already rolling around, is Ben Folkes, because the previous delivery was off his feet, taking it above his shoulder, and that one he sort of dived head first in front of Jamie Overton. Of course, he whacked his head on Jamie Overton in a game earlier in the season where he dived like that. Still hung on to the catch, but had to go off, because one bloke you don't want to dive head first to is Jamie Overton. Oh, beautiful from Worrell. That climbs on Wesley. And that's pretty well played actually by Wesley, but that is a cracking delivery. And again, it's exactly what you're talking about, Ricky Clark. There is a bit more bounce in Kerr. It's quickened up this morning.
This is quickened up, and again, that's still quite full. You know, to see that bounce going through just past the shoulder of Wesley, yeah, it's definitely got a little bit more bounce in certain areas. So Essex bowlers will be looking at this and licking their lips as well.
Over the wicket comes Worrell once more to Wesley. Wesley lets this one go outside his off stump. End of the over from Dan Worrell. It's a maiden. You had a quick word with Hashim Amla yesterday, and he said he felt it was quickening up yesterday when he was batting.
Yeah, I think that you don't mind the pitch quickening up. I think any batter and bowler would love the pace on the pitch. It's just when you get sometimes that little bit of indifferent bounce, and I think already this morning it's in a little bit. Obviously the first ball of the morning from Kemar Roach seemed like it just shot a little bit low at Wesley, and then we've seen balls from both ends just bounce a little bit more than potentially they should have done. So, you know, it's important that Surrey keep it tight and get a couple more wickets, and ideally with Essex from their point of view still behind.
Yeah, absolutely is. Nick Brown settles himself down over his bat. Round the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and Brown lets this one go outside his off stump. Good question here. You can get in touch with us on the old Twitter at Back and Across. And this from, I think it's Unpack BL. But what's the main threshold for a cap? Well, basically every county is different. There are some, I think, that when you make your first appearance you get your cap. But here at Surrey, it's you get your second 11 cap, but then you really have to earn that first 11 cap. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach, forward goes Nick Brown, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. And you're a good man to have alongside us, Ricky Clark, because you know what it's all about, as we were saying when Will Jack's got that cap. But here at Surrey, you really have to earn it, don't you? Yeah,
for performances, for what you do for your county. I remember there was a time when Jimmy Anderson and myself were starting at a similar time, and he got picked for England, and Lancashire said straight away, we're not having someone who's going to go and play for England not be capped at our county, so they capped him.
As Roach is in, and this one's allowed to pass again by Nick Brown outside his off stump,
which proved a pretty shrewd move from Lancashire. Well done to them for that.
But also got the naming rights for that end at that point. Exactly. As well. Yeah.
So, so some counties are like, look, you're going to, he hadn't played many games for Lancashire at that time, but they felt that, you know, it was only right that he should be capped if he's going to play for his country. Some counties, you know, you have to earn your stripes and put in performances for the county.
Round the wicket comes Roach. He's pushed by Brown down into the backward point region, and there's no run. What was the time difference between you getting your Surrey cap and your Test cap?
So so I got my Surrey cap in 2005, and I got my Test cap in 2003.
So you got your Test cap first?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah. So Test cap first.
Yeah.
So you already had, and you had to wait 3 years to get it. So that's how much you have to earn here.
Proper earn it.
Proper earn it. As round the wicket comes Roach, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Nick Brown. So that's the difference. So R. Clark gets a Test cap 3 years before you get your Surrey first 11 cap. Wow. There you go. So Will Jacks is in very, very good company, isn't he? Very, very good company now.
Very good company. As I say, you know, any county, you know, around the country, when you put in the performances and you get that sort of accolade, it really does mean a lot.
Round the wicket again goes Roach. Oh, that's a beauty to Brown. Coming back in at him and lifted. And Brown's played at that And that snake past his outside edge. Lovely bit of bowling from Kemar Roach. Another maiden over. Back-to-back maidens from Surrey. Bit of pressure on already. Very good start this from Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell. 24 for 2 Essex.
From both teams, Churchy, from my point of view, this is excellent bowling, but Nick Brown and Tom Wesley are, you know, dealing with this really, really well. So this is exactly what we said about this morning when we first come on air. It is two very, very good teams going at it, and there's no sort of let up from either of them. No one's willing to give that inch, and it's just brilliant to see.
Well, it's got a test match feel to it this morning. It really has. There's Dan Worrell coming in over the wicket to Tom Wesley. Short one. Wesley ducks underneath it. Taken low down this time by Ben Folkes, but it's definitely got that test match feel to it. With some two quality bowlers going at two quality batters. As you say, Wesley and Brown are having to show all their skill, technique, really being tested early on this morning by the Worrell-Roach partnership. Don't try saying that after a late night. In over the wicket comes Worrell once again, and this one's pushed off the back foot by Wesley down towards that third man boundary rope, and it's away for 4. So he's pretty much in control of that. First one he's had with a bit of width, should put the bat on it. It's whistled off down to the boundary rope for 4. Wesley's on to 9, and Essex are moving on to 28 for 2.
Yeah, nicely played. Again, lovely delivery in a good area, shaping away. But Wesley just held his position, didn't sort of let his hands go at it, let the ball hit the bat and guided it down through third man.
Yeah. Can you imagine my excitement, Ricky Clark, when at Scarborough, Aaron Hardy was bowling from one end and Dan Worrell was bowling from the other. We had Worrell and Hardy as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Wesley and taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right-hand side. Of course, Aaron Hardy played that one game for Surrey in the Championship, just for Essex listeners as well, to remind them that that one game for Surrey in the Championship got Surrey over the line at Scarborough. He has returned now to Australia, and Kemar Roach is back for the rest of the Championship season, which is excellent news from a Surrey point of view, to have Kemar Roach back for the rest of the Championship season. As Worrell over the wicket he comes again. That's a beauty to Wesley. Just pushes forward, just goes away at pace, beats the edge. Taken by Folkes away to his right-hand side. It's just quality bowling from Dan Worrell.
Really good bowling, isn't it? Just on the money again, shaping the ball away, sort of dragging Wesley across. I'm just waiting for that in-swinger, Churchy. So we know it's coming. I think Wesley knows it's coming. But he's just, you know, it's a good sign of a good bowler, you know, to have the control and patience, and then when he wants to.
Worrell's in now. Shorter of length this one. Up on his toes goes Wesley, just pushes down through backward point. And they will pick up another single. Options for Rory Burns, Tom Laws of course, Jamie Overton, bit of Will Jacks. Plenty of options out there for the Surrey captain. And from an Essex point of view, as we've been saying, they bat a long way down to Essex. Of course, already lost Sam Cook, who came out as the night watchman or night hawk, who's playing for England. As the kids downstairs are really beginning to enjoy themselves. Nick Brown is settling himself down because Dan Worrell's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Brown. He's going to get a leg gully in now for Nick Brown, so off goes Rory Burns into, it's not a leg slip, it's a leg gully. That's off the hip of Nick Brown. Rory Burns. Worrell runs away from us from this Vauxhall end, comes round the wicket to the left-handed Brown. He's got that one coming back at Brown, hurries him up, hits the top thigh, rolls away down towards backward point. End of the over, 29 for 2. Essex trail by the 19 runs on this third day, with Nick Brown on 11, Tom Wesley on 10. And I should think in these situations, as a batter, you've been in these situations, it can feel quite claustrophobic because you've got two world-class bowlers coming at you, and it's only you two out there, isn't it? I always think this with cricket, you know, there's you two and then 11 other people trying to basically knock your head off most of the time. So that partnership and just having a little chat to each other is very important, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where you come together at the end of the over. Congratulate each other if you're still there. This is testing times, but again, Wesley and Brown be used to this. They would have been in these situations many times before. It's just really good cricket this morning so far.
Kemar Roach from the pavilion end is into Wesley. There's his shot off his hip, whips it through mid-wicket for 4. That is all Tom Wesley, and that races away for 4 runs, and Wesley moves on to 14. Essex move on to 33 for 2.
What a lovely shot. That is Tom Wesley in a nutshell. He very rarely misses out there, and he's just probably done that 1,000 times, if not more, through his career so far. A lovely, lovely shot.
It's interesting. Wesley's very strong there. Do you know who I've seen hit it the hardest off their hip? Is Dom Sibley. But he doesn't really whip it. He sort of plays it with a straight bat off his hip. And I've never seen anybody hit it that hard as with that shot as forward goes the right-handed Wesley. Plays this one back up the pitch. But it's not a whip from Sibley. It's more that completely straight bat off his hip and a punch away through mid-wicket. Absolutely nails it.
With the bottom hand.
Yeah. Very, very, very strong part of the Sibley game, that. But Wesley, so many times you'll see him just go bang, straight through mid-wicket with a roll of the wrists. Dan Lawrence as well. I've described Dan Lawrence as having wrists of gold. Yes, with the wrists of gold. Not the number Sting sung about, obviously. As in over the wicket comes Roach. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Wesley. And he comes down to do a touch of guarding. Mr. Jeremy Coney is poised to move in next to Ricky Clark at the end of this over. And then Dick Davis will be coming in at past. Mr. Davis here today. We had Mr. Newton yesterday. So Dick Davis joining us from 11:30 this morning. Gives me a chance as well, as I said yesterday, to discuss musical theatre, which is a very important part of the day. As over the wicket again goes Kemar Roach. Oh, now hang on, that one hasn't really bounced at all. As Wesley's let that go, that kept a bit low and bounced a good 5 foot in front of Ben Folkes and has whacked him on the hip. So that's interesting. And they get a bye. Poor old Ben Folkes is in the wars this morning because that whacked him straight on the hip. One more to the total, 34 for 2, but that's interesting. Clark.
Yeah, we've already said this morning we were in the pitch, just a couple have kept low and a couple have bounced a little bit more than they should have done. So from Essex's point of view, they'll be looking at it saying, look, let's just scrap to anything and we'll be right in the game.
Around the wicket comes Kemar Roach to Brown. Brown's letting that one go. Climbing outside his off stump. Tom Laws is getting himself warmed up out there at deep mid-wicket in front of a smattering of spectators. As I say, this week there's been a run on wide brim sun hats, hasn't there? There's a lot of them being worn in the crowd as well. I do like a wide brim sun hat. They suit certain players more than others, I always think.
Would you be a
no, I look dreadful most of the time, but in one of those I look very odd. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Nick Brown. End of the over. Thank you, Ricky Clark. And Jeremy Coney is coming in. Mr. Clark will be back in 20 minutes. He's doing his clean-up routine away to our right-hand side. And 34 for 2. And Dan Worrell chucks his cap. And Peter Hartley drops it there at this Vauxhall end. And Tom Wesley be the man on strike, the Essex captain. He has 14 to his name, and Nick Brown is on 11. And it's a very good morning to Mr. Jeremy Coney.
Morning, Churchy. Morning, everybody. Hope you're having a good morning wherever you are. Can get at least a chance to listen in, see how your side is going here today. Been a bit of disconcerting variable bounce this morning, hasn't there, in the few overs that we've seen? Particularly at the Vauxhall end, bowling from the pavilion end.
Yep, and we were saying that anything up above 150 for Essex as a lead will be interesting. As forward goes Wesley, that's the one that swings back a touch from Worrell. Wesley's played it well. Thickish edge, runs off down towards third man. They'll pick up a couple of runs. And Wesley moves on to 16 and 8 for 2. But it's fascinatingly poised, this. It really is.
Well, it means that suddenly, 30s matter.
Yeah.
When you're getting a low-scoring game, and little partnerships matter. And that resilience that was shown by the lower order yesterday matters.
Over the wicket goes Worrell then to Wesley, and that one's on his pads, and that'll be flicked away by Tom Wesley again. Real strength, that of Tom Wesley. Worrell's just trying to get that to go late, but it was just on leg stump, and Wesley will put those away all day with a roll of those wrists. Whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. It's been good batting for Brown and Wesley in this first half an hour this morning. And 4 more to Wesley. He moves on to 20. Essex move on to 40 for 2.
Yep, it's an interesting battle between these two. Wesley batting on off stump, basically, to the outswing of Worrell, who's principally an outswing bowler.
Over the wicket he comes again. Oh, Wesley's driving, and that's flashed off an outside edge over the top of third slip. Will Jacks in his new first 11 cap, and that's flown over the top of Will Jacks. Just hung it out there. Wesley went after it. Big edge. Flies off down to the boundary rope. Wesley on to 24. Essex move on to 44 for 2.
Well, he's lucky. He's lucky. He got enough piece on it that it went high, and it was wide enough that it would actually go high, so he went hard at it. The leave is going to be very important. I mean, it sounds a bit odd to say that, doesn't it, when you're not actually playing a shot, but it is a shot actually. And that's actually encouraged the third man. There's been a lot of runs down there today off edges, and if Worrell is going to bowl that wide, then you need a third man down there. They'll run it off if it's a slightly shorter ball.
Worrell over the wicket he comes to Wesley. Good leave from Tom Wesley. I'm a huge fan of the leave, Mr. Coney. It's good leave. Yeah,
what it does in the end is it says to the bowler, especially if you are moving the ball away from the right-handed batsman, which is principally, as I say, what Worrell does. He tires of it after a while, and then he starts to become straighter, and that goes in, as you pointed out, into a strength of what Wesley does. The only danger on off-stump is sometimes a ball that's on middle or middle and leg. You're actually playing across the ball because from your backlift.
Worrell's in, driving is Wesley, thickish edge again, goes through backward point all along the carpet. He'll just get a single, and that'll be 1 more to Tom Wesley, 1 more to the total, and Essex move on to 45 for 2.
If you think about your bat and where the backlift goes, the ball is basically on middle and leg. You're actually playing across the ball slightly, and so you can get into difficulties in getting LBW particularly. So you've and of course cut shots, the things that you would normally cut if you're on middle and leg, say, you can't, they're too close to you to play, so you sometimes miss out on those attacking strokes.
Worrell around the wicket to Brown. He's looked for the Yorker. It's come out as a low full toss. That's just put away, through the covers for 4. Just put bat on it, really, did Nick Brown. And that means Essex move into the lead. They're in profit now. They lead by 1 run. So exactly what Essex would have looked for this morning in this first half hour. They've got themselves into a lead, and 49 for 2, Wesley 25, and Nick Brown moves on to 15. It's the end of the down Worrell over, 49 for 2. A few more thoughts from Jeremy Coney, and then he'll be joined by BBC Radio Essex's Dick Davis.
Yeah, well, just a few things just for the listeners. 22 wickets have fallen in the 2 and a bit days play. 19 to seam. 19 of the 22 wickets to fall have fallen in seam in this game, and just 3 to the spinners.
As Roach moves in from the pavilion end, bowls and played out to mid-on. I sort of walked into the shot and thought just for a brief second about a run, but it certainly wasn't there for the taking. Good morning, Jeremy.
Morning, Dick. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah,
Fine.
good.
Yep, and good morning, listeners, of course. Yep, I think Dickens described some characters in it as being in a state of permanent hail infirmity.
Yeah. Right.
And I think that's generally me.
Well,
So-
I see, is it?
So Essex have a lead of 1 now. They're effectively 1 for 2. They had a deficit of 48 on the first innings, courtesy of the last 2 wickets, which put on 152. And Well, it was highly entertaining yesterday afternoon.
It was a different pace, wasn't it?
Completely.
Yes, it went from red ball cricket to white ball cricket.
Yes, that's right.
And if you look at the sessions where wickets have fallen, the first session in each of the 2 days that complete days that we've had, 9 wickets have fallen at that point of the day. So that's obviously the fact when the bowlers are a bit more fresh.
Yes.
There's a new ball basically been operating in both the days.
Yes, as Roach moves in, bowls to the Essex skipper, who, talking about the art of leaving the delivery, does precisely that. It was moving away outside the off stump and moving away a little further. Well, yes, I mean, as you know, I saw you in the corridor. I've been here since the first ball of the day, and the very opening over, even the very opening delivery,
kept down, kept low.
Yes.
Yeah, it did. You're quite right, and that could be the dryness of this surface as it starts to just pulls apart slightly. Instead of the clay being held together by grass or by moisture, it suddenly starts with the heat to just pull apart slightly.
That's what it is. As Roach moves in again, and short of a length, Wesley goes up on his toes and plays it out towards the cover boundary. Won't reach the boundary, but it's fairly short that side. Relatively, no boundaries are short at the Oval really, especially compared with Chelmsford, but he picks up 2 runs for that. Pretty useful shot down towards the Archbishop Tennyson School.
Yes, so just as the surface just starts to pull, I mean, I'm not saying that there are big gaps and there are cracks and things like that, but it's just the dustiness, where the things where there isn't holding together quite as well as it was on day 1.
There's Roach again, right arm over to the right-handed Wesley, who whips that away pleasantly down to fine leg. Or long leg. I've never, all the years I've been watching and playing cricket, I'm never quite sure where fine leg becomes long leg and vice versa, but there are no...
No, you'd think long leg would be a little bit squarer, wouldn't you, than the fine leg?
Yes.
So perhaps for the slightly slower bowlers, the medium bowlers rather than the faster bowlers. But you're right, there's not too many yards in it.
No, it's only terminology. I'm sure all the listeners know which part of the ground we're referring to. Left-handed Brown now on strike, and plays it to first slip now, who had his back to us, but
Overton,
but
dropped.
Yeah, I thought it probably was.
Yep.
We'll probably get a different angle on the replay, but it looked, at this level of the game, like a very, very straightforward. Oh yes, just sort of been between shin height, and yeah, I mean, at this level of the game, undoubtedly that should have been taken. So Brown lives to fight another day. He picked up a single in the process as well, as Roach moves in and bowls, and that's just played out towards mid-on, but it's fielded at mid-wicket. Yep, so thanks to a little bit of fortune there, Brown moves on to 15. Learning my way around this board. I haven't been here since pre-COVID. Yeah, 50. Oh, that's the better one to look at. Yes, thank you. 16 and 28, Brown and Wesley respectively. Yes, had sort of 2 years. Well, we all had 2 years in the doldrums to a certain extent. So 53 for 2, a lead of 5.
Well, one of the other little notes I've got down here, Dick, is that catches are very important today. Yes. When you get on a surface that is doing something and the bounce suddenly is erratic, some skidding through a little bit perhaps to get LBW and bowled, you've got to bowl straight in these sort of conditions, not too wide. And we've seen a couple of cuts go through, so Roach has got to just tidy up his line here. But very important that the catchers get into the right place. I just feel that Overton is standing a little bit deep. He allowed that ball to come to him, and there is a point in every catch in the slips where the ball coming towards you, you feel you should have actually had your hands on it before it arrives.
Yes, well, he immediately has a chance to make amends because he's now bowling from this end, and well, very wide of the leg stump.
Yep, tidy from the keeper, wasn't it? That's what indeed. People were appreciating. A good dive to the right from Folks.
Yes.
But yeah, and therefore catches in the slips and the depth that the slips are from the batting crease become very important, and that's up to the keeper to set that. He's got to make sure he keeps his slips up. I don't know who's going into first slip now that Overton's bowling. I'm not too sure. He's been keeping first slip pretty much when he's not bowling. And
that's sort of I think it was a full toss by the time it reached the batsman. It seemed slower. It seemed to drift more to me, which sounds an odd thing to say for a seam bowler, but Brown now comes down the wicket and does a little bit of prodding. So
I would have thought that of the bowlers, of the quartet of bowlers that Surrey have, we've seen Worrell and we've seen Roach so far. Now we're having a look at Overton, and there's Laws as well, the young man, Tom Laws.
All right, Overton again. And this strays on to, or maybe even slightly outside leg stump, and Brown, well, most left-handers worth their week's wages, like a delivery just about there, and he clips it through mid-wicket for 2 runs.
Yep. That's again not a delivery you want to be bowling on a surface that's helpful. It's that hard length, that back, just short of length where you push forward and it's not quite there for you, and if you go back it's onto you rather too quickly. That's that length that you're looking, that battle that goes on between the batsman and the bowler every game that there's played.
Overton again to Brown. And this is outside the off stump. Brown goes looking for it and finds it. The bat wasn't beside the front foot, not a la all the textbooks, but it played it off the middle of the bat fair enough for a single, and that moves Essex on to 56 for 2.
Having said that, I think probably of the 4 of the quartet that I've spoken about, I would like to use Overton as a kind of a run-in, bowl fast in these conditions, bouncer Yorker, so short and very full, but at speed, at pace, so you unsettle batsmen. They're not sure what they're going to get, they're not sure if it's straight what the actual bounce is going to be.
Overton played out for a single by Wesley, a scampered single, but I think they were home and dry comfortably enough. It wasn't a particularly good throw, to be honest, but even if it had been at the stumps, Brown would have been home. So that moves the score to 57 for 2, of which Brown has 10 and Wesley 29.
So Overton so far has been pretty full this over. He's looking to get the ball to swing. It is swinging back into the left-handed Brown at the moment. He's missed his line once and he's been tucked away for a single on the leg side, and he's got it too full and it's been pushed into the covers by the right-handed Wesley.
And this time Brown picks up another single out to deepish cover, well, more than deepish, deep cover, and they go through for a comfortable single, and Brown will retain the strike because it's the end of the over, and Essex now have a lead of 10 effectively. Well, they have a lead of 10, there's no effectively about it, it is, you can't argue with it. 58 for 2, Brown 20, Wesley 29.
So these are conditions where bowlers who are accurate, and I'm thinking maybe of a Snater-like performance that we saw yesterday, 21 something like that overs for about 35 runs. They are the bowlers when the ball is starting to do slightly odd things that batsmen don't like, and batsmen then have to work out a way of upsetting that bowler to get him off that length.
As Roach moves in round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who just plays that out to mid-off with what one would describe as an economy of footwork, I'd say. Just sort of stands there and punches it out to mid-off, no addition to the score. Understandably, well, I was going to say not a particularly good crowd here, but you know, when I'm used to, or more used to watching Chelmsford, which is, you know, a postage stamp compared with here, you know, when a similar sized crowd is spread out on a vast arena like the Oval, it's a different kettle of fish altogether. That's played out on the into the covers off the back foot for a single by Brown. 59 for 2, a lead of 11. So yeah,
I just think that at the moment Roach hasn't kind of settled as you would have liked him to as a captain. Yes, he's created the chance, fair enough, and that should have been held, and Essex really should be 3 down at this stage. They're not.
As Roach moves in again and bowls to Wesley, He waits for that to come onto him, cracks it away to the cover, well, I would imagine boundary, and no, it's not. It was hauled in quite a distance short, just below the main scoreboard. Well, I don't know, who am I to say which is the main one? Yeah, I think it probably is. Which shows now that Essex have moved on to 61 for 2.
Yep, just mopped up by the captain, Burns, there at mid-off, with his sun hat on. Quite a quick mover across the ground, quite athletic.
Roach, again, and Wesley, well, I don't know. Jeremy, you've played this game at the highest level. Was he beaten, or did he take his bat away?
That's a play and miss, definitely.
I thought it probably was, really.
But it's the first really good delivery that Roach has actually provided in the over, where he's tested the batsman. He's given either too short and allowed the batsman to see it for too long and get a cut away. And with a left and a right-hander, it's quite nice to get singles, you know.
Yes, of course.
You're changing constantly.
Yes. Roach to Wesley again. And he plays that very correctly. Good old-fashioned high front elbow, and plays it straight back to the bowler with no addition to the score. Although the game moves on, sometimes the old tried, trusted, traditional methods, they still hold good.
I don't think you can do without orthodoxies, because that's really, it's an orthodox thing because it's worked in the past,
yes,
and over
exactly.
the years there's no reason to just cut it out.
No, quite.
New man goes to sort of a leg gully.
Roach moves in again and bowls to Wesley, who well, it goes through to the keeper again.
Played and missed
Played
again.
and missed again. And yeah, so Roach is bowling well, but yep, with a certain lack of luck, it has to be said. But then, such is the fast bowler's lot in life. 61 for 2, a lead of 13.
Yeah, so all these are important runs.
Yes, they are.
Very important runs, you know, little partnerships of 20 and 30, they suddenly push you out. You know, 8 or 9 of those, and you're getting to sort of 175 to 200 runs. And if you can do that, and I think probably of the two sides, you'd think that Essex would apply themselves in that way, with that approach, a little more than Surrey do. Surrey tend to like to play their big shots.
Yes, they certainly demonstrated that yesterday towards the latter part of the innings, and that's played out to deep cover for a single by Brown. I must admit, where was I? I think I was sitting in the pavilion at the time. I was very impressed with Will Jack's onslaught at the end. It was, yeah, most impressive.
Well, it was just a series of clean hitting, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And Harmer coming around the wicket to all the men on the boundary. This boundary was never going to, the size of it is never going to threaten unless he mishit the ball.
Which he didn't.
No, very clean hitting. Was right into the seats really most of the time.
Yes. Overton continuing from this end. That's just played out into the covers for another single. I was going to call it this end, the Vauxhall end. Maybe it's probably given.
It is the Vauxhall end.
It is the Vauxhall end. I mean, yes, I mean they haven't moved Vauxhall, have they? I just imagined it would have a different name. Oh yes, I mean it's always been the Vauxhall end to me. And yep, I got my bus from Vauxhall yesterday, lunchtime, to get up here. As Overton moves in, bowls to Brown, who plays at, well, just turns it round in the corner. Well, no, the round in front of him, but it sort of it trickles to a halt at short mid-wicket, and they go through for a single.
Again, just that little bit of inward movement to the left-handed Brown is encouraging Overton to keep bowling quite foolish, allow the ball, in other words, time to swing, and get in and try and beat the inside edge into the pad. He just got a little inside edge on that one as well, and some pad. Trickled away on the onside for a single.
Overton to Wesley. Wesley just plays that defensively with no attempt or will or desire to score any runs off it, just grateful to lay bat on ball. And the score remains 64 for 2.
And it seems as though Overton isn't particularly interested in outright pace. which is what I was suggesting. I wondered whether he might be the component in the attack to have sort of 3 and 4 over spells and really give it a burst if he could. He's the one who's a bit quicker, taller.
Well, yes, and that's outside the off stump, and that was definitely a leave, quite a flamboyant leave really, as Wesley went forward and then lifted the bat out of the line of the ball.
But he's tend to be concentrating on the outswing, isn't he?
Yes,
he's more like Worrell has been bowling a fullish length, trying to get the ball to swing, trying to bring the slips into play.
Yeah, of which there are only 2 now.
Yes, that's right.
And
4 on the leg side.
Yes, as the next delivery is played to one of those men on the leg side, a shortish mid-wicket, but with a dead bat. No addition to the score of 64 for 2. A lead of 16 rather. Arithmetic letting me down. A lead of 16. And so Essex, what have we had at 50 minutes? And there's a slight break in play. Essex have survived, but it hasn't been easy, has it?
No, it has had some little troubled moments, particularly Wesley.
Yes.
He's seen the ball bounce a little bit disconcertingly, sometimes high from when it's a forward defensive stroke, and he's also got a couple that's just squatted a little bit and kept low. It's beaten the stump sometimes. He's had a very close LBW shout, first ball of the day. He's had a wee bit of luck, but he's still there, and that's what you've got to ride at this stage. He's on 32 from 51, which is a decent kind of scoring rate in these conditions. Brown is 23 from 48. He's been dropped, of course.
Yes.
And now Laws
comes into the attack from the pavilion end, and that's just played out to mid-on by Brown. Laws, right arm over the wicket bowler, even to the left-handed Brown, who is on 23.
What Surrey need now is a nice kind of tight couple of overs from Laws, or for any bowler really, to stop the singles.
Yes, he bowls now, and outside the off stump, and not a shot that Brown would be particularly proud of. He didn't get out to it, otherwise we'd have got a little bit more elated or otherwise, but he just sort of stood there and waved his bat at it, which is something Brown sadly is inclined to do. I've been watching him ever since he first played for Essex, and he's inclined to flatter to deceive at times. He looks very solid and then will play a shot that can only be described as indiscreet or imprudent, and gets out to it. But then I suppose that's what batsmen do, all of them. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. That certainly didn't threaten in any way.
Laws trying to get through his action a little bit so he can bring it back into the Brown and the left-hander. He's a natural outswing bowler which will bring it into the lefty, so he wants to just try and tempt him around about that off stump. He's already nicked one and been put down.
So Brown faces up to Laws again. This time it's down the leg side, and Folkes, formerly of Essex of course, dives away to his right and stops it comfortably and without too much hullabaloo. The best keepers, you hardly notice. They just get on with their job. And
so, as I said before, 9 wickets in the first sessions that have been in this match so far in the 2 completed days. No wickets this morning, and nearly the hour up.
Well, yes, I'm not going to draw any natural conclusion from that, but it's certainly.
Well, the conclusion would be that they've got to pick up a lot more wickets in the second hour.
To keep up that,
that it might be.
They've got to pick up 4.5 to keep the average.
Yes, that's right. Well, don't worry about the half. The 4 will do.
Right.
So that's really, it hasn't been quite the morning that Surrey would like. I think that's fair to say. They've seen some variable bounce, which they haven't quite been able to take advantage of. They've put down a catch. They've been bowling too short and a little bit wide. They've had to put a third man in because they're a little bit wide. Yeah,
as Laws bowls to Wesley, and Wesley is out. He dabbed at that at the very last minute. I thought he was going to leave it, and then he dabbed it, and he's on his way. Oh.
Just one that was just short of a length, moving away from Wesley, and he's played at it, batting on off stump, and has moved away from Laws, and he's just feathered one through, and it was sort of going to be short of first slip, but there's Folks going across to his right and taking a good low catch, two-handed. So Wesley's innings is gone now, 32. He didn't actually add to that total that I mentioned last over that he had got to. Handy little innings, little bit of good luck and good fortune at times. That's what really Essex need to continue to do. Little 30s and 40s to try and push this to a total where Surrey might be a little bit uncomfortable about chasing 200, that sort of score, if they can. So Surrey getting together and having a chat. Their bowlers have got to start tightening up a little bit, because they can expect Snater et al. To be doing exactly that to them when they have their turn at the bat.
Thanks, Jeremy, very much indeed. And so Laws didn't concede a run either in that over, and so very impressive start. And Ricky Clark joins us for the first time today. Good morning to you.
Morning, Dick.
And I really shouldn't have said it last night, but when I introduced myself to Ricky yesterday afternoon, and when they were probably at that stage, just when Surrey were probably there in their lowest moment at 167 for 8, I said words to the effect of, I've been watching Essex long enough to know that they're quite capable of letting the opposition off the hook. And well, yeah, for once in my life I was proved right, as the last 2 wickets added 152. It's going to be Overton again, and that's just played solidly. That was the last ball, the over, solidly defensively by Brown. So yeah, they had squandered a chance, although not off Wesley, but yeah, has this opened the door?
Yeah, Mr. Coney knew exactly what he was doing.
He did.
He was trying to get a wicket with his
yes,
commentator's curse, as they say, for Wesley.
He was going to stay on till a wicket fell. as Overton moves in and bowls a bouncer, the first bouncer we've seen of the day. But Brown is quite up to it and just ducks underneath it.
Having seen a replay from the first ball of the morning, I think Wesley was fortunate to be out there for close to the hour. It looked very close.
I must admit, I haven't seen the replay, but I was sort of sitting in a box adjacent, not right behind the bowler's arm, but I wouldn't have at all been surprised had the umpire's finger gone up, and I think probably Wesley was of the same view, as that's just played defensively and correctly, just trickles out to mid-off. So even having looked at the replay, Ricky, what would you say was the reason that the umpire did turn it down?
Well, the only thing I can imagine was he felt he had a little bit of bat on it.
Yeah, right.
But again, he signalled that he felt it was going down, and you do see it again, Dick. It was pretty much taken out middle and off, but yes. It was one of those decisions where sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't.
Yes, yeah.
But obviously, Wesley will be happy that he didn't get fired out.
You come back to that after this delivery. That's pushed out to into the covers for a single. I mean, you had a long and distinguished career as an all-rounder. So I mean, you've been on both ends of such decisions, haven't you? When you've been lucky not to be sent on your way and unlucky not to have somebody else sent on their way.
There's so many occasions where, as a bowler, you get ones that you look and go, "Oh, I was lucky there," or when you're batting, you get a bad decision, or you get a close decision where you think you're nearly walking for an LBW and it doesn't get given. So you know, it swings and roundabouts.
And you just have to be philosophical about these things, really, don't you?
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
not going to help sort of throwing the toys out of the pram, however tempting it might be. As that's just played defensively. I always think sometimes the relationship, you know, is whether you're batting or bowling, is a bit like whether you're a pedestrian or a driver. You know, when you're sitting behind the wheel, all pedestrians are a nuisance. When you're trying to cross the road and they're going buzzing past, all drivers are a nuisance. So
I found that a bit in lockdown as well. I had an impulse buy of a nice bike, and suddenly I become the one that was annoying the
exactly
the vehicles.
As Overton moves in and bowls. Oh, that was Dan Lawrence's first delivery, first one he'd received, and he got an edge, and that will be interesting to see on the replay. It was juggled between first and second, or keeper and first. We're just having a look at the replay now. It reared up a bit, and well, it went to second slip first of all. He juggled it. Eventually, it was Folkes who dived away trying to get the rebound, but fortunately, from Lawrence's point of view, didn't grasp it. I can remember seeing Dan Lawrence, maybe one of his very early performances. I think it was only about 17 or 18 when he got a century here. Were you playing against him then, or you wouldn't remember?
I'm not sure actually. I think
no.
I've seen him many a time where he's a fantastic player and a lot of time and a lot of ability.
Yes.
He's got a life on this occasion.
Yeah. So it's Laws now bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, and 66 for 3.
I'll tell you what I will say there, Dick, is that delivery from Jamie Overton was an absolute snorter.
It was, wasn't it?
I think some of the best players in the world would have nicked it, and it just got a little bit big on Ollie Pope because of the pace of Jamie Overton. Carried on travelling, just couldn't quite get his hands in a decent position to take the catch.
No, that's outside the off stump and allowed to pass by.
But yes, two batters out there that have had lives. So Nick Brown's had a life.
Yes, quite.
Dan Lawrence, so they'll be looking to try and make Surrey pay. Well, similar to what Will Jacks did yesterday when he had a life.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, so it's all part of the game. As Laws round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who plays that out into the covers. They go through for a quick single. Well, yeah, quickish. I don't know that Lawrence was in full agreement, but he made it quickly enough and got down the other end. So Brown moves on to 25, having been dropped on, I made a note of it, dropped on 15. So he hasn't made Surrey pay dearly yet, but on the other hand, he's still there. And Laws about to bowl to Lawrence, who just takes guard from the umpires. I don't know who the umpires are, and we don't have scorecards. I could look it up.
Pete Hartley at the Vauxhall end.
Oh right,
and you got Russell Warren at the pavilion end. Yeah.
So that was Russell Warren who gave guard, and Laws to Lawrence, who lets that go by outside the off stump. We have 2 more deliveries of this over, and then Mark is loitering with intent at the back of the box, and so Laws trudges off into the distance. Well, not trudges, it's only 12 o'clock he's got. And turns, moves in, right arm over the wicket to Lawrence, who plays that backward of square on the offside, straight to the fielder, wearing floppy white sun hat. The sun hasn't come out yet, it's still very pleasantly warm. In fact, to my mind, it's a very good day for watching cricket and a very good day for playing cricket. Obviously, if you'd seen me, I never played at county level, but I played a reasonable level of club cricket. This was just the sort of weather I liked playing in. And that's just played out in the onside. They go through for a comfortable single. And the score is now 68 for 3, which represents a lead of 20, effectively 20 for 3. And after a few more words from Ricky Clark, he'll be joined by the inimitable Mark Church.
Dan Lawrence very happy with a quick single there to get him off that dreaded pair. He's already had a life. Second ball, an absolute beauty from Jamie Overton that sort of left him and bounced, and Dan Lawrence sort of took the glove and went flying to Ollie Pope. It's a difficult height for Ollie Pope, who unfortunately for Surrey put it down, but Lawrence off that dreaded pair.
Here is Overton then. Oh, Lawrence drives, thick edge, flies away past third slip and away for 4. He's living dangerously at the moment, is D Lawrence. He's on to 5 I was just saying to Jeremy Coney at the back of the box, and I love Jamie Overton dearly, but I won't go near him at the moment. Blimey, he's dropped one. He's had one dropped off his own bowling. Now Lawrence has nicked off through that full slip region. He'll be steaming at the moment, I think it's fair to say, down below us, Mr. Overton, which actually in a way might not be a bad thing from a bowling point of view, because he can bowl at the speed of light. But yeah, that was a cracking ball to find the edge of Lawrence's bat. He was on a pair at that point. As over the wicket comes Overton to Lawrence. Whoa, that's taken off. Outside the off stump, climbs and keeps going. And taken by Ben Folkes off his feet away to his right hand side. Tell you what we've seen this morning, anything up around 150 lead's going to be interesting. It really is.
That has seriously taken off there, Churchy. Jamie Overton coming in with a lovely rhythm and beautiful shape on the ball. He's hooping it, in fairness, at a good pace. But that one has leapt off a length.
Overton runs away from us, comes in over the wicket to Lawrence. Lawrence lets it go again. Outside his off stump and just comes down to do a touch of gardening. Wonderful player, of course, Dan Lawrence. Had quite a quiet season for Dan Lawrence, but he knows what this is all about. He's been in these situations many a time as Dan Lawrence. Fantastic game. Essex lead by 24, 72 for 3. If you deliver it at the moment, you feel something's going to happen. As Jamie Overton comes charging in again, over the wicket to Lawrence, outside edge, flies away, down to third man for 4 more. So he's got that full slip in there now, and that's beaten the diving Worrell. It's just late swing again from Jamie Overton, and fair play to Dan Lawrence, because he's got bat on it and it's gone down as well, but it's a good bit of bowling again from Jamie Overton. It's as much the length there, I think, to Dan Lawrence as anything. But that whistles off down to that third man boundary rope for 4, and Essex lead by 28. They're 76 for 3.
I think personally, from my point of view, Dan Lawrence has played that exceptionally well, and again he's walked down the wicket and he's patted the same length. Jamie Overton has literally put 3 balls in the same area with shape, but they've all sort of bounced a little bit differently. So for the batters, this is testing times.
Certainly is, as Lawrence waits with that bat raised, and again just gets turned a touch here by Jamie Overton. Just straightened a little bit on Lawrence, and again it's on exactly that same patch. And Lawrence is down to do some very studious gardening there. 76 for 3. If it continues like this, nice little bench and a water feature in that area. He's doing so much gardening in that area, isn't he? But he just keeps hitting that spot. There's Jamie Overton. 4 slips waiting in there. Overton comes charging in again. Right arm over the wicket, looks for the Yorker, gets bat on it. Good stuff from Jamie Overton. Well played by Dan Lawrence. He gets a single. The fascinating over. 77 for 3 Essex here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Essex. The gardening continues, and Essex, Ricky Clark, lead by 29.
Yeah, fascinating passage of play. Good first hour and 6 minutes. It's, as we said, almost like test match cricket. 2 sides, some fantastic bowling and very dogged batting. Good fight from the Essex batters. It's been testing this morning. Sorry, have had their chances, put a couple of catches down. Lawrence had a life on 0, Nick Brown a life on 15, and they'll be looking to build this partnership. Currently 12. Sorry, we're looking to get another couple of wickets to really peg Essex back.
Over the wicket is Tom Laws from the pavilion end to Dan Lawrence. Lawrence is in behind a shorter length delivery, just plays this one up towards mid off the wicket to go. That and Tom Wesley caught behind off Tom Laws for 32. So 77 for 3. But yeah, it's intense out there. It's a real scrap this at the moment, isn't it? Real scrap for runs, wickets. There's Tom Laws. Right arm over the wicket, he comes once again forward, goes Lawrence, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. He's got lovely action, Tom Laws. really has. I was saying there's a little bit of the Razaks about it, if anyone remembers Abdul Razak. Of course, he's got Azam Mahmood as his bowling coach now as well.
I think if he has half the career of Razak, he'd be very happy with Tom Laws.
As over the wicket he comes once again. That's left alone by Dan Lawrence outside his off stump. It's down on one knee to watch that one go into the gloves of Ben Folkes. Elsewhere, Gloucestershire 78 for 2. Here at Cheltenham, Hampshire 457. No play before lunch. Kent Warwickshire still raining in Birmingham. Yorkshire 209 for 5 in reply to Somerset's 424. Laws is over the wicket to Lawrence, lets him go outside his off stump once again. And Northamptonshire 48 for 3 in their second innings, so that's a lead of 151 over Lancashire. In Division 2, Nottinghamshire, that massive 618 for 8 declared. Oh, this is good, I found my glasses now. I haven't been making that one, I might have been. I couldn't really see the screen. Derbyshire 206 for 4 as in over the wicket comes Laws. Forward goes Lawrence, turns him into the leg side. And there is no run as Cameron Steele does the fielding. Oh, Middlesex 151 for 4. Ooh. So the way we did that. Ooh. So yes, 4 wickets. Robson's gone for 62. Stoneman for 47. Eskenazi for 11. Holden for 2. Curry has all 4. So Bradley Curry has all 4. 4 for 34 as in comes Laws, and this is driven beautifully by Dan Lawrence for 4. That is a lovely shot from Dan Lawrence, just driving that immaculately away through extra cover for 4 runs. And I think that might be Bradley Curry's first class debut. And has picked up all 4 wickets at Lords. Nice place to do it. 81 for 3. And Lawrence has moved on to 14, and Brown has 25, and that lead moves on to 33. So across the river at Lords, Middlesex not having it all their own way today. And of course Pujara with his double 100. Leicestershire, this is day 2 of this one, a 450 for 7 against Glamorgan. Jamie Overton from the Vauxhall end comes into the left-handed Brown, and that's nipping back at Nick Brown. He's jumping and getting bat on it, playing that as if it kept a little bit low on him as well. And now Nick Brown comes down to do some gardening. But as I say, every delivery you think something's going to happen at the moment.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of indifferent bounce from the wicket and consistent swing. I think from Surrey's point of view, the only thing they can hope is it's only fair to say that their bowlers are a little bit quicker than Essex seamers.
He's in again, is Overton. That's come back at Brown, played it really well. Good length delivery at pace, little bit of in-swing there to the left-handed Brown. He's played that really well, just solid bat, took a single, rotates the strike. Brown moves on to 26. 82 for 3 now, Essex.
He's played that incredibly well, hasn't he, Churchy? Big hooping ball back in to off stump and just sort of transferred his weight, let the ball come under his eyes, pushed it into the offside and get down the other end. I think when you're seeing what's happening so far this morning, the best place to watch is at the other end. So nicely played from Nick Brown.
Lawrence back on to strike on 14 as Overton is into him. Lawrence, forward he comes, pushes back up the pitch. Overton rolls the ball back to Ben Folkes. The field at the moment is 3 slips, then they've got the third man. Cameron Steele is away at a backward point, covers wide open. Rory Burns at a wideish mid-off, Hashim Amla at mid-on, Kemar Roach is all on his own out at deep mid-wicket for Dan Lawrence, because that's a big area for Dan Lawrence to score. And then a long leg is Tom Laws just in front of the groundsman's workshop. As over the wicket again goes Overton. That's the bumper from Jamie Overton, very short. You can see that one coming as well. And Dan Lawrence almost didn't duck, he just sort of watched it sail over his head. Ben Folkes had a lively morning behind the stumps already. Goes away to his left, but that ball, found at the edge of Lawrence's bat when he hadn't got off the mark and dropped by Ollie Pope. I think that the only thing you can say for Ollie Pope is it hit him at a pretty awkward height.
Horrendous height. It's one of those where you get your hands ready and it just carries on like rising at you, and you just can't turn your hands quick enough to get the fingers pointing up. So
it's quick delivery as well as Overton is in, and again that just climbs outside the off stump, and it's good lead from Lawrence, and Overton's ended up standing next to Lawrence. And Lawrence is down again, hitting that patch to do some more gardening, having a chat with Nick Brown. The partnership's worth 17, 82 for 3 at the moment. Essex, that lead 34, started the day trailing by 29. Over the wicket again goes Jamie Overton, and Lawrence, that's the strength of Lawrence, just turns this one into the leg side. Roach will get round to do the fielding out there at deep mid wicket as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. End of the over, single off it. Dan Lawrence has 15, Nick Brown has 26, 83 for 3. And again, just a conversation between Brown and Lawrence, and I suppose those chats are more, as you say, just about keeping each other going as much as anything.
Yeah, we've said this morning's been incredibly good cricket from both teams. Balls swung consistently through this game. We're seeing no different this morning, and the batters are up to the task. Had a couple of lives these two, as we said, but it really is very good to see two very good teams going at it. Big 45 minutes.
Tom Laws from the pavilion then goes wide of the crease here to Dan Lawrence, who pushes this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Again, Lawrence is right down doing some gardening.
He's obviously had a message last night from Mr. Harmer.
Yep.
Get up and down that pitch as much as you can, please,
well,
lads.
absolutely, it's all part of it.
It is.
It really is. Do as much walking up the middle of it as you can to do some gardening.
Long spikes on.
Absolutely. As in over the wicket comes Laws again. Behind this one goes Dan Lawrence, plays it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Lawrence just wanders off this time towards square leg. So Ryan Patel having a very early net this morning with Gareth Batty. I'm fear that Gareth Batty's right arm's going to fall off by the end of this season, the amount of balls he's throwing. He doesn't use the old dog catching, well, not catching, throwing, not throwing dogs, I mean, as forward goes Lawrence, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. The dog stick, that's what it's officially known as, isn't it? But
he's very good with it. I think he's gone a little bit sort of old school, and so I'll throw to a couple of people, and I suppose with that, with throwing, you're actually getting the ball from a proper height. These dog sticks, they're coming down from a great height. I think there was a stat that batting averages have come down when the dog sticks come into play.
Interesting, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Tom Laws.
Well, you could say that Surrey, not saying it's the reason by any stretch of the imagination, but some very healthy averages and healthy runs, and it might be down to Gareth Batty's shoulder.
You know what he'd say if you asked him? Just doing my job.
Just doing my job.
Just doing my job.
Not down to him.
Not down to me. Just doing my job.
He's very modest.
I've thrown 50 million balls this season, but just doing my job.
Fantastic job he is doing.
He is, as over the wicket comes Laws again, and Lawrence, back of a length, just gets in behind it and nudges it up towards Hashim Amla. Stood up there at mid-on. Jamie Overton still thinking about his next over. Just gone for a little wander here from first slip as Jamie Overton. 35 is the lead for Essex. 83 for 3. Laws runs towards us, comes to Lawrence, who's getting right outside that off stump and then whipping it up towards Hashim Amla at mid-on. Typical Lawrence shot that. Just got it inside that off stump and then took it up towards mid-on with that bottom hand. End of Tom Laws' over. Tidy over that from Tom Laws. Maiden over. Essex 83 for 3. Brown 26. Lawrence 15. Has it been what you expected this first hour and 15 minutes this morning?
It has. You know, from my point of view, it's no one willing to give an inch. It's high quality cricket. The batting has been fantastic. The bowling's been fantastic. I think the only downside from Surrey's point of view is they have put a couple of chances down, which would have put them in a very healthy position. But Dan Worrell coming back into the attack, and he's bowled brilliantly through out the game. 8 wickets he's got so far in this match, and as we saw on day one, when he come back into the attack, quick fire free fill, wasn't it? I think at one stage, and sort of changed the complexion of the game.
First morning is round the wicket he comes then to Brown. Oh, inside edge onto that front pad from Nick Brown, who'll get a single. Rory Burns comes up from extra cover, brings down Lawrence back onto strike. Well, we've got Lawrence's first ball in that spell actually. Bowl Wesley and Lawrence LBW first ball, and then Walter caught as a leg slip. When Paul Walter gets in there, he can expect a couple more of those. And gloved off the leg slip. There'll definitely be a leg slip and some short balls from Surrey. As Worrell is into Lawrence. A good lead from Dan Lawrence. Great bit of bowling from Dan Worrell, because he's got that one to come back. That's probably gone over the top of the off stump. Really good lead that from Dan Lawrence. He's actually got a grin on his face there as he's looking down towards Nick Brown. Lovely bit of bowling again though.
Yeah, just offered to go away, didn't it, Churchy, and then just hit the seam and just jag back. Obviously Dan Lawrence will be pleased to see it go past the stumps and not hear that death rattle.
Horrible. That horrible noise. Over the wicket goes Worrell once again. That's wide outside the off stump, and Lawrence having absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever. Again, he's down doing a lot more guarding. Must say a happy birthday to Jason Roy today. Jason Roy's birthday, shares it with my mum. Yes.
I saw that tweet this morning. I didn't realise that Jason Roy was a very good banoffee pie.
Yeah, he is very good.
Is it?
Yeah, Mum played 105 one-day internationals and won a World Cup. There you go. As in, over the wicket comes Worrell, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. But yes, now happy birthday to Jay Roy. He's getting ready for the one-dayer tomorrow, isn't it? The second one-day international tomorrow. Not quite sure what Mum's doing. I don't think she's having a net this morning.
Visualisation before a big game.
Some range hitting in the back garden. 3 slips in there. As Worrell turns down below us once again. In over the wicket he comes to Dan Lawrence. Lawrence lets him go again outside the off stump. Ben Folkes, it hasn't really bounced again for Ben Folkes, and that's, he's sort of taking that down low, and yeah, he needs a drink and a painkiller here. That's hit the fingertips of Ben Folkes. Oh, that is painful. He's just given a signal. Mr. Steele, the Surrey physio, will make his way down there. Paul Steele, down the steps. He took possession of the Wheeljack's second 11 cap this morning. It's left alone again by Dan Lawrence. Wide outside the off stump from Dan Worrell. So 84 for 3, Essex, and Surrey in the last sort of 4 or 5 overs haven't taken a wicket, but they've kept it very, very tight. And a flurry of runs. And Brown and Lawrence will have another chat about continuing to do what they're doing, keep grafting away, which is exactly what they're doing at the moment. Ben Folkes gets a painkiller down him. Because, well, keepers, their fingers, you meet some. I always say, with some keepers, you sort of know they're a wicket keeper when they can shake your hand around a corner. You don't see them, but their fingers are at such weird angles that their hand just comes round the side towards you. But I've sat with a few over the years who've shown me their hands, and oh dear, wouldn't be able to play the piano. As Tom Laws from the pavilion end will come round the wicket to Nick Brown. Brown is solidly forward playing this one. Back up the pitch, and there's no run. But you've stood next to a lot of keepers in your time, Mr. Clark. And as I say, their fingers by the end of a career are horrible, aren't they?
Yeah, most. We see fingers pointing this way and It's mainly the stories you hear from some of them. It's like, oh yeah, this one's broken, but I'll just carry on.
Yeah, I know. As round the wicket comes Laws. A short ball. This is punched by Nick Brown up towards a wideish mid-off.
They get that sort of hard mesh, you know, we sort of put it into hot water and then mould it around your finger and give you a little bit of protection there. It's almost like a little plaster cast of their own, just to give a little bit of protection. I've had those a few times in my career where you put them around fingers and tape them up, and
at least they've got gloves on.
Yeah, I know.
He
What
stood
they're
there at
whinging
first
about.
slip. It's round the wicket once again. Comes Laws forward, goes Nick Brown. Plays this one out into the off side, and there's no run.
It was always the case when you had your early pre-season game, and it was say March or early April, and it was absolutely Baltic, and you got a keeper next to you going, God, it's really cold, isn't it? You know, try standing here,
without gloves
try standing here waiting for a nick when it's you got inners and gloves on.
Round the wicket once again goes Laws. Forward goes Brown, thickish edge. That runs off down towards third man. He's played it pretty well. Soft hands, that's going to run away for 4 runs. Ollie Pope giving chase, so Nick Brown nudges another boundary. He moves on to 31, he moves on to 40. And when that throw comes in, Ben Folkes is just making sure he's catching that with just his left hand, that throw. So obviously the right one's still a bit sore. I always love it in village and club cricket. I played with a guy that was nicknamed Iron Gloves. Never caught anything. Always wore them, never used them. As round the wicket once again is Laws. That's coming back at Brown, hits him high up on that back thigh, rolls away into the offside, and there's no run. He used every part of his body bar his hands basically, and if there was a nick, then no chance, absolutely no chance. But played every game. Iron Gloves. Amazing man, amazing man.
It's always the sayings, isn't it? You seen better keepers in a zoo and all that sort of stuff, and all that used to come.
I used to fear for him because, you know, I was always thought there's going to be a serious injury here, but he never got injured. This one's pushed away into the offside by Nick Brown. End of the over, 88 for 3. Thank you, Ricky Clark. We'll bring Jeremy Coney back in. He was also a gentleman who had in the old days, I've said this before, a stainless steel box or iron box abdominal guard, and he wasn't very good at batting either. And he used to get hit in that area quite a bit, but he had this tradition of asking the bowler that had hit him there in the bar afterwards to sign the dent that it had made in the box. And actually, it looked like a colander by the end of it. You could have strained your spaghetti, but it was the same box. It had lots of signatures on it. But Iron Gloves. Welcome back, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, thank you.
Amazing man. Amazing man. Amazing
man. You played in club cricket for Karori, a guy called Diddy Knapp, and he fielded in the gully with a box.
Did he?
I've seen him take catches off the box. They just loll up and you.
Oh, I love it. 88 for 3. Dan Worrell comes into Lawrence. That's on the hip of Lawrence. It's a no ball as well, I think, from Dan. No, just the signal of leg by. Apologies, just the signal of leg by umpire Hartley. Had his arm out. One more to the total. 89 for 3. Yeah, I used to always, in this particular, a lovely man. I'll be honest with you, he was basically the secretary of the club. So he was the one that sort of got everybody to games and things. And because of that, he always kept wicket.
Right.
But just never used his hands. Extraordinary man. Dropped everything. If it nicked, no chance of getting this. You just prayed it hit him and rebounded to somebody else of any part of his body. As round the wicket goes Worrell, and that one is climbing down the leg side. It's a very fine take by Ben Folkes, diving away to his right hand side. But and byes were always a big part of the opposition's run getting.
Fairly fine.
Yeah.
Very fine leg.
Absolutely. And anybody who was sort of playing their first game, and sort of, you often get it, don't you? You get a young lad turn up for his first game, and he'd bowl his first ball, and it would whistle past Iron Gloves for 4 byes, and the look on their face was pictures. Round the wicket goes Worrell. Oh, and that's flicked, and all hands on it by Will Jacks. He's in that leg gully position. It would have been a heck of a catch, but it's tucked away by Nick Brown, and I think Jacks got hands to it and flung himself to his left. But Worrell's gone onto the pads. Brown flicking at that. And Will Jack's definitely got fingers on that.
Tough chance,
Tough
wasn't
chance. Very, very tough chance.
Way to his left.
It's not
high.
really in there for that.
No.
But Will Jacks, he's taken some screamers in his time for Surrey. But couldn't hang on to that one. And Brown, sort of a life and a half so far for Nick Brown, as over the wicket goes Worrell again to Lawrence. Lawrence is just letting that one go wider outside the off
Worrell
stump.
not himself this morning.
Not at the moment.
This is his second spell. Didn't get it to swing in the first spell, but he sort of bowled straightest just outside off stump. He's just holding his shoulder slightly, isn't he? He's now replaced Overton at the Vauxhall end, and he just hasn't settled into a nice rhythm and a movement. He's just really working hard on himself here.
He's in again, and that one's again just swinging away, but starting wide and going wider. He looks a little frustrated actually down.
He does.
Worrell. When he turns round, he just looks a little frustrated at the moment.
So he's just wide of the stumps. He's not really committing the batsman to play Lawrence, and right-hander. That's what he wants. He wants a right-hander there, and just not on the stumps enough. Or he then, of course, tries to overcorrect and goes to leg stump, and he's been tucked down to fine leg a couple of times.
Worrell in over the wicket he comes to Lawrence, straighter, better. Forward goes Lawrence very studiously. Plays this one straight back up the pitch. We were saying we've been enjoying the gardening of Nick Brown and Dan Lawrence
Right.
as well. Straight up the middle.
Yeah.
Because Harmer will come into play at some point, so we've been enjoying that.
Yes, well, there's been a lot of tapping, hasn't there?
Yes, absolutely. There might be some more to come. 42 for 3 it equates to, because that's the lead. So 90 for 3 is 42 for 3. Really Essex at the moment. And we're going to get a bit of Kemar Roach. So
Yes,
Kemar Roach comes back into the attack.
You do sense that, I mean, all four seamers have been used now this morning. A couple of chances have been put down, which doesn't help the bowlers at all. But, and they're both catchable, very catchable catches. I'm not going to count the one of Will Jack's really his last over as a really legitimate chance.
Roach round the wicket he comes then to Brown. Oh, and Brown stabbed at this in the air. Rory Burns was moving at a wideish mid-off. He's almost punched that straight to Rory Burns.
Yeah, the hands just got way out ahead of him, didn't he? And he didn't control the stroke. So it went in the air much further than he thought it was going to.
Does pick up a single. On to 33, 91 for 3. I remember just getting back to iron gloves very quickly.
Yes.
The only time I've ever seen it. He also quite enjoyed, for some bizarre reason, quite enjoyed standing up. Now he stood up to the spinners, no chance whatsoever. But I think he'd seen it on the telly a couple of times for medium pacers. And I remember the first time he did it, as over the wicket goes Kemar Roach, and this one's left alone by Dan Lawrence and taken by Ben Folkes. And the medium pacer ran in, and it bounced, and the batter let it go, and it hit iron glove straight on the top of his head and flew straight over the boundary for, well, I'm not sure you're allowed 6 byes off the head of the keeper, but it flew straight over the boundary behind him. Got nowhere near it, headed it over the boundary. And it was at that point I thought, this might not be the best idea. But he continued standing up, as in comes Roach again. Forward goes the right-handed Lawrence, pushes this one down into the offside, and there's no run. But as I say, he was secretary of the club, so he was the man that organised everything. Made sure everybody turned up on time. First one there, last one to leave, so always kept wicket. 91 for 3. He did the yearbook as well, I seem to remember, and there was talk of whether sort of the number of byes would get its own page, because it was always up there, top of the averages, byes. As over the wicket again goes Roach, was left alone by Lawrence. That's tight to that off stump.
Very important component in the team, aren't they, the keeper?
Huge.
Just tidying things up, making throws look good. demanding things of players, setting the slip cordon about where they should, the depth they should be. Lots and lots of little jobs that they do, apart from catching, of course, the edges.
91 for 3 years. Over the wicket once again goes Kemar Roach. That's very wide outside the off stump.
Very useful component about letting captains know, is the ball moving? Is the length right? Is it coming through nicely? Is so and so in good rhythm today? All useful little things that you can get from and glean from a keeper.
Would you eye Smith? Would he?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Once again, over his bat does Dan Lawrence. As Kemar Roach is in, and Lawrence is up on his toes. Plays this nicely, just pushes it away through backward point. Off goes Cameron Steele in hot pursuit, slides, gets it inside the boundary rope. Throw comes in over the top of the stumps. Oh, someone's dropped something on something. And 93 for 3 at the end of the over. Mr. Koenig, I'm going to leave you with Mr. Dick Davis.
Yes.
But yeah, that's interesting. So Ian Smith, you'd have been your go-to.
Constant source of having a chat to him about lengths of the bowlers and are they coming through well, and is there movement today for so and so, and just talking to him generally about how it's coming through from the bowler. Really, I mean, very important sort of information that you could use. How long are they going to be bowling? Is the pace coming through? That now that they're into their second spell, all sorts of things that you can use. And I remember actually hearing about Eric Petrie.
Loud appeal for LBW does not meet with the approval of the umpire, but it was very loud, very continued, very theatrical, and very unsuccessful. Yeah. And the score remains 94 for 3.
That's Worrell. It's gone through and I think perhaps hit the back pad. Maybe a bit of height, that may be the thing that the umpire feels is not quite right about that. He's a tallish man, Brown, so I got the feeling it beat the front pad and went into the back leg more. Leg buys.
Worrell from the Vauxhall end to Lawrence, and Lawrence just shepherds that or watches it go by outside the leg stump through the wicketkeeper folks. Lawrence on 17, Brown on 33.
Worrell's certainly not happy. Not happy with the...
No doubt here. As Worrell moves in again, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed. And this time, Lawrence, this time in...
Just straight out there, there's another length isn't quite there for him. He's just battling himself at the moment for rhythm, for the movement that he knows that he can get. It's not happening for him today.
Tries again, moves in, third time lucky, bowls. Oh, and that, yes, it certainly was lucky. Well, it was unlucky really not to find the edge because Lawrence pushed forward and failed to get the edge, but he's certainly looking to play it. Just having a look at the replay now. And, oh yes, it moved away distinctly.
That's a useful ball, just a little bit short, isn't it? So it goes beyond and outside the outside edge, a bit fuller, of course, that would take that edge.
So Worrell on his way again, moves in, bowls to Lawrence, and again Lawrence has the luxury of letting it go by outside the off stump wicketkeeper folks, who has 3 slips keeping him company. Then there's a third man behind them and a point square on the offside and a cover, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and on the onside there's a mid wicket and a long leg down towards the groundsman's quarters, buried away in a cavernous sort of area. As next delivery just played solidly and correctly and through the gap between straight and mid-off for an effortless and yeah, possibly the shot of the morning for 4 runs. No effort into it, just following through the line of the ball and nobody was going to stop that one going over the boundary. So good way for Essex to finish the over. A bowler never likes to be hit for 4, full stop, but the last ball of the over, then he sort of goes away for 4 or 5 minutes and sort of thinks about it. It dwells on his mind, possibly. Jeremy would know far better than I. 98 for 3.
Yeah, just slightly aerial, wasn't it?
It was, yes,
but it was well passed.
Very
and,
safe,
as you say, past the follow-through of the bowler, and in between that and the wideish mid-off, which is the captain Burns. But a good contact, no doubt about that.
Yes.
And it raced away. So, I wonder what Burns is going to do about Worrell, because you'd like to use him. He was the most dangerous bowler in the first innings.
Well, yes, that's outside the off stump. Seems to scuttle through low. It's Roach bowling from the pavilion end, way outside the off stump. But folks took that not much above floor level.
This
Does that seem to keep low?
That's yes, just a little bit. The pitch is certainly, there's enough there. You would have thought that Surrey will be a bit disappointed, I think, as they they've got quarter of an hour, 20 minutes to go to lunch.
Roach round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who just plays that fractionally back with a square on the offside, straight to the fielder. No addition to the score.
Quite had the consistency that they perhaps needed on this surface, which is giving them a little bit of assistance. They've gone past the bat a couple of times. They've made some errors in the cordon this morning, so it hasn't been a morning that they can actually say, boy, that was a top-notch effort.
Not so far, but there's time to go. That's way outside the off stump again, way outside, and Brown again is just happy, as he should be, just to leave it alone. Under different circumstances, he'd try and seize the opportunity of some pretty wide gaps on the offside, but he's not going to be tempted there.
Lead of 50 now. It's the sort of thing that Essex will be pleased. They've only just lost the 1 wicket. If they can get to lunch with no further loss here, they'll regard it as a very good session. Yes,
I would have thought so, as Roach moves in again and bowls, and that tucks Brown up a little, but they still scramble a single. I'm just looking, yes, it was indeed a leg by, just down 45 degrees on the leg side.
It looks to me, Dick, as if it's a pitch that you have to, you scrap for your runs at the moment.
Yes.
It's quite difficult to look very comfortable and assured. Something is either the movement of the ball or the fact that it's also going up and down slightly, that it's quite hard to time. So any runs that you can get and stay out there and form a partnership are very important. And if you can work your way from 50 to sort of 75 by lunch, it would be useful.
Yes, Roach to Lawrence, who just plays that quietly and calmly straight back to the bowler. No addition to the score, obviously, of 99 for 3, which Brown has a third. He has 33 of them and Lawrence 21. And Roach gets the end of his mark at the pavilion end, turns, moves in and bowls, and a bit of a not even as much as half-hearted appeal, and no, Russell Warren will have nothing to do with it. End of the over, and Essex 99 for 3, which represents a lead of 51, effectively 51 ahead with 7 wickets in hand. No wonder we find this game fascinating.
Yeah, it is. It's coming together very nicely, the different components. I mentioned Eric Petrie, just a name.
Yes, you did.
Just came to my head when we were talking about wicket keepers with Mark Church a while ago, and he was a wicket keeper, played for New Zealand in the 1958 tour. Gosh, going back, isn't it?
It is.
It was a 5-test tour, and the only time New Zealand really have played England in 5 tests, and they were beaten very comfortably in most of the matches. Very wet, a wet summer here in England. I remember seeing Laker and Locke were just almost unplayable.
Yes.
I remember seeing lots of photographs with a lot of sawdust around the pitch and so on. Here's Worrell again.
round the wicket to the left-handed Brown. And that's just played out in the offside.
And Eric Petrie was a very good wicketkeeper. I mean, he was named in the kind of the mixed teams they played up at, I think, Scarborough. It was kind of regarded as the 6th test. And he used to use, we were talking about the injuries of fingers and so on, he used to use meat to put in his hand on the inside of the gloves.
I've heard that before. I don't think he was the only one, was he?
No.
Didn't Jack Russell do something similar, I believe? That's whipped away through mid-wicket for 4, despite a despairing dive from the fielder there. It just beat him over the boundary, so a useful 4 through mid-wicket there.
Yep, just a bit full, and he's been tucked away through that mid-wicket area very nicely, actually, by Brown. One of his better shots of the morning. And as you say, beat the dive of the fielder coming from sort of backward square. So he used schnitzel. He used to get schnitzel, and right. two of them would be delivered in the morning, and they would hang up on his little hooks above where he sat.
That's way down the leg side, and did he stop it? Yes, he did. Folks pulled off a splendid and acrobatic save down there, diving a long way down the leg side.
Yeah, Worrell he's very keen on trying to get that sort of flick around the corner where you can see that Will Jacks has positioned himself at a leg gully there. He's been put down a very tough chance an over or so ago to his left and high. That's why he's bowling down there.
Worrell moves in again and bowls, and Brown will have nothing to do with it and just stands there and lets it go by.
So the pounding of the ball into the meat protected his hands a little bit, but he'd pull them out at the end of the day. He used to tell me he'd pull them out and they were just absolutely white.
Really?
All the blood from the meat had been pounded out. It'd be pretty smelly, I would have thought.
So it tenderises them.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what happened.
Were they still edible?
I don't think he did ever use that, and it'd been in the gloves all day.
No, it would have been almost cooked.
Yeah.
As Worrell moves in and bowls to Brown, who plays that very pleasantly, driven straight. He won't make the boundary, but he'll pick up a couple of runs, which he does quite comfortably, as it's hauled in halfway, a little bit more than halfway to the boundary. So good-looking shot, but picked up 2 runs.
Yeah, very full from Worrell. Just hasn't quite got the length either today. One very short one the ball before, and this one was too full.
Well, yeah, I think if Jack Russell didn't do that, he did something. I was going to say something eccentric, but then Jack Russell was fairly eccentric. That's worked away for 4 down to fine leg. Was it off the bat? Yes, it
off the bat.
It was off the bat, but very, very fine. I mean, I always get the impression, I mean, only from club cricket admittedly, but maybe it works right through all cricket. Do wicketkeepers have that? Are they a little bit mad?
In what?
Eccentric. That's better. That's better.
They have their own ways. I think just the same as opening batsmen tend to be a little bit like that also. They have their little methods and things that they like to do and get ready and
rituals.
Yes, very much so. Very much so. And they talk about the ball, the way the ball is moving. Sometimes in England in particular, it swings a lot after it pitches. Not just in and out, but also up and down, which is very nasty.
Yes, it's just played out on the onside, no addition to the score.
But all of them very ugly hands.
Yes, I'm sure.
Inevitably, I'm afraid it's just part of the job. You can see Folks has got sore hands, and you know he takes the glove off and so on when he's dived and taken one away to the left or to the right. Takes the glove off and wrings his hand.
That's just played out in the offside, no addition to the score. So when they eventually retire and they're looking for a second career, it wouldn't be sort of
a second pair of hands too.
No, it wouldn't be sort of advertising hand lotion on television and adverts. No. 109 for 3. Brown, well, has gritted it out well. He was dropped when he was on 15. So, yeah, he's done well to stay there. Brown always strikes me as being and I mean it in an entirely complimentary way. You're not missing any cricket because I think there's the ball's being discussed by the umpires. But an old-fashioned type of opener. He's just prepared to stay there and grit it out, which is a dying art almost.
You need a phlegmatic kind of approach, I think, as an opener. It's one of the qualities you need. It looks as though just not happy with the ball again, and looks as if they're going to change the ball at this stage, just in the 33rd over. So it's quite an early change this time. We've been finding it's kind of 45 plus and so far in each day. So it's happening every day. Every day there's a new ball. It gets soft. The balls are now being stitched in a different place in Pakistan now. It used to be in India and in England, but these are Duke balls that are being stitched in different places because of COVID, and they're not lasting at all quite as well as they have been. You can see them now going through a bunch of balls and trying to get something that's pretty similar to the one that they're using.
And I mean, we know cricket's a hard professional game, and as long as it's within the laws, anything goes. Do sometimes, fielding sides, they have got one wicket this morning, but things aren't going that way. Are they sometimes just trying it on?
Certainly they are.
Yeah,
they're going to try and to change something that's not working, and they'll ask for new balls. I mean, then the umpires are quite within their rights. They'll just throw it back to them.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah.
Go back. No, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Thank you.
No.
But they have checked it with the calipers or whatever they're called.
Yes.
Those little gauges.
Yeah.
And they'll have a look at the seam and so on, and what's happened to it, and if it's loose. Quite often you get them, they've got all sorts of bits of equipment, the umpires. They've got little things like nails, scissors that they trim up. It amazes me,
they carry so much stuff.
They do.
You'd think they'd need a rucksack.
Right.
Have you ever been to Chelmsford?
Yes, I have, yeah.
I mean, it's been a well-known ploy over the years. When Essex are in the field, if they're really unhappy with the ball, they put on somebody from the river end who is bound to get hit straight for 6, and they've got to change the ball. There's no choice about it. But they can't do that at the Oval. It's a long hit to the Thames, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is a long hit.
Outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Oh yes, that's been a well-known ploy at the Oval. At Chelmsford, rather. 109 for 3. And we always wonder whether cricket balls that land in the river are like eggs. The good ones float and the bad ones sink, or the other way round.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, as Roach moves in, bowls to Lawrence will have nothing to do with that one either. It goes through to wicketkeeper Folks, who didn't take that all that cleanly and looks a little bit inconvenienced. Just still down on his haunches. And still down. Oh, he's up now. Not a very happy man at the moment. Learned his cricket at Frinton Cricket Club in the east side of Essex. Very posh is Frinton. As Roach moves in and bowls, and that's just dabbed on the offside into a gap, and they go through for a very comfortable single. 100 and have they clicked it up? Yeah, 110 for 3, a lead of 62. All morning I've been doing mental arithmetic to take the deficit off that, and I now realise at this stage, 8 minutes to 8 minutes to that it's on the bottom of the screen. It's also on the bottom of the board. Oh, my brain has been through all these mathematical contortions totally unnecessarily. I'll have to have a lie down during lunch break as Roach moves in and bowls to Brown, who just works it away on the onside, and again they take a comfortable single, and I think it's Hashim Hamler who flicks it up off his boot in the old-fashioned way, and it's the end of the over. I'll do one more and then Mark will come in because I've got to go next door and do 1 o'clock report for Essex. So if Essex don't lose a wicket between now and lunch, as Jeremy said, then my report will be fairly
Glowing. Positive.
Glowing is the word.
Yes.
Yes. And they'll say, well, that's unusual for Dick Davis. He's usually a miserable old devil.
Oh, the lads are obviously doing well down there in London.
That's right.
He's having a good time, Dick, down there.
So we're going to see Overton bowling what will probably be the last over from the Vauxhall end. Maybe not. Moves in, bowls to Brown, who works that away down to fine leg for a single in front of the pavilion. This magnificent edifice of a pavilion it is too. One solitary flag flying, but not billowing all that much, such as the lack of breeze. And wonderful ground this. I have to say, of the two major London grounds, this is head and shoulders my favourite over the other one.
Why is that?
Why? Well, I don't know whether publicly I ought to say. I'll tell you at lunchtime. I'll tell you at lunchtime. I don't want to defame anyone. That's worked away on the onside for 4. Splendid shot there through mid-wicket for 4 runs to Lawrence. Lawrence is obviously, I think everybody knows, he's a good player. Sometimes he plays an irrational shot, but all the best batsmen in the world have done that occasionally. But yeah, he got his maiden century here some years ago, which I was happy enough to witness. I think he was only about 17 and between 17 and 18 at the time. And even if he hasn't quite fulfilled the promise, he's still done pretty well as the next delivery is played out on the onside. Well, I'll give you a clue as to one of the reasons why I prefer it coming here. Everybody you see, the moment you walk into the gate, whoever you talk to, whether it's the gate man, the man behind the bar, the man selling you a burger, not necessarily man or woman, just everybody you deal
Pleasant.
with, they're pleasant and they seem pleased to see
Greeting,
you.
yes.
They seem to see you. Some grounds, no names, but some grounds you go to, you always get the impression they're trying to think of a reason not to let you in. Or
Oh, yes. Yes, I know what you're talking about. We actually...
You're not going to push me.
1980s, we had one of our players not allowed into the ground.
That's just played back to the bowler. And
there's a nice sense, I think, of being part of the community. I think.
Well,
that's what I like about this.
Yeah, it's
particular.
also, you know, it's a brilliant ground this, and there's been more development since I was last here. But it's still quite open, and there's a sort of fresh feel about it. I just like the place. And if I didn't go to Chelmsford, I'll come up here. And when I've hung up my microphone after 28 years, then I shall probably come here fairly frequently. It's not long on the train from Southend-on-Sea on the Essex Riviera. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper. No addition to the score. There's only one delivery of the over remains, so that's very good timing. I'll pop next door and tell them what I hope will still be the... What was the adjective? What was the word? Buoyant? Cheerful? Yes. Can't remember.
Glowing,
that was it. Thank you. The glowing news.
Luminescent.
Oh, steady. Ruminescent. This is
no, luminescent.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, no, ruminescent. No, we can't.
Well, either word. Remember, it's an Essex audience. Oh,
yes.
Right, the end of the over. Probably one to go before lunch. I've really enjoyed my morning. 117 for 3, a lead of 69. And after a few words from Jeremy, he'll be joined by Mark Church.
Well, it's been a really good session for Essex too. The visitors have been able to withstand some variable bounce and some movement from the home bowlers. They haven't quite been at their best, I don't think. You wouldn't say in terms of accuracy and pinpoint control that you would like to have had and picked up maybe 2 or 3 while the ball was still new. I don't know what your feelings are about that, but
I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
Kemar Roach is in from the pavilion end, and that's left alone by Lawrence outside his off stump. I think these two have played very well.
Yeah,
I
they
think
got singles, and his
Brown's
left right hand has worked well.
Nuggety player at the best of times.
Yep.
A couple of chances have gone down.
They've been absolutely critical, and they haven't been difficult chances either.
Both had lives.
Yeah.
Overton dropping Brown, and first ball
Yeah, Lawrence dropped.
Yeah, second ball
by Pope.
apologies. Yeah, second ball apologies. But he was on a pair as Kemar Roach comes in over the wicket. Goes wide of the crease to Lawrence. He's forward, and turning this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
Well, and they're not really creating too many chances now, the Surrey bowlers. They're down to 2 slips now, aren't they? Roach, I think he's more of a seamer at the moment rather than a swing bowler.
He's not found much swing at all.
No.
He's in again, and this is pushed off the back foot by Lawrence. I always think in these situations, and I'm very guilty of it, you look at the score and you think, right, 117 for 3. Yeah, that's good. But then you look at the lead again and you think 69 for 3. Now, another one before lunch, even though these two have done a terrific job.
Oh, absolutely.
Another one, you're going in at 69 for 4, then it doesn't look quite as tasty.
No.
That's what Surrey will be saying to themselves. But from an Essex point of view, I think Brown and Lawrence have done a terrific job here, because they're both getting their heads down, which is what we saw from Will Jacks yesterday, as Roach is in and Lawrence is forward and driving up the ground, and there's no run.
Anyone who's got their head down has got some runs, haven't they? They haven't tried to go after the bowling and look for big shots and look for boundaries to keep the score going and rattling along. I think those who have just waited a little bit more and got accustomed to the conditions very strongly, and then they can attack later on. That's what we've seen. That's the success, I think.
In goes Roach again to Lawrence, who's driving. Good looking shot all along the floor out towards the sweeper on the cover. They'll pick up a single. Lawrence will move on to 28. That'll be 118 for 3. Just before lunch, got a lovely message on Twitter. I was talking about iron gloves, who I used to play with as a keeper, and Alan got in touch and said, on the subject of wicket-keepers' nicknames, Morton Cricket Club's late lamented custodian Rab Ramsey was known as the King of the Mountains, because he got hit on the body so much his body looked like a red polka dot jersey.
Okay.
Yeah, so there we are. So that was the King of the Mountains. So yes.
Well, I mentioned to Dick about Eric Petrie, who played in 1958. He used to have schnitzel. He'd have them delivered in the morning from the butchers.
As round the wicket comes Roach, and I take it wasn't for his breakfast.
No.
As that was left by Brown outside his off stump. That will be lunch, 118 for 3.
No, so he just used to use that as for
in his gloves.
Pounding in the gloves. So at the end of the day, he would pull them out, and they'd be pretty smelly, to be honest, but he'd hang up on 2 hooks just about where he sat, these white pieces of schnitzel with all the blood that had been pounded out and tenderised from the ball hitting the gloves throughout the day.
Goodness me.
So every day he would have these 2
Mr. Petrie
schnitzels.
And
Eric, very good keeper.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Then invented the dish, of course, and the rest was history. Mr. Cody. Well, that has been a very interesting morning session, hasn't it? 118 for 3. Brown 45, Lawrence 28. The lead is 70. Thank you to Jeremy Cody. He's going to nip off for some lunch, and I've enjoyed that morning. I think Brown and Lawrence have done a terrific job. That 1 wicket to go, that of Wesley caught behind off Tom Laws for 32. But the players are making their way off for some lunch, and we'll all head off for our lunch on this 3rd day. But here on Radio 5 Sports Extra, we will cross you to Mr. Kevin Howes, who today is at Cheltenham. And here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Essex and the Surrey live stream, we'll head off for some lunch. We'll all be back with you in 40 minutes' time. But at lunch on this 3rd day, 118 for 3. The lead for Essex is 70. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex and the Surrey live stream. Lunch break is over on this third day, and Surrey versus Essex is very evenly poised at the moment, because Essex at lunch 118 for 3, so that is a lead for Essex now of 70. Started the day on 19 for 2. And the wicket to go this morning, that of Tom Westley, caught behind off the bowling of Tom Laws for 32. That was 65 for 3. But Nick Brown has 45. Dan Lawrence is on 28. 53 they've now added for this fourth wicket. And it's been an extremely good partnership and a much needed one from Essex. And Essex and Surrey at the moment, no. Every over at the moment is very important in this game, because any sort of run chase for Surrey is not going to be straightforward. Surrey bowled okay this morning. I thought Brown and Lawrence batted very well. Both have had lives. Brown dropped by Jamie Overton at first slip. Lawrence dropped by Ollie Pope before he got off the mark, actually off Jamie Overton. Second ball, but Lawrence will be on strike after lunch on 28. And down at the non-strikers end, Nick Brown on 45. 2 slips gully, third man, sweeper on the cover rope. A wideish mid off, a wideish mid on, deep backward square and the long leg as Jamie Overton comes over the wicket to Dan Lawrence. First ball after lunch, Lawrence is forward, punching up the ground. Round comes Rory Burns to do the fielding, and there is no run. Very good lunch downstairs. There was a choice of salmon, a sort of lamb kofta, I believe, I saw. Some vegetables.
Yeah, I didn't.
Nice salad, Mr. Coney.
Very nice salad.
Very nice salad. Very nice salad. Nice salmon. Although then I was told it was trout. Well, it looked like salmon to me.
Yes, it did.
As in over the wicket once again comes Overton. This is tucked away into the leg side by Dan Lawrence, and he'll get a couple here as back goes Hashim Amla to do the retrieval work. So Jeremy Coney alongside, and Dick Davis will be back in a bit, and Ricky Clark as well. Mr. Clark's been having a perambulate of the ground.
Has he?
I think he's been into the dressing room as well, just have a little natter with everybody. And now having his lunch, because I thought I was very excited. A bit of salmon, you know, nice and posh and very nice indeed. As in over the wicket once more comes Overton, and pushed off the back foot by Lawrence, and there's no run. And Steve downstairs, who does a wonderful job, looks after us immaculately. He said, "Are you enjoying your crab?" And I said, "I'm not sure that's crab, Steve, are you? It doesn't look much like a crab to me." No, it's definitely crab.
No.
Are you 100% sure there? And then he went, "Oh no, it's trout." And I went, "You sure it's not salmon?" "Oh no, I think it's trout." But it certainly didn't look like a crab, I have to say.
No, it wasn't a crab.
Whatever it was very nice. As Overton, in over the wicket he comes to Lawrence. Lawrence covering up, playing this one straight back up the pitch. Overton does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. So I was saying there that sort of every half hour at the moment in this game is absolutely vital from here on in, isn't it?
This is a big session for both teams, isn't it? A wicket here, and as you know, 5 for 70, 4 for 70, sorry, and then you know, I just think that Surrey.
As forward goes Lawrence, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Having not had the best of the first session, they need to just get some consistency. I think that's really, it's not a case of going flat out and going for wickets and all that. Just get some consistency. Things will happen for them. I think if they can bring the batsman forward, if they can get a little bit of movement and up and down as well.
Overton's in again, and this is just clipped very nicely by Lawrence through the leg side. There was a bit of swing there. Oh, now Jamie Overton here has kicked the ground in frustration, and has actually, his right boot got stuck. So Jamie Overton there went to kick the ground in frustration. His right boot got stuck, I hope he's okay here, Jamie Overton. He's sort of down on his haunches at the moment, but he went to kick the ground in frustration. As I say, he sort of kicked the ground and his foot got stuck. He's up on his feet again, is Jamie Overton. That would be one of the more bizarre injuries I've ever seen.
Well, rather like Conway during the T20 World Cup, got out, banged his bat with his hand, broke his finger and couldn't go on the tour.
Absolutely. I think he's all right, Jamie Overton. But as I say, just frustration with the length, I think, of that.
Yes, it was.
Whipped away, and as he kicked the ground, his foot, just his front toe, basically got stuck. And he collapsed in a big heap on the floor, but he's all right.
He looks all right now.
That would have gone down as one of those bizarre injuries. Derek Pringle, and what was it? The
something in the shower, slipped over in the shower. No, writing a letter.
That was it. As round the wicket goes Tom Laws, and this one's pushed off the back foot by Nick Brown out towards cover point.
Sorry, fellas, I can't play.
Yeah, I've been writing a
I can't
letter.
play. I've been writing
a letter.
Yeah, my back.
Yeah, God. Was it a letter to the doctor? Then who was it who went into the fridge and dropped a jar of mayonnaise or something, or salad cream on their foot and hurt their toe and couldn't play? There's been a number over the years. Dear old Ben Stokes, of course, punched the locker door, didn't he? As round the wicket again goes Laws, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Brown.
Well, it's important this, yes, there's been some strange injuries. Just to get themselves settled here and take their next catch. Just concentrate. Don't try and be, anything special. Just be happy with putting the ball in the right place.
Round the wicket goes Laws to Brown, and Brown is just letting this one pass again outside his off stump.
Slow the scoring down. Keep them in if you're in on a single. Stop the single. They ran lots of singles this morning, these two. They were quite... Well. Yes, they did. And so far, they've started well in this second session as well. Two lovely clips from Lawrence. Lawrence looks actually in much better form now on 34.
He's not been in the best of nick this summer,
no.
Dan Lawrence, but he's still a mighty fine player. Is that short from Tom Laws and punched off the back foot by Nick Brown out towards that sweeper on the cover rope, which is Dan Worrell. And they'll pick up another single. Essex move on to 125 for 3. That's a lead of 77. It's also got a bit gloomy here. Now we can put the floodlights on, of course, but we've been enveloped by cloud. So it's still a lovely warm day, but we've been enveloped by cloud. So you never know, we may have a bit of floodlit cricket at some point this afternoon, because the lights are up at their full height ready for action. As Laws is into Lawrence, who smashes this off the back foot out towards Kemar Roach. Good shot for one, that. It's a lovely piece of work from Kemar Roach, sprinting round to his left. But he absolutely hammered that off the back foot, did Dan Lawrence. And as I say, in the book, that goes down as a single. But it's a pretty good shot for one.
Yeah.
Good work from Kemar Roach. Got round very, very quickly there. And got the throw away. So Brown comes back onto strike on 46. Tom Laws round the wicket, he comes once again to Nick Brown, looks for the Yorker. Brown drops the bat on it, rolls into the leg side. Patel comes across to do the fielding. 126 for 3 equates Jeremy Coney to 78 for 3. The lead 78. Just watching Jamie Overton, he's fine. Takes off the short sleeve sweater. It was probably more embarrassment than anything.
Well, he would be embarrassed if you had to go off.
Yes,
particularly, and suddenly your bowler's short.
I had a friend at school who he got called into the headmaster's office and got told, he was so cross, as he walked out, he kicked the wall and his foot got stuck in the wall and he couldn't get his foot out. So he was stuck in the wall with it. No, they had to go and he had to go and get help because he was stuck with his foot in the wall. As here's a ball down the leg side from Jamie Overton, and Lawrence manages to get gloves and bat high in the air. Welcome back to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra as well. Back with us here after lunch. 126 for 3. Essex have moved on to at lunch. They were 118 for 3. Jeremy Coney is alongside.
They're not going away, Essex.
They're not. Well, this has been the great thing about this game.
Yeah.
You know, one side's got ahead and then the other one's come back. 78 is the lead as Jamie Overton Comes in over the wicket to Lawrence. Lawrence, short ball, that's well run. Just gets up on his toes, drops it into the offside, and quick single again. And with the left-right hand combination, it means that Overton can't settle. I'm not sure if listeners were with us on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, but in the last over, Dan Lawrence played a lovely shot off Jamie Overton, whipped it through the leg side. Overton went to kick the ground in frustration, and his foot got stuck in the turf, and we thought he'd injured himself, but he's all right. Jamie Overton, as I say, it may well have been just embarrassment that left him lying on the floor for a minute. As in over the wicket goes Overton to Brown. Brown's up on his toes, back of a length delivery from Overton, pushes this one down towards backward point. He'll go again with his seamers, I would have thought, Rory Burns, won't he? But he does have that Will Jacks option if he wants to go to Will Jacks.
Well, in the first innings, 83% I think I worked out
With
seamers,
yeah.
And they've taken all the wickets to fall, so the 13.
Over the wicket once again comes Overton. He's looked for the Yorker, it's come out as a low full toss, it's pushed away by Brown, out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. The other one is Ryan Patel, of course.
Yeah.
So with his little swingers, could go Ryan Patel. Got Cameron Steele as an option with his leggies, but you just wonder whether, you know, Ryan Patel might get into the attack before Will Jacks with these conditions, if it is swing that's doing the damage. But at the moment, I think, as Jeremy Coney said, from a bowling point of view, it's keep it as tight as possible. From a batting point of view, just keep doing what you're doing.
Yes.
As Overton is over the wicket to Lawrence. That swings back. It's well played by Lawrence. It did swing back late, but he's clipped it up towards mid-on. He gets that slightly wrong, Dan Lawrence. He's falling over, and that front
He's going
pad's
to hit
being
the pad,
whacked
yes.
out.
That's what's certainly in the mind of Overton as he holds his head, thinking, boy, I'm very close to getting past that bat. But he's looking better, Lawrence, I'd have to say.
Oh, absolutely. Everything seems to be in the
Crisp
right place
strokes
now. Yeah, he's definitely getting into this, is Dan Lawrence. He's scored some dirty runs for Essex over the years when they've been in trouble as well, as Dan Lawrence. As in over the wicket again goes Overton, short ball, and ducking underneath this is Nick Brown, taken by Ben Folkes. And end of the over, 129 for 3. Brown 47, Lawrence 37. I seem to remember from memory again, I think it was Lancashire a few years ago now, he batted the entirety of the last day for a draw, unbeaten 100 for Essex for a draw. It may have been actually the season they won the championship, whichever season that was, I can't remember now. But he batted the entire day, so he is very, very capable of batting for a very, very long time.
Yeah, well, Brown also looks the sort of man that is not going to give it away easily either. He looks as if he's going to be, you know, a gritty kind of opener.
Very nuggety.
Yes,
very
I think
nuggety.
so.
As over the wicket once again goes Tom Laws. That's way down the leg side from the pavilion end. That's not what Rory Burns is looking for, or Tom Laws, or Ben Folkes, because he had a morning of checking his fingers this morning, didn't he?
He did.
And you were telling us about Mr. Petrie and his...
Yes, the Petri dish.
The Petri dish.
Yes.
And what he used to put in his gloves.
Schnitzels.
Schnitzels in your gloves.
2 schnitzels delivered to the New Zealand dressing room every morning.
As over the wicket once more comes Laws. Forward goes Lawrence, pushes this one out towards
It does sound a bit odd,
point.
doesn't
It does sound a little odd, yes.
Butcher arriving.
Absolutely. Morning.
Yes. And a can of sardines and a dress.
Yes, please. Thank you very much indeed. All for you, Mr. Petrie. Yes, absolutely. Yes. No, I think and whatever works. 129 for 3. Lawrence waits again on 37 as Laws is over the wicket to him, fuller of length this time, and Lawrence is just trying to get the bat on that, but it's gone past him, and it's into the gloves of Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. Lots of school children here today, and they were out on the outfield during lunch having a game. It's lovely. Yeah, they're down below us. As I say, it does sound a little like the local swimming pool, but they were out there during the lunch break, which was nice to see.
What, playing a few games?
Playing a few games.
Jolly good.
Great. As in over the wicket again goes Laws, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Dan Lawrence.
We have a system in New Zealand where at lunch we allow all the, they usually rope off the square, but And ours are never as large as this, of course, so it's about sort of 5 or 6 pitches wide, and no one goes onto that area, but everyone else can play there as long as they use a soft ball.
Absolutely. Same here now this season.
Yeah.
As Laws is in, and using his feet here is Dan Lawrence, pushes this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, spectators are allowed out during the tee.
I think it's a good thing too. I think it keeps the crowd actually quite calm.
Yeah, absolutely.
If they can have a wander at lunchtime.
In Scarborough.
What on earth they do looking at the pitch like that,
I know,
contemplating
you
it.
always see a group of sort of 30 people just looking at the pitch. I don't know what they think is going to happen. Here comes Laws, and a late dab by Lawrence. Great stop from Ollie Pope. In there, it's sort of a full slip, diving away to his left, because Lawrence was just trying to run that down to third man. Very good bit of work that from Ollie Pope. End of the over, 129 for 3. Brown 47th and Lawrence 37.
Just a nice piece of cricket, actually, wasn't it? Just a decent kind of delivery, perhaps just a little bit short, but just run quite deliberately by Lawrence, who's looking better every ball, actually. It would have been through, but Pope was a really good save to his left as well, one-handed. Good, nice piece of all-round cricket there.
Yes. Jamie Overton continues from the Vauxhall end, start of a new over. And
sorry, you're going to say something.
No, I
critical.
When we were in Scarborough, there was a young lad out there during. And I think it's lovely that you, as kids, you get to take a bat and a ball out on the outfield during the lunch break and see where the pros do their stuff. But this little lad, he was batting beautifully, and I think he was a bit upset when he had to come off at the end of lunch. He was playing,
so look, you guys can carry on. I'm just playing here.
Playing beautifully. Yeah. He really was. As over the wicket comes Overton, and Brown has a nibble at that. That's a good one from Jamie Overton. Little straighter this time, and Nick Brown found he had to have a little play at that, and that's gone past his outside edge. So first little event really after lunch for the bowlers. And it's a nice bit of bowling that. Just a little nibble at it. There's Nick Brown. Got him playing to Jamie Overton. So he comes marching back towards us once again. Turning at the top of his mark, and then over the wicket he comes. Short ball, up on his toes goes Brown. Just punches away again out towards that sweeper on the cover rope. Just another single for Nick Brown, but this is what Nick Brown can do. He moves on to 48, 130 for 3.
Worrell's shoulder.
Yeah, well, it's still there.
Good.
But it did look a bit sore this morning, didn't it? It did look a bit sore. Because he is out there, Mr. Worrell. Yeah.
That would be a concern, I would have thought.
Yeah. Be interesting.
That reduces the attack quite a bit.
He's down at third man at the moment. That's wide outside the off stump and left alone by Dan Lawrence, who turns all the way round there to watch it go into the gloves of Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. But yeah, he's down there at third man, Dan Worrell, but there was definitely something not quite right this morning. Worrell's shoulder. I like that. I like that.
He was holding it quite a lot.
I was just thinking of a menu option as well, if he ever owns his own pub or something. A Worrell shoulder with some chips, please. That would be rather lovely, I think. Nice shoulder of lamb or something. It's left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, it might be. As it's left alone outside the off stump by Dan Lawrence. But yeah, he is down there. He's in front of the pavilion at third man at the moment. Rory Burns, we've had a chat with everybody during the lunch break, sort of coming up with a plan of action. And rate's 3.26 at the moment.
Actually, about the run rate for the whole match.
Hasn't been much above that. Oh dear, I don't know what's going on down below us.
Yes.
It sounds like the children are destroying the stand. I don't think they are, but there's a lot of banging and crashing.
Yes, making a new one.
As Overton is in, that one Lawrence plays as if it's kept a little bit low on him. He was hopping a touch there. Was Dan Lawrence, hit the toe end of his bat, rolls away into the leg side, and there is no run. Essex 130 for 3 then on this third afternoon. Cloudy conditions now. And Brown 48, Lawrence 37. Umpires have got together for a bit of a natter here. I wonder if that's about the floodlights. could be. I think if they want them switched on, they go onto their walkie-talkie and just whoever's in charge of turning the lights on, who's ever in charge of that, flicks the switch and on they come. We've had a bit of floodlit championship cricket this summer here. Will Jacks with his new first 11 cap just made his way down to our right as Tom Laws from the pavilion end continues. Round the wicket he comes to Brown. Oh, he's got him. Nick Brown has played a shot where his feet haven't moved. He's got a bottom edge and it's into the gloves of Ben Folkes, and Nick Brown will be so annoyed with that. He has played so well. He's got his head down and his feet have gone nowhere. He's just had a flirt with this outside the off stump, and oh dear, it also kept possibly a bit low on him as well, but he will not be best pleased with that. Neither will Essex, because Surrey have their breakthrough. Laws has 2 today, both wickets, 130 for 4, Jeremy Cody.
It wasn't a delivery really that you'd say had the word wicket on it either. It was shortish, outside the off stump, induced a cut from Brown, looking to score from it, but it did. I think it squatted just a little bit outside that off stump, and I think he's got a Q-ender on it as it's gone through, and it was taken by Folkes nice and low. So that's exactly, those little bits of luck that you need, and certainly Surrey will be delighted to see the end of that partnership, because it was a left hand, right hand, it was getting a bit awkward. And so now 4 for basically 80 odd brings them back into the game, doesn't it? And suddenly, instead of having that partnership and bowlers not bowling quite so well, and one's showing he's got his shoulder on the menu, and so it's a very important little moment for picking them up together and starting again. And let's say, right, let's get into this. Paul Walter, is it?
Yeah,
coming out now. Another left-hander.
Well, I'm pretty sure when Overton comes in next over from this Vauxhall, if Walter's on strike, they'll have that leg gully in there again for him, because he was out gloving one in the first innings. He's a really good player, Paul Walter. He's opened the batting in Championship cricket and done a very good job for Essex over the years. So good technique. Very tall man is Paul Walter. Very, very tall man. I noticed that Will McPherson yesterday in the London Evening Standard commented that he must be one of the tallest short legs ever for Harmer. But as we were saying, he's got long arms, so he might get to things that nobody else is doing. But he does short leg duties and silly point duties for Harmer.
Yeah.
He's about 6'8".
Came in on the offside, didn't he?
Yeah, so 3 slips are in there, as Tom Laws will come into the left-handed Walter, and Walter, off his pads, whips this leg side, and that's picked up by Kemar Roach, moving round to his right-hand side. So Kemar Roach, we haven't seen off the lunches yet, but he's jogging off now towards deep mid-wicket. They're getting an extra man across on the leg side now.
Yep. Bowl a bit straighter.
Yep, left cover wide open now. It's almost a catching position there, Worrell. Short mid-wicket as Laws is in, and Walter is off the mark, off the pair as he's punched that one away through backward point, and that whistles away down to the boundary rope for 4. Walter off the mark with the boundary, and Essex move on to 134 for 4.
Just a bit short again from Laws. He's got to keep trying to bring the batsman forward. Just that middle length, that where it just keeps a little bit low, you bring the pads and the stumps into play. That's what he's aiming at. He doesn't want to try and worry too much about the bounce. He's not that quick. It'll be a natural line for him to start it outside off and bring it back into the left-hander. See if he can bring the slips. He's got 3 of them there into play.
Laws round the wicket to Walter. Walter's forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Ricky Clark sat behind me. I've got Mr. Coney to my right. Both gentlemen who, of course, know what it is to take important wickets in important games, test matches, whatever else. The thing I like about Tom Laws is, and it's an obvious thing to say, but as a bowler he gets wickets. That's what I like about him. But so there it does help, doesn't it? There are some times where I sit there and bowling a beautiful spell and all this good stuff, and nothing ever happens. And then Laws comes on, and every game he's picked up wickets, which as a bowler, that's quite a good currency to have, I suppose.
Oh, totally.
In he comes, and this is turned leg side by Walter, up towards mid-on, and round comes Hashim Amla to do the fielding. And they'll pick up one more to the total. 135 for 4.
That's a fair point. Some bowlers do have that knack, don't they?
And what I like about him is that first game against Kent, he picked up 4. Sort of was left for a long time at Scarborough, came back into the attack, picked up 4. Here today, he's picked up a couple. He's just got a bit about him, I think. And it might not be with the greatest deliveries ever, but he's just got this nice knack of getting wickets. Which, as I say, for a bowler is a good thing to do, I suppose. Laws is in, forward goes Lawrence, plays this one solidly back up the pitch, and Laws has a wicket, and it's that of Nick Brown. End of the over, 135 for 4.
Walters looked to be timing it quite nicely, I'd have to say, in the 3 shots that he's played.
Well, he's
a
off
good
the
time
pair.
to bring Ricky in then, eh?
Yeah, he's off the pair as well.
Yeah,
He was on a pair, wasn't he, Paul? I've always rated Paul Walter very highly as a batter, because he started out as a bowler, didn't he? Left arm swing bowler.
Couldn't get wickets.
Well, you know what I'm saying, Jeremy Coley. You know what I'm saying. Here comes a man who did take wickets as well, in Mr. Ricky Clark, as did Mr. Coney. But there are. You hear a lot about bowlers, don't you? Young bowlers I'm talking about. They've got everything and and then they come in and you watch them a few games and you look at their figures and you think, well, they're great, but actually they're 3 games in and they picked up 2 wickets, whereas Laws has come in and 3 games in and he's already got 11. So it's a nice knack to have. Now, Walter is on strike with a leg slip and a short leg. He knows what's coming as Overton's into him, and Walter's pulling off the toe end over the top of Hashim Amla, whose hat comes off. Up there at a wide mid-on, but he was certainly not in control of that, Paul Walter. He knew what was coming, and I think he's trying to say to Jamie Overton, I'm not just going to let you bump me, but he completely toe-ended that, and over the top it went of Hashim Amla, who, as always, his hat's dropped off. Welcome back, Ricky Clark.
Hey, Churchy.
Good to see you, sir. But yes, Walter, as I say, he knows what's coming here, doesn't he? It's just how he goes about it.
Looks like he's going to take it on.
He does after that shot, as in comes Overton, and Walters forward, pushes this. Oh no, he's collided with Lawrence, and the throw, if that hits from Rory Burns, Lawrence is run out by a good 10 yards, because Walter's a big man, and they ended up running straight towards each other, did Lawrence and Walter. Walter's given Lawrence the eye, and he hasn't taken it, hasn't taken the dummy at all. They've almost run straight into each other, but Ricky Clark, if that hits, Dan Lawrence not even in the picture, I don't think.
Yeah, this is a big passage of play now for me between both sides. Obviously Jamie Overton going aggressive at Paul Walter, and instantly he's just hit and run trying to get off strike.
As over the wicket comes Overton to Lawrence. Solid looking shot that from Dan Lawrence.
Which then obviously gave the opportunity for a run out. You know, something like that, when you've got a fast bowler, things happen. You know, as I say, the best place to be is down the other end, and that's what Paul Walter was trying to do there, to push it into the offside, and off he went. And I think Dan Lawrence was a little bit caught by surprise, and then obviously needed a collision, and it was just, wouldn't have been ideal for a Essex point of view if that had ended up in a run out.
As over the wicket again goes Overton to Lawrence. That hits the thigh guard. Walter a little slow taking off then, but they'll get the leg by. Yes, as I say, in rugby terms, that wasn't a great dummy, was it, from Paul Walter? He just ran straight at his opposing centre, and there was a slight size difference there as well between Lawrence and Walter. But Rory Burns couldn't hit the stumps. Overton and Lawrence having a natter about something as Overton walks past, and that conversation continues. He'll love this, Jamie Overton, won't he? It's right up his street. He's got a batter on strike who he's now being given licence to bowl short.
Rory Burns has come into the mid.
Swap with Hashim Amla to that mid-on position. That's short and tucked away by Walter into the leg side, and round comes Ryan Patel at leg gully. So that's just to get the quicker man across. Nothing against Hashim Amla, but Rory Burns is a little more athletic in there at mid-on. I've always thought as well, I mentioned this a lot, but Hashim Amla's white floppy sun hat never stays on his head. Maybe a smaller size would work, I don't know, but it always blows off whenever he runs. As over the wicket again comes Overton, short, and Walter's taking this on, pulling. One bounce out towards deep backward square. Interesting this, because Surrey won't mind seeing that at all from Paul Walter. They'll be quite happy he's taking it on, but I think probably in his mind, Clark, there's that whole thing of in that first innings I didn't take it on and I've just gloved one straight to leg slip, so I'm going to take it on today.
100%. He's got a short leg in there and a leg gully, so he's thinking, look, I'm not going to try and just ride it. We've seen a little bit of indifferent bounce sometimes, so he probably feels that one might bounce on him a little bit, so he's saying, do you know what, I'm going to take it on, be nice and positive, and take the attack, I suppose, back to Jamie Overton, who's obviously coming in and bowling good pace.
I wonder as well if sort of Essex have said to him, you know, a quick take on of Overton here, and you're suddenly rushed on to 30. That all looks a bit different on the lead and the scoreboard. But here's Kemar Roach down there from the pavilion end. And there are 3 slips for Kemar Roach. So the first time we've seen Kemar Roach after lunch, replacing Tom Laws, who's just picked up that wicket of Nick Brown. Round the wicket goes Roach then to Walter, who's driving in the air. Gone! Good catch. Rory Burns at that wideish mid-off position. Walter had come out to attack. And we were saying Rory Burns very athletic, and he's driven at that toe end of the bat, and Rory Burns has flung himself to his left and taken a very good low catch. And Paul Walter goes for 9. It was a brief innings from Paul Walter and an interesting one. And Essex are 140 for 5.
Yeah, what a good catch from the skipper, Rory Burns. Just in tight mid-off and just dive into his right low. He's very athletic, got a great pair of hands. Paul Walter will be disappointed with that, I feel. He's just, obviously he's had the over from Jamie Overton, who's gone short at him, and it just looked like his feet were a little bit stuck to Kemar Roach. He's obviously looking to try and nick him off, and his feet are a little bit stuck, hands go out. That's why it's gone in the air, and a very good catch from Rory Burns. And this is exactly what we were looking at when we were coming out after lunch from both teams. Surrey looking for those wickets, and Essex looking to build a partnership just to extend that lead. And this, for me, is the session that could really determine the game for either side. If Essex can build partnerships and get a decent lead, they'll be in the hot seat with the likes of Harmer, particularly bowling on the pitch last. But then for Surrey, if they can get some wickets in this session, they're going to put themselves in a great opportunity to knock off a lower total.
I was saying to Mr. Coney, I'm so guilty of doing this, but 140 for 5, but actually it's a lead of 9, so it's 92 for 5, which actually does sound a bit different, obviously, because it's 48 more runs. But I mean, from a dressing room point of view, it does sound a little bit more different. So Critchley is out there in the middle. 140 for 5. Yeah, it was a good catch from Rory Burns. But yeah, Walter there, I think, as well, was slightly locked on the back foot after what he'd had from Overton, so his weight wasn't going forward when he drove, and I think it was more thick inside edge of the bat. So Critchley is waiting for Kemar Roach. As over the wicket he comes to the right-handed Critchley, who's forward, plays this one back up the pitch. And there is no run there as Rory Burns does the fielding, moving round to his right-hand side. Kemar Roach bowled Critchley all ends up in that first innings with inside edge, wasn't it, where he just pushed forward, hands a little away from his body, and it inside edge straight back onto his stumps. And that one was a very good first delivery to Critchley as well. Got him playing straight back down the ground as over the wicket comes Kemar Roach again, and Critchley lets this go, and it's not far away from that off stump. Could leave in the end because that off stump's still standing, but it's a nice bit of bowling again. Something just beginning to happen here for Surrey. Got those 2 wickets after lunch, Brown and Walter. And again, we're back to that where you think something's going to happen every ball at the moment, don't you?
Yeah, I think you've got to look at it as that was credit to Essex. Brown and Dan Lawrence building a partnership and was making it look easy. Then obviously you get that breakthrough, you feel that you can go again, and that's what Surrey will be looking to do. And then a quick bang bang, and
Roach is in, and then Critchley punches this one off the front foot. There's Rory Burns to do the fielding, moving round to his right hand side.
Yeah, quick bang bang, and then you're looking to put the pressure on the new batters again. And this game has literally just you know,
It's great.
gone one way, gone the other. It's brilliant from both sides.
Well, in the old modern sporting analogy, it's like two prize fighters going head to head, throwing punches without the ring and a referee and Steve Bunce commentating. As in over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach forward, goes Critchley, plays this one solidly back up the pitch again. And there is no run. Dick Davis will be back at the end of this over. Mr. Davis behind us, having had his luncheon, I hope, and enjoyed. Excellent, excellent. Did you go with a bit of salmon, or did you go something else, Ricky Clark, at lunch?
I went for all of it.
Well done.
Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
Well, that's one way of doing it. Yeah.
I thought I'd try a bit of this, bit of that.
Take it all on board.
Yeah.
Very good. That's over the wicket once again. Comes Roach. Forward goes Critchley once more. Plays this one out into the offside. End of the over. So Surrey have a couple of wickets after lunch. Essex are 140 for 5. They lead by 92. A few more thoughts from Ricky Clark on what we're looking at this afternoon and how important this next hour could be. And then he'll be joined by BBC Radio Essex's Dick Davis.
Essex with a lead of 92. 5 wickets remaining. For me, this really is the crucial part of the game this session. If Surrey can get a few more wickets and really sort of peg back Essex, keep that lead to a nice chaseable total, they'll be feeling very confident after chasing down that total at Scarborough. But for Essex, if they can build another partnership here with Dan Lawrence and Matt Critchley, you've got Adam Rossington and Simon Harmer to come as well, who batted beautifully, both of those for their partnership in the first innings. They'll be looking to get over 200 if they can, and I think whenever you've got that sort of total, you've got Simon Harmer in your side, it'll be a tough chase. So it's about to be a very good session for us, evenly poised.
Yeah, certainly. So what would you think would be a total when Surrey might start just to get a little bit edgy?
Look, from my point of view, I think anything over 200, I think
Yeah.
it will be difficult. We're seeing the ball go up and down a little bit at times, and Harmer got a little bit of turn as well in his first innings bowling.
It's Worrell, that's outside the off stump. Well, it's not even 100 at the moment, it's 92, so with half the Essex batsmen out. And for those not familiar with how this second innings has gone, well, in the order on the card rather than the order they happen, Nick Brown caught Folkes, bowled Laws, 48. Alistair Cook out last night, caught Folkes, bowled Worrell 4. Tom Wesley, tell you about that after this delivery, which is ignored. It goes by outside the off stump through the wicketkeeper. Wesley was also caught Folkes, bowled Laws for 22. Paul Walter, most recent dismissal, caught Burns, bowled Roach for 9, good catch in the covers, and also last night Sam Cook was caught by Pope off Worrell for 4. So yeah, Essex, well, not nearly as happy with life as they were when they, well, an hour ago when they were having their lunch. As Worrell moves in, bowls to Lawrence, and yet again lifts the bat high out of harm's way, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Quite a lot of cloud cover. It's not like yesterday. It's obviously not like day one, but then we've never had a day like day one. But no, it's not like yesterday even. But, we haven't seen the sunshine today, which probably helping the bowlers a bit.
24 and cloudy, my watch is saying.
Yes.
So
yep,
we'll have to take the word for it on the temperature, but it is cloudy.
it certainly is cloudy. Yeah,
We're seeing the ball swing still.
as Worrell moves in, bowls, and again it's outside the off stump, and at the last minute with a bit of a flourish, Lawrence takes the bat away. He does almost everything with a bit of a flourish. He's quite a showman, really, as a batsman.
Incredibly talented cricketer, isn't he?
Yes,
Got all the shots, and he's
he certainly has.
left alone some decent balls so far from Dan Worrell, who's returned into the attack. Just wonder if he's going to try and slip in the in-swinger. Obviously it's a strength of Dan Lawrence, isn't it, off his legs?
Well, yes, moves in now and bowls, and Lawrence plays that straight. It just evades the fielder at mid-on, I think it's Hashnamla, and then it goes over the boundary just below us at the Vauxhall End for 4 runs. So, yeah. So that brings, just as I say that, they take it off the board. Oh, we've got so many balls to choose from, though. It takes Lawrence on to 41 out of 144 for 5.
What a lovely shot that is from Dan Lawrence. Yeah, obviously been a testing over, challenging outside the off stump, and it's a little bit straight at left from Dan Worrell, and Dan Lawrence has just eased it through mid-on. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, they always say that's worked away to mid-wicket. No, not the end of the over. There's one to. Yes, it is the end of the over. They always say that the on drive is one of the hardest shots to play. What is it that makes it so hard?
I think it's the fact of your balance. I think if you're hitting an on drive like Dan Lawrence just did there, it's basically telling you that your balance is good. You're getting into good positions, particularly with the ball swinging how it has done consistently this game. You're watching it nice and hard, and just watching the ball come onto the face. Yeah, there's no better pleasing shot in my opinion than a nice on drive, and that's exactly what Dan Lawrence did there. Good balance, let the ball come to him and just punched it down the ground for 4.
So if you execute that well, then mentally, and you know, so much of this game is played in the mind, isn't it? So they mentally think, yeah, I'm in pretty good nick today.
100%.
Yeah. As Roach moves in and bowls. But nevertheless, we won't take anything for granted. And that's just played out in the offside. And it brings Critchley, who, well, in the close season was thought possibly to be the signing of the season, really, as regards signing from another county. I mean, and certainly hasn't let his new county down either with bat or ball. So Derbyshire's loss is Essex's gain as he faces up to Roach. That discomforted him a little. Well, not physically, but only because he managed to get out of the way of it. But it reared a bit. I'd like to look at that on the replay.
He has played that incredibly well. Roach has come in, bashed a good line and length, and is absolutely taken off. I think that's indication that we're just seeing the pitch breaking up a little bit here.
Yeah.
Obviously early this morning we saw a couple of balls keep low and bounce a bit more than they should have done, but that was incredible bounce from that length.
Yes, it was, wasn't it? He moves in again now. And a super riposte to that very good delivery from Roach. Just slightly over pitched and doesn't really hit it particularly, just strokes it through extra cover for 4 runs, retrieved by a gentleman in a Surrey shirt.
I tell you what's so pleasing about that shot, not only the position and the execution and the outcome, as he hit it through extra cover for 4, it's the ball before. He's just in a ball that's a similar sort of length, maybe obviously a little bit fuller on this occasion from Kemar Roach, but he still got into a great position and didn't worry about what happened the ball before.
No. And that's just nudged down to third man for 4. So, a productive over from Essex's point of view. And I mean, it's very easy to say it, and I know even at club level, very difficult to do. You either play a bad shot or you get one heck of a delivery, which you do quite well not to get out of or injured. But that is all history. You've got to put that out of your mind. But it's not as easy as it is to say.
No, exactly what Critchley did there. In fairness, he's got an absolute beauty from Kemar Roach, and to have the mental strength and toughness, I suppose, to just dive on the front foot again and drive it through the covers was fantastic.
Yeah. The loud appeal for LBW, and he's plumb. Well, he's out anyway. Whether he's plumb or not, I don't know. So this over's had everything, including a wicket. And Critchley, well, between us, we rather talked him out there, and not that Ricky will mind. And Critchley is out. LBW for just 8. Those 2 boundaries in that over. One down to third man and one through extra cover. So Essex in spot of bother now at 154 for 6.
Yeah, just looking at the replay there, it looked pretty close in fairness. Hitting him pretty much just above the knee roll, but looked like it was going on to hit middle, maybe middle and leg, in the angle of Kemar Roach. And if he potentially got an inside edge, I don't know, but it looped up and was caught as well. So I think the umpire has given it out LBW rather than caught.
Yes.
But it did look very close, and he looked a little bit disappointed with that, Matt Critchley.
Yes, he will be. Yeah, certainly after those 2 fours. First of which in particular was a splendid shot. But, well, we've only had 3/4 an hour since lunch, and it's been very much the host's afternoon so far, very much, having taken, 3 wickets.
Look at the lead now, 106 the lead. Essex 154 for 6. And you have to go back to, you've seen a man come to the crease now, Adam Rossington. You have to go back to the first innings for Essex. They'll be hoping that when they were 91 for 6, they can boost their total a little bit more. And I think this is going to be an interesting passage, because I think Adam Rossington is going to play his natural game and look to score quick runs and just, you know, not just sit there and be a bunny, so to speak.
No,
I think he's going to play his natural game, and Essex will be looking for him to do exactly the same, or even half at this stage of what he did first innings.
Well, yes, as he faces up to Roach and plays that out. Yeah, as Ricky suggests, you know, with assuredness, with confidence, although it was straight to mid-off, no addition to the score. I mentioned that Critchley was one of Essex's signings from another club, Rossington the other one from Northampton, and prior to that Middlesex. I always think of Rossington as the days when he used to, particularly one day cricket, open the batting for Middlesex the other side of the river with great belligerence. And yeah,
he was a very difficult bowler, a batter to bowl at. Sorry,
is he?
Where he made your margin for error very small. You know, if it was a good length, he'd cut and pull it, and if you went slightly more by a foot, he'd drive you.
Yeah. Worrell to Lawrence. Lawrence just plays totally defensively with the full face of the bat facing the bowler and the umpire. 154 for 6, a lead of 106.
Similar to Mark Stoneman, who's over the river now at Middlesex.
Yeah.
You'd bowl your perfect sort of top of off delivery, and you just sort of have this sort of pull shot, like sweeping pull shot, and you're like, well, I don't know where to bowl now.
That's a pleasant looking shot from Lawrence, but no addition to the score. He just plays it out to Amler at mid-on. Excuse me, mid-on. Lawrence on 43, and lot rests on his shoulders, and Rossington yet to open his account. Well, still to come, Simon Harmer, who made 50 in the first innings, and then well, Sam Cook's already out, so then there's only Snater and Porter. So, which is of course one of the, it's just worked away to the onside for a single. You know, people have written miles and miles in books and press articles about the merits or otherwise of a night watchman, but of course it does by definition put everyone down in a place in the order, and no criticism of Cook, because plenty of others have done it, but by being out last night anyway, job not really done. So you're meant to be the sacrificial lamb, but not on the same evening as you go in. But then again, often, and we've seen it with Sam Cook in particular, as that's just tucked away around the corner, and it's keeper Folkes who's retrieves it not much backward of square leg. They go through for a single. But many a night watchman, and Cook, I remember almost winning a game for Essex, turning a defeat into a potential defeat into a potential victory at Headingley a few years ago. If they do survive the night the following morning, they want to stay there, don't they? I've been given my chance to go in pretty high up, now I'm going to show them what I can do, and sometimes they do it remarkably well. I mean, there are very few, one of the things that one-day cricket has produced as very good leave, just took the bat away at the last minute. Yeah, I mean, so there's no real rabbits in this game now, are there?
No, I think you look at every county that everyone bats down to 11 and work on their game really to improve.
Because so often, particularly in one-day cricket, it's down to the bowlers to get the runs, isn't it? Which always seems a little bit unfair, but it's the way of the way the game goes.
You see the bowlers being more athletic in the field as well. Very rarely do you see a trusted boot.
That's right. It's just worked well on the onside. I know I often chat with former Essex player and now I think he's a scout anyway, John Childs, who played a lot of games for Essex, end of the over, 158 for 6. Played a lot of games for Essex, came from Gloucestershire, subsequently played for England. In fact, I remember one test match when Essex had 4 players in the England side. I think it was here at the Oval. Anyway, John Childs, most amiable, affable of men, but also totally honest. He said, I probably wouldn't even get in the game now. I probably wouldn't even get in the county side because, okay, I was a useful bowler, but I couldn't bat and I couldn't field. They wouldn't want to know. And I thought that was refreshingly honest and probably, and sadly, true.
I think nowadays, you're looking at cricketers being
one-dimensional. Yeah. Whereas they have to be 3-dimensional.
Ideally.
Yeah.
At least 2 out of the 3.
Yes, Roach moves in and bowls. And that's just worked away on the offside, beg your pardon, for a single square with the wicket.
If you could have a total now as a Essex supporter, or if you're putting your place into Tom Wesley's shoes as captain, if I could give you a total now, what would you take as a lead?
Twice this. It's 111 at the moment. If they had a lead of 222, I'd feel Essex were, at least they had something to bowl at. But much less than that, or fewer than that, and no, I wouldn't be too happy. I mean, we know Harmer's a very good spin bowler, but well, I don't mean literally, obviously you do, but Surrey have got some really rather useful players in their midst, bar none. That's worked away for a single on the onside. So no, 220, 230. And even then, that only gives Essex a good chance. But from what I remember, I suppose we're all only inclined to remember the good days rather than the bad days. That's outside the off time. Essex have had some cracking fixtures with Surrey, both here and at Chelmsford. None more so than 4 years ago. If you were playing, I apologise for bringing this up.
2018.
It's
a cracking game, wasn't it?
It was a cracking game, which Essex won by 1 wicket, and they took all the more delight from it, of course. I hate saying this in front of Ricky Clark, but he seems an amiable, affable sort of bloke, and it's all history. Last game of the season, Surrey hadn't lost a game, and what happened? Essex won by 1 wicket. Boy, were they dancing in the streets of Chelmsford that night. That's just played backward of square on the offside. And I think it was Ryan Tender-Scarter that guided Essex home, wasn't it?
It was, him and Dixon, I think, was there at the back end.
Yes, now with Kent.
I think we got bowled out for 60, I remember. And then it was just a run fest after that, and then it was a tricky chase for Essex. I think they chased him out 130. Something like that, 135, something like that, and it was getting
just
very close. And the TV cameras are here, and it was a great game of cricket against two good counties.
It was. As Roach moves in, bowls, and Lawrence lets that go by through to the wicket-keeper. But understandably, I'm sure at the time as you trooped off the field, you didn't think, oh, that was a good game of cricket.
Well, we were getting our medals and the trophy.
You'd already won the championship anyway, hadn't you? Yes.
So it was good to have a game of cricket like that, but we soon sort of forgot about it a little bit as we were getting the trophy, which Essex have won many a time themselves as well. So.
Yes. Not quite as many as Surrey. Of course, the halcyon years, even before my time, when they won it, 8 times on the trot, was it? Something like that. And Roach moves in now from the pavilion end, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Lawrence, who just ignores that and lets it go through the wicket-keeper. End of the over. 161 for 6 represents a lead of 113 with 4 wickets in hand. You just get the feeling that these two and Simon Harmer, between those 3 people, they've got to try and well, they will certainly try. They need to get 100 runs between them to give Harmer in particular, but not solely Harmer.
I don't think we can. Yeah, I don't think we can forget the seamers. You know, we've seen.
No, exactly. You see, yeah.
Seamer's been taking a massive part of this game so far, particularly with swing, and we've seen, as we said, we've mentioned the pitches looking like it's breaking up a bit and a little bit of indifferent bounce.
Yes, as Worrell moves in and bowls, and a bit of a loose shot from Rossington there. We won't take any pleasure from looking at the replay of that outside the off stump, but just a bit of a swing. One of those shots, admittedly, if it had come off and it sped to the extra cover boundary, people would have said what a great shot it was, but when it doesn't come off, it doesn't look all that brilliant. And Rossington's out for 3, and Essex are 161 for 7.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a shot of someone who's just come off the back of 100.
Yes, quite.
Obviously, it's quite difficult. Only 5 balls he'd faced at that time, and again, Worrell just putting in a very good area, swinging the ball away, enticing the drive, and Adam Rossington said, "I'm going to have a go at it." And on this occasion for him, he's found the edge to the safe hands of Jamie Overton. Obviously, dropped one this morning, but he's got a very good pair of hands, and he wasn't going to drop that one on this occasion.
No, of course. So that does bring Harmer to the crease. And just before that wicket fell, I was going to say, you know, if a side goes in thinking, in this particular case, when they eventually go and bat, and they obviously either consciously or subconsciously think, if you overthink that Harmer is the threat, in a way that plays into the hands of the other bowlers, doesn't it? Because you take your concentration away, even if not deliberately, against the others.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, Harmer is always going to be at the front of batters' minds because he's a class act. But at the same point, as we said, throughout this game we have seen the seam bowlers take the majority of the wickets, and Surrey will be making sure that they stay focused. Still not fully done yet. They've got a job to do now.
Oh yes.
Trying to get these remaining 3 wickets and keeping that total that they end up chasing down to a bare minimum, and something that they feel they can chase down and get another victory on the cards.
Yep, so it's going to be Worrell, well, surprisingly, since he's in the middle of an over, to the South African. Moves in now and bowls. Allowed appeal for LBW, but I don't know, there was something. I don't know, you get to know. I just didn't think that they had their heart in it, that appeal. I thought it was one born of optimism rather than reality. We'll look at the replay.
Just seeing Dan Lawrence there, just signalling to Simon Harmer. Did he just run it back? And then they had a wry smile. So obviously Harmer's come to the crease saying, what's he doing? And he's probably told him he's hooping it away. And Worrell has run one back in on that occasion. Just didn't look right for me. Just looked like it was just going down a little bit.
Yes, I thought that. As Worrell moves in, bowls to Harmer. Harmer just plays it into about the 4th slip area or gully maybe, but no addition to the score. Yep, so the incumbent batsman can offer great words of advice to the incoming batsman. Although, in a memorable story, the great Geoffrey Boycott didn't always subscribe to that view, I believe. There's one story where, I'll make it brief because a lot of people will have heard it anyway, and it might not be true, but a loud appeal for LBW there, and he has gone. Oh, Essex. Lawrence, as he has always been prone to do, because your strength and your weakness are in a way one and the same thing, and he's very powerful on the leg side, but there, if you're looking to play runs, to score runs down there, and you play across the line too much, then you pay the price, which is exactly what Dan Lawrence did there, and I don't think the umpire had too much trouble making up his mind there. So Lawrence out for, they've just taken it off the board. 47, yes, thank you.
Yeah, he just looked to come down the wicket, and he was hoping that he got himself outside the line. He's looking at the screen now, hoping to see a replay, but we've just seen it up here, and I'd say that's probably hitting him in line with off stump and continuing on to hit off stump. I thought it was a lot closer than that, in fairness, but definitely out on this occasion. And he's just tried to get his favourite shot, clip through the mid wicket, and that's 10 in the match so far for Dan Worrell. 4 for 58 currently to go with his 6 for 56 in the first innings. Fantastic bowling.
Yes, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So Essex have lost 5 wickets while adding 32 runs since lunch.
That lead of 114.
Yes.
In
Can't
comes
really
Shane Snater, who's on a pair, I believe.
Is he? Yes.
0 in the first innings off 2
yes.
balls.
Yep. So 3 slips. No other, apart from the keeper, obviously, nobody else very close. It's outside the off stump, and he allows it to go through to the keeper.
Tried the in-swinger there, Dan Worrell, and didn't quite go for him, just stayed on the same path. He chucked it out there to give it an opportunity to swing in, and it just carried on its path through to Ben Folkes. How do you think Simon Harmer will play this situation now? Obviously, naturally an aggressive player. Will he trust his partners at the other end?
Well, actually, yeah, although admittedly, as you say, he was out second ball in the first innings, Snater has contributed to very useful runs for Essex, but he does like to hit it, does like to get on with it. You know, he's a valuable batsman in one-day cricket, but yeah, they'll be having a long chat now, and I would imagine or hope that Harmer's saying something to the effect that you know, you're a good batsman, Shane, and you know, we can still get up to 200 or more, but just play sensible, proper cricket. Don't do anything daft, and you know, we'll still give them something to chase.
Dan Worrell gets a ripple from the Surrey faithful. 10 wickets in the match so far, bowled beautifully well. Swinging it both ways at good pace.
As Roach bowls now to Harmer, and Harmer just pushes it out on the offside. They think about a single, but it's certainly not there for the taking. 162 for 8 and a lead of 114. Really can't think that's anywhere near enough. Okay, the odd ball has misbehaved a little bit, but not enough really to raise the spirits of the Essex supporters, and there are a lot of them here, understandably. Lord, it's not far on the train to Liverpool Street or Fenchurch Street, so no trouble at all. That's pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score. Oh yes, the boycott thing. Yes, he memorably was out all morning. Was at the wicket all morning in a test match up till about 10 minutes before the close of play, and the new batsman comes in and says to boycott something like, "Okay, so what's happening? You know, how's the pitch playing? How are the bowlers bowling?" As Roach moves in, and that's just nudged down to third man for just 2 runs. And in response to the story goes that, and in response to this question, which most batsmen would try and be as helpful as possible, boycott said words to the effect of, "It's taken me all morning to find out. Sort it out for yourself." Thank you, Geoffrey, very much. Yes, great team man.
Very helpful.
Yes.
I think there was a scenario similar at Surrey when Ricky Ponting was overseas player and Stuart Meeker walked to the crease. It was actually against Warwickshire. I was playing for Warwickshire at the time.
As Roach moves in, bowls, and that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
And Boyd Rankin had his knees pumping down at Guildford and was bowling actually quite quick. And Stuart Meeker's walked to the crease, and Ricky Ponting, who's obviously very, very good at playing quick bowling, Stuart Meeker said, "Oh, you know, what's happening?" He said, "He's bowling fast."
Oh, thanks.
Now,
for
if you
that.
hear that from Ricky Ponting, as number 9 Stuart Meeker comes in, it's not filling you with confidence if Ricky Ponting thinks he's bowling fast.
No. As That's down the leg side, and a good diving stop from Ben Folkes. Yeah, I remember doing a game at Guildford. Nice little ground, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely ground. When you have the festival there and the marquees and
they still have it, do they?
Nice weather, yeah.
Yeah.
Still have it.
And the other place I really watched Essex playing, Surrey, was Whitgift. Do they still use that?
No, not anymore. Yeah, that was sort of early mid 2000s and stuff. Yeah, but it used to be quite nice. Good cricket wicket at Whitgift.
Yes.
Very good.
And that's outside the off stump. For what I remember, almost a sort of natural bowl, wasn't it? You know, you could look, the spectators could look down quite a long way from one side of the pitch.
Up the bank, yeah.
Yes, off the bank, yeah, towards the school itself. End of the over, and Essex are 164 for 8, which more importantly represents a lead of 116 with just 2 wickets in hand. Harmer's at the crease with 2, and Snater yet to open his account. And yeah, backs to the wall job for Essex. Well, they've still got, 4.5 sessions to go, more or less.
Yeah, still 53 overs left in the day.
Yeah, so it's not going to be a draw. Well, I don't know. Actually, there is some rain forecast for tomorrow, isn't there? But
at Warwickshire, there's no play before lunch at Warwickshire.
What, today?
Yeah, because of the rain.
Oh.
I don't know if they've got back on now, but
no.
Yeah, only in the UK we have a heat wave.
Yeah, that's right.
When it rains.
Yes. As Worrell moves in from the Vauxhall end. Bowls to Snater. Excuse the tremulous tone, but you know, when you've been watching Essex since you were about 6 years of age, which I think I have, sometimes difficult to disguise one's allegiance.
Yeah, Snater was disappointed with that shot. It was pushed up there again, and he sort of tried to drive on the up.
Yes.
Big hooping away delivery, and instantly sort of waved his bat over the top of the stumps in disgust and wasn't happy with himself, as there's going to be a change of field.
Sure.
That shot instantly has said, let's protect the third man area and protect as many runs as possible.
Well, yes.
Cam Steele goes down to third man there.
Worrell bowls to Snater, who just plays.
Wow.
Wow. Well, did he play? I don't know. He certainly looked a good shot, but didn't actually coincide with the ball, I don't think.
If he had hit that, he shouldn't be batting at number 10, because that was an absolute beauty from Worrell.
Well,
big booming outswinger, and it just carried on going. I haven't seen a replay, but it was an incredible delivery.
Worrell again. And that's a good looking shot from Snater. He's going to pick up certainly one. They'll come back for a second and out to extra cover. Good throw comes in right over the bails, or bounced first, but yeah, and Judy gets some applause from folks as well as the assembled crowd. And so Snater's not going to get a pair. He's off the mark. He has 2, as does Harmer.
Good cricket all round there. Nice delivery from Worrell. Nicely played from Snater, and then Rory Burns tidying up with good quick fielding, and the run in between the wickets was good from Essex.
Yeah. Down the leg side, and helped on its way around the corner for a single down towards the groundsman's area. Still a goodish crowd, particularly and inevitably in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion area, where I was sitting about this time yesterday. And, yeah, it's the new development, the MAR Galladari stand and Peter May stand, very impressive. I was also impressed, that's outside the off stump, not just through the building itself and the structure, but the fact that I could wander up there. Any member of the public could just wander up there, and without it's a public area. You don't have to be one of the great and good to watch cricket from up there.
Did you manage to get at the top, right to the top?
It wasn't open. I managed to, I pressed the top button in the lift, so I went up there and wandered out, but no, the doors were shut, but I could look out on the sort of the artificial turf out there. It's all very impressive.
It's a lovely view.
Yeah, I can imagine, yes.
At the top of that new development, looking out over London.
Yes.
Maybe not quite on a day like this, a bit cloudy, but when the sun's out you get to see all the lovely sights of the capital.
Of which there are numerous, as that's just played out down to gully fielder. End of the over, end of my stint. After a few more words from Ricky, he'll be joined by Mark.
Essex's lead 119. 2 wickets remaining, still 52 overs left today's play. It's been a good passage of play for Surrey, particularly picking up the wickets of the Essex batsmen after a good partnership between Dan Lawrence and Nick Brown. Nick Brown going to, he'd be disappointed how he got out, chased a wide one and got sort of QN to it, and that sort of started the rot really for Essex. They'll be hoping that Snater and Harmer can build a partnership and just get them to something competitive to sort of bowl at. And as we said before, Sussex, my game last week, wasn't it, Sussex?
It was.
Yeah. Just
all
on
these
tangent.
games, all these
Surrey,
games,
Churchy, all these games.
You know them well. You know them well. I was hearing you talking with Mr. Davis there about on the top of 1 Oval Square, which of course is where you had your opening evening for your testimonial, Mr. Clark, where a certain Sir John Major made the opening speech. But it is very, very nice up there, isn't it?
It's lovely up there, isn't it?
On a nice warm summer's evening. It's very posh.
Amazing place to watch cricket up there, I imagine, on a nice summer's day.
Here's Kemar Roach then from the pavilion end, coming in over the wicket to Snater, who's chipped one in the air straight to Hashim Amla at mid-on. Snater goes now for 3, 167 for 9, possibly the slower one there from Kemar Roach. But I think what's been impressive here from Surrey is ever since Nick Brown went and the door was slightly open, they've absolutely smashed it down. And going at lunch, 118 for 3 is suddenly 167 for 9, and Essex lead by 119.
Yeah, they've been on it since lunch. I'd imagine just regrouped and said, look, we're doing good stuff. Obviously, it was disappointing that a couple of catches went down, but that happens in cricket. But they've just regrouped and said, look, keep doing the basics. We've done it well all game. Trust in the process, and they've done that exactly after lunch. And obviously, the wickets are tumbling, and they've been mighty impressive. Surrey so far after lunch, and they'll be looking to finish this off really quickly and get chasing.
Yeah, and Dan Worrell 10 in the game. He deserves that, and he wasn't quite himself before lunch. We wondered whether we mentioned his shoulder. He kept putting his hand to his shoulder, but after lunch he's sort of been back to the way he bowled in that first innings. I sat outside and watched him, and he's just getting that ball to go so late at pace again, isn't he?
At pace both ways.
Yeah.
His control of, it's a difficult thing to do sometimes when you're shaping the ball beautifully away, to have that control when you come back in as well, to not give any freebies away and to still challenge the batter's defence. Obviously, looks like he's nursing a bit of a shoulder injury, but once he's got it loose and warm, he has that ball on a string and definitely deserves his 10 wickets. It'll be between him and Kemar, I'd imagine, who's going to try and get this last one, but Essex will say, no, we're going to try and build a partnership. He can be a handy batter as well, Jamie Porter.
Yeah, 167 for 9. Kemar Roach, first ball for the right-handed Porter, and he's letting this one go outside his off stump. He's got good technique, actually, Jamie Porter.
Just gritty.
Yeah.
I think he'll be understanding the situation that his side are in. He's got the experienced Simon Harram at that far end, and they'll both be saying, look, whatever we can get, just, let's not give it away. No. Let's try and make them work for this last wicket.
Well, the thing is for Harmer as well, whatever runs he gets here, he'll have in his back pocket when he bowls as well. So that'll be part of his thinking as Kemar Roach is into Jamie Porter. Porter solidly forward, plays this one up towards mid-off. There's Rory Burns to do the fielding. So yes, it's been quick going since lunch. Nick Brown was the first one to go after lunch, and it was Tom Laws, who made the breakthrough, looking to cut, getting an edge, going for 48. Then Paul Walter caught by Rory Burns, looking to drive, and the ball ballooning away off towards mid-off and gone for 9. Then Critchley LBW to Roach for 8. As in comes Roach to Porter, who's jumping on this one, pushes it away into the offside, and there's no run. And then Adam Rosington having a drive at a ball that just swung away from him, edged and caught by Jamie Overton at second slip. And then Dan Lawrence, who played very nicely for the 47, but just shuffled across his stumps, and LBW to Dan Worrell. That was the 10th for Worrell, and as you just heard on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra and on the Surrey live stream, you've just seen it. Snater has just been caught by Amler off Roach, as Roach is into Porter, and that's a nice shot, just punched away down towards third man. Round comes Cameron Steele to do the fielding as the throw comes in, and that'll be a single for Jamie Porter to get himself off the mark, and that leads now 120 for Essex at 168 for 9. And even if Harmer went now, even 121's not going to be straightforward, is it?
No, I don't think it's going to be straightforward. As I said, we've looked at it, and the pitch has been a little bit indifferent at times, with some keeping low and some bouncing. But I think if you're asking Surrey, they'd take that every day of the week. Absolutely. Maybe even 150.
Absolutely. And I think that would have been the number arriving this morning, wouldn't it? 150 or below, as Kemar Roach is into Harmer, and Harmer will get a single. Just pushes this down to Cameron Steele down there at that third man position. End of the over, 169 for 9. Ricky Clark, you take a break there, sir. Mr. Jeremy Coney is ready and waiting. We've been watching in the room next door, myself and Mr. Coney. Round of applause there for Kemar Roach. Ripple of applause. As well, there's a lot of chatter going on between Messrs Clark and Coney there at the back of the box. Just a bit of note taking. 121 is the lead. Dan Worrell is getting ready to come in over the wicket to the right-handed Simon Harmer. Harmer has 3, Porter has 1. It's just got a bit gloomier again now, but the light's still yet to come on. And it will be Dan Worrell from the Vauxhall end. Jamie Overton's getting warmed up as well. Field's set in this sort of situation where if Harmer wants a single, there's a single there for him. He's only on 3, but they probably think he's the one of the two that could do some damage. As Worrell over the wicket he comes, and left alone by Harmer outside his off stump. While Jeremy Coney, since we were last sat together, some wickets have gone down.
They have.
Sorry, been good. I was saying there to R. Clark that wicket of Nick Brown, and the door was slightly open, and they've jumped straight through it, haven't they?
They have. They've bowled, I think, a lot straighter. I mean, there's been 2 LBWs. Obviously, that's a lot straighter, and they've also bowled, I think, a good fullish length. They weren't so wide as they were prior to lunch, and so they've got nicks that have gone through, 1 to first slip and 1 to second slip.
Over the wicket comes Worrell to Harmer. Harmer's forward, pushes away out towards a deepish cover, and there's no run.
A couple of catches, 1 to cover, sort of cover wideish mid-off to the captain, and then also 1 just to Amler. So they generally they've just bowled a lot better, haven't they? And they've asked a lot more of the batsmen that had to play strokes. And they haven't been able to come up with those answers. So, yeah, they deserve these 5 wickets in 15 overs, 5 for 49.
Over the wicket again goes Worrell, and Harmer pushes at this one a little round that front pad, but it rolls out again to Hashim Amler at mid-on. He took the catch to remove Snater.
Didn't lose his hat.
And he didn't have to move.
No.
That was probably the key thing with the hat moving. Or loss of hat for Hashim. It's if it goes left or right, it tends to blow off, but that one from Snater, he didn't really have to move at all, and took a very simple catch, stood up at mid-on as Worrell over the wicket he comes to Harmer. Swings back, Harmer, good looking shot though, just punches up towards Hashim Amler. Had to move a little to his left there, but the hat stayed on. Jeremy Coney.
It did.
You wait though, I think it's when he starts sort of sprinting and the wind gets up, a bit of an undercurrent, with the wide brim, and it tends to just blow off. 169 for 9. The kids are still enjoying themselves downstairs. Yes, they are having a good time.
Paddling pool.
Absolutely. Or reconstructing the entire stand for the sounds of things. As over the wicket once again comes Worrell. And up on the toes he goes of Harmer, and Harmer drops the bat down on this, and it's up towards Hashim Amla, stood up there at mid-on, and there is no run. So 1 ball to go in the over. I'm not sure how much this field will change now. I think they want to be bowling at Porter, obviously. But Harmer here, if he wants a single, there is one. But it might be the old bumper from Dan Warren. He's having a chat with his captain, Rory Burns, who's sporting his zinc look under that white floppy hat. As here comes Worrell, note full of length, and forward goes Harmer. It squirts off an edge down towards third man. Up comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding. Harmer will keep the strike, just the single. 170 for 9 then Essex. Harmer 4, Porter 1. Started today Essex 19 for 2. They were going okay after lunch when Brown and Lawrence had got together. Before lunch, batted really well up to lunch, those two. And it was 130 for 3 when Brown went. And now 170 for 9.
Just everything much more accurately done. Catches had been dropped in the first session. They've been held onto here. Three or four of them. And then a couple of LBWs.
Kemar Roach from the pavilion end. This might be his last over of this spell, as this one's left alone by Harmer. It's a good leave from Simon Harmer, because again he's off stump still standing. Harmer's doing some gardening.
3.2 runs and over, 3.26 for this. So if you looked at the lead as it is, say 120, now that's about 36 overs to get those runs.
Yeah. If in comes Kemar Roach, and Harmer shot, just whips this through the leg side. He played it very late, let it swing, and then he's just rolled the wrists on it. That's a gorgeous shot from Simon Harmer. He's on to 8, and it's 174 for 9.
Yeah, it's a stroke actually that he didn't try to hit it too square, did he? It's gone in fact to wide long on at the end, so he's got a lot of bat on that. Got his feet out of the way so that the bat could get clear contact to the ball. Very full. Roach looking to try and york him.
Roach is in once again, and Harmer this time flashes one away out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Walks the single to Simon Harmer. That will bring Porter onto strike. One more to the total, 175 for 9. Elsewhere, now Gloucestershire all out for 201 at Cheltenham. And I think the follow-on has been enforced by Hampshire.
Yes.
So
well, they're second, aren't they?
Yep. So they're pushing for victory, Hampshire. So there was a
who got the wickets there?
15-point cushion.
Mediums or?
Let's have a little look at the old scorecard here as Kemar Roach comes in over the wicket. Short one to Porter. Porter's letting that go outside his off stump. Just sways inside it. 4 for Liam Dawson.
Off spinner. No,
So
left arm spin.
Yep,
Yeah,
left
that's
arm
right.
spin for Liam Dawson. Felix Organ as well bowling spin. So 6 to spin there.
Okay.
So that's interesting.
Yep.
So obviously it is turning. And then you've got Mr. Abbott, Mr. Abbas, Mr. Barker, Mr. Fuller.
Gosh, it's not a bad bowling attack,
Good
is
attack.
it? Yeah.
Very good attack. So they'll fancy their chances there at Cheltenham as in comes Kemar Roach to Porter, who drives up towards mid-off. And there is no run. So, yep, Hampshire in a very good position there. Because
And bonus points they got?
Hampshire, I think, got all their batting points. And would have definitely got all their bowling points there.
So that's about 8, is it?
8 bonus points.
So they'd actually catch Surrey a bit here if Surrey happened to get through in this match.
Yep.
That would be 15. Is it? Or is it 12 for a... what is it for a win?
14 for the win.
14 for the win,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
As over the wicket comes Kemar Roach. This one's left alone outside the off stump. And into the gloves it goes with Ben Folkes moving away to his right-hand side. And 175 for 9. Apologies, 16 for the win, not 14. 16. The maximum you can get is 24 points.
Right.
Maximum you can get is 24. 175 for 9. That's the great thing about this season, is that all the sides sort of are getting there now, where one side wins, then the next side wins, and then someone might beat someone you didn't expect, and it all gets very, very interesting up at the top. So, yeah, and I'm sure Hampshire have seen what's happening here. And Surrey still with a lot of work to do in this game, but they'll be very pleased with where they find themselves. 127 the lead for Essex. And 175 for 9. Here comes Jamie Overton in over the wicket to Simon Harmer. So he's into the attack is Overton, replacing Dan Worrell. That's tucked off the hip of Simon Harmer. It rolls out there towards deep mid-wicket. And Kemar Roach does the fielding. So yeah, all those points add up come the end of the season, obviously. But if you can get out with a win and all your maximum points, then you're walking away with 24. Which is a good haul of points. Yes. In over the wicket comes Overton. Harmer's up on his toes, pushes this one away, won't take the single. So I think that what we're looking at here is Harmer's going to try and take as many balls of an over as he can. Anything with that, and there's so much time in the game, obviously, but it's not going to move this lead forward very quickly unless Harmer is waiting for the right one to go after, but Porter's just going to play very sensibly from his end. As Overton is in to Harmer, and Harmer crosses stumps, pushes forward, rolls up towards Hashim Amla, stood up there at mid-on. There's an innings break in the game between Somerset and Yorkshire, because Somerset 424, Yorkshire 276 all out, which means that they trail by 148. Somerset needs to start winning some championship games of cricket there in the first division. As over the wicket comes Overton. Oh, and having a flash outside his off stump is Harmer. Feet didn't really go anywhere there. Just looking to cut that, because going into this round of games, Somerset second from bottom on 72. Gloucestershire are having a tough old season, bottom at the moment, having not won a game yet this season. Lost 6 of 3, still lost 6 and drawn 3, and are up against it against Hampshire. Hampshire and Surrey, as I say, there was a 15-point cushion for Surrey coming into this round of games. Then Lancashire are fighting back against Northamptonshire. Started this round of games in 3rd spot, and Essex starting this round of games in 4th spot on 118. So very interesting. As over the wicket comes Jamie Overton again, and Harmer's up on his toes. Will take the single this time, punching that ball out towards Ryan Patel, sweeping out there on the cover boundary rope, because Northamptonshire 143 for 7, so that's a lead of 246 for Northamptonshire, but they've picked up some wickets. Lancashire in that Northamptonshire second innings. Lancashire were all out for 132 in their first innings, so they've picked up no batting points at all. And Kent and Warwickshire, they're playing cricket because there's been rain there up to lunch, so Kent are 231 for 4 in their second innings, and that's a lead of 171 runs.
And Middlesex were going okay, weren't they, and chasing a big total.
Yep, well they
where Pujara got a couple of hundred.
Yep, but they then lost 4 wickets quite quickly, but they're now 242 for 4 in reply to 523. As Jamie Overton is in to Porter, it's down the leg side. Oh, be careful, Jamie Overton. He's done that big kick of frustration again, and we saw him earlier on today. The foot got stuck in the ground and he fell over. But he's cross with himself there because he drifted down the leg side. And no run off that last ball of the over. And I think we might be getting Tom Laws into the attack down there at the
he's your little wicket taker, isn't he?
He does. He tends to take wickets, does Tom Laws. Always handy. Always handy, Mr. Coney. And Leicestershire and Morgan, this is day 2. Leicestershire 583 for 9 on day 2. Derbyshire in a spot of bother against Nottinghamshire, because Nottinghamshire 618 for 8 declared, Derbyshire 298 for 7. So still got some work to do to avoid the follow-on there. As an aeroplane very noisily flies
they
overhead.
Come quite low, don't they?
They do. That might be going off towards Battersea Heliport. As long as it's a helicopter. Did it sound like a helicopter? No, so it might not be going to the heliport. As in over the wicket then is Tom Laws to Harmer, who plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. City Airport then, I'm going to say. Didn't sound like it was going towards Heathrow, which of course was the hottest place in the country for a while on our opening day of this game. 176 for 9. Seems like a long time ago. It was that really hot day. Over the wicket comes Laws to Harmer. Harmer turns this one down towards fine leg. Won't take the single. And this is all about Harmer now, knowing how every run is absolutely crucial at this stage, isn't it? He's just going to literally not take runs until the back end of the over. And if that's just a single, he's quite happy to do that at the moment. Porter will just stick up one end for him. Good technique, Jamie Porter. As over the wicket comes Laws. Or driving is Harmer. It was a little uppish. And he'll get a single as Rory Burns tumbles across to his left. Does very well, the captain. Got to his feet quickly and got the throw away. And that keeps Porter on strike. So one more to the total, 177 for 9. Interesting today, we have seen a couple of players on the drive just chipping balls up towards mid-off, which makes you wonder if it's just holding a touch
just
in the
sticking
pitch.
in the wicket a bit, isn't it?
Might be, and that one there with Harmer.
Snater did that, didn't he? And
Walter as well.
Yeah.
So I just wonder if it might be just holding in the pitch a touch. As Jamie Porter settles himself down over his bat. Ben Folkes wants a change in the field. They're directing traffic at Burns and Folkes. What we were talking about that job of the wicket keeper a bit earlier is Laws is into Porter. Oh, and Porter's trying to flick this one down the leg side. Gets nothing on it at all. Taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his left hand side. So yes, those are all the other scores from around the country for you. All the games bubbling up very nicely at the moment. Nottinghamshire in a terrific position in Division 2, but as I was saying,
is there an automatic? Is it an automatic?
Well, nobody knows what we're playing for next season yet. Right. So fingers crossed somebody lets us know. Well, not us, with the players. As this one's left alone by Porter outside his off stump, because it'd be a bit annoying if nobody did let you know really what you were playing for until the season's ended and it's mid-November and everyone's thinking about Christmas.
But you remember, was it last year or the year before? You were explaining to me they all sort of came together the first
for the conference.
Yes,
for
but
COVID.
That's gone now.
That's gone now. But they are talking about possibility of conference. As Laws is in, Porter lets this one go outside his off stump. Wasn't too far away from that off stump of Jamie Porter. End of the over, 177 for 9. So that lead is 129 now for Essex. And Jamie Overton's going to continue charging in from the Vauxhall end. So yes, that was all due to COVID, so teams didn't have to travel too far.
Oh yeah, right.
But there's a lot of talk about all sorts of different things for the three divisions of 6 is being talked about, which would make you think you want to finish in the top 6 this season. Or staying with the 2 divisions. I don't know whether that's very likely. As I say, everybody is waiting to hear what the next season is going to be about. I think I was saying to Ricky
And who
Clark,
makes that decision?
the ECB.
Why?
Because they're in charge of English cricket.
Right.
As Jamie Overton gets ready to come in over the wicket to Simon Harmer. Bouncer. And ducking underneath this is Harmer. Of course, the county chairman, it'll all go to the county chairman as well, and they'll all have their votes. But there is going to be changes, but nobody's quite sure what they're going to be yet. No ball there, actually signalled by umpire Hartley. Couldn't play a shot at that one, Harmer. So that's 2 more to the total. All valuable runs, 131 now. the lead as Harmer waits again. Another short one, and this is pulled by Harmer, who's almost taken himself off his feet. That's going to go for 4. It's well played by Simon Harmer, because these are valuable runs for Essex. And Simon Harmer, all of these are, as I say, in his back pocket for when he has a bowl out. 183 for 9. Pretty good shot, actually.
Yeah, it was.
Seeing it again.
Wide, long on, sort of straight mid-wicket kind of area, and getting across to I guess a ball that was around about sort of not quite shoulder high.
Good, valuable 15 runs already from Harmer. As in comes Overton to him, he's just pushing off that back foot again. Won't take the single this time, Harmer. Still got 4 balls of this over to play with. Simon Harmer. Of course, we have the no ball and then the boundary, so that's 6 off this over. And Jamie Overton, as he's wont to do, not happy with the footholds, so scuffing up the dirt. Here's Jamie Overton. Sometimes has to go off and he changes his boots and has a pit stop and changes his tyres and comes back out. But there he's not happy, you know, kicking up lots of dust. There's Jamie Overton. Over the wicket he comes once more to Simon Harmer. Harmer's letting this one go on a goodish length outside his off stump. Still plenty of cricket today, and then of course entire day tomorrow. And either way today, if Surrey were getting close to those runs, or they were 9 down, and could claim the extra half hour today, so there is a chance that we could be finished today, definitely now. Either way, as waits again to Simon Harmer. Jamie Overton over the wicket to him, and Harmer always had a nibble at this one outside his off stump. Ended up on the walk. He was trying to find a single as well there. I think he was trying to angle that down towards third man. So he's ended up walking towards it, and ended up walking towards Jamie Overton there. Did Simon Harmer. Nice bit of bowling from Jamie Overton, but definitely just trying to find a single down towards third man and beat the edge. Overton gets ready once again. They're going to bring a man across from the offside to the leg side now. So off goes Cameron Steele. Now he can't just nudge it into that mid-wicket region for a single. It's gone across his stumps. Well played, Simon Harmer. It's gone across his stumps and then just whipped it out towards Kemar Roach at deep backward square. So already a good little partnership. There's 17 it's worth at the moment. Jamie Porter comes back on to strike, and Overton's got 1 ball here at Jamie Porter, who has opened for Essex in the Championship against Surrey.
Really?
In the second innings, Jamie Porter, yeah. Delayed the entire end of the game, him opening the batting in the second innings, because basically what happened was Surrey needed to go out and bowl. It was going to be a draw, but they need to get their over rate down. So they came out, and I think we only needed the 1 over to get the over rate down. It's so cricket, isn't it? Around about 4:30 on the final day, as Jamie Overton is in to Jamie Porter, and Porter's hopping and turning this one into the leg side, does well, keeps it down, and there's no run. 184 for 9, Harmer 16, Porter 1. So Rory Burns got himself warmed up to bowl the 1 over, and down the steps the opening pair came out, and it was Sir Alistair and Jamie Porter. But the reason we were delayed was Jamie Porter got everybody to take his photo of him walking out to bat and open the batting with Sir Alistair. Then Sir Alistair stood at the non-strikers end for all 6 balls. The final ball of the over, Mr. Porter had a massive heave at it, having played very sensibly, missed it completely, and everybody shook hands and walked off. So you can officially say that Jamie Porter's opened the batting for Essex in Championship cricket. But as I say, we wondered whether he was coming, because it must have taken 5 minutes getting his photo taken, walking down the steps with Sir Alistair Cook. Because in over the wicket comes Laws, and that's on leg stump, and that's going to be flicked away by Harmer. Won't take the single down there to Dan Worrell below us. So the lead's 136, Essex 184 for 9. Harmer 16, Porter has 1. We were talking earlier about being allowed out onto the outfield during the lunch break, which I think is wonderful. And the amount of people that you see looking at the pitch. What's always quite fun with the live streams these days is at lunchtime, if they leave the camera on, as over the wicket comes Tom Laws, forward goes the right-handed Harmer. There's televised coverage of all those people just standing looking at the pitch for 40 minutes. I'm not sure it's going to catch on. It's quite soothing. It's quite soothing, Mr. Coney. But I'm not quite sure whether pitch cam is going to be a big thing over the years. There's waiting once again, Harmer then. Short mid-wicket in there for the right-hander as Lords is in, and Harmer up on his toes pushes this one down towards mid-off. Well, this could go on for the next 45 overs, Jeremy Coney. And then they get their lead up to around about 190 with the single and over.
Which is really what they would like.
Yeah, exactly. So that could be the game plan here from Mr. Harmer and Mr. Porter. It'd be one of the more extraordinary passages of play for 45 overs, but it would get them up near that 190 lead. As Laws in again to Harmer, and Harmer will take a single this time, just plays this one off his hip out towards deep mid-wicket. One more to the total. I think what Surrey will sort of say to themselves as well is, yeah, they've been better after lunch and seen the odd one bounce and swing and keep a bit, but Harmer and Porter are looking very comfy here, aren't they?
We've seen this spot 2 or 3 times in the match so far where just a pair of batsmen seem to be quite at ease with the pace of the ball and the way that it's coming off. The bowlers don't appear to be troubling them in terms of movement.
Laws into Porter. Again, he's looking for that Yorker, but he's sprayed this one down the leg side. And Porter will be a bit annoyed as well there. There was an annoying bit of cricket for both sides in many ways, because Laws down the leg side, not what Surrey wanted, and Porter missing it, not what Essex wanted, because if he got any bat on that, I think he probably would have flown away, even with Worrell down there to our left of the boundary. As Laws is in once more. Oh, shout for LBW, going down, I think. Yeah, going down, but nicely bowled by Laws. And Porter pushing forward. End of the over, 185 for 9, then Essex. Harmer 17, and Porter has 1.
Yeah, well, Simon Harmer's sort of stage managing the whole thing, isn't he? He's been able to get a couple of boundaries, and otherwise looking to get the single off about the 3rd, 4th or 5th ball, not the 3rd so much. He just wants to make sure that he's down there to the start of the next over and see if he can start to do it all over again. Means they're missing out on a few runs, I guess, but so far it's worked in terms of wickets.
It is. Each run's valuable at the moment. Jamie Overton from the Vauxhall end is into Simon Harmer, short one. Harmer's a bit uncomfortable with that delivery, trying to drop it into the leg side. It rolls away towards extra cover. Mr. Davis is behind me.
What sort of pace do you think Overton, he doesn't seem to be working at express.
No, I don't think he is at the moment.
Overton, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, he can get it up there.
Yeah.
At Beckenham and at Taunton, before he got picked for England, bowled at the speed of light. As forward goes Harmer, and Overton does the fielding off his own bowling, and then he does this a lot. Rolls the ball back at the stumps. He's going to be, when he retires, I think he'll be an excellent crown green bowler. Jamie Overton. Be an intimidating crown green bowler. Well, Jamie
He'd be driving first ball of the whole match.
Absolutely.
Driving it. There's no other ball on the green.
Absolutely. Hammering the jack down there.
Into the bank.
Into that little bin thing at the bottom. As Overton, wearing 88, runs away from us once more, comes into Harmer, and Harmer forward he goes, gets turned around a touch, it rolls out into the offside, and there's no run. So yes, end of this over, I'll bring Mr. Davis in to join you, Mr. Coney, at 185 for 9. A lot of chat about My Fair Lady overnight, Mr. Davis. How many times have you been in My Fair Lady? 4. I thought you'd been in it more times than that, actually. No,
Has he played the same role?
Have you played a number of roles, haven't you? You played all the big roles in My Fair Lady. I think it's Maria.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. And Professor
I think he
Eliza,
means
Professor Maria is Sound of Music. Was it? As this one's turned leg side by Harmer out there towards deep backward square. And there's
he means
no
Eliza.
run.
He means Eliza.
You've played Eliza,
yeah.
and you've played Captain What's It as well. What's his name in My Fair Lady? That's right, yes. And then Maria was the nun in Sound of Music.
She was.
Yes. Have you played? No.
But she was always, there's the one also between the two gangs.
Oh, yes, West Side Story.
Correct.
That's
yes.
about her. That's a very good musical. I like that one. As in over the wicket again comes Overton, and this one's driven back up the pitch. And Overton, oh, look at him. He punches the ground. You've got to be careful, Jamie Overton, because he's fielded that off his old bowling. He's annoyed that he didn't get everything behind it. And he has punched the ground there. And we saw him earlier kick the ground.
Just like the keeper that you were talking about.
Gary Wilson.
Yes.
Absolutely, the former Surrey and Island keeper and Derbyshire keeper. That look, yeah. Be careful there, Jamie Overton. Because he really did punch the ground there. And last thing you want to do is do yourself a mischief. Talking about Devon Conway doing that. Ben Stokes doing that as well. Punching the old locker door. In comes Overton to Porter. Porter's a bit late on this, getting forward, but it's a thick inside edge. They won't take the single. They've done it again. Picked up one. Well, as I say, we've got 44 overs left today, so if they keep going at this rate, 44 more runs to this, and that lead will be 182. Dick might be asleep at the. I think we all might be asleep at the back of the box. But a few more
Dick will
thoughts.
keep us away.
He will indeed.
He'll sing us a few songs.
Yeah. From My Fair Lady.
Yeah.
Absolutely. A few more thoughts from Jeremy Coney,
bounce.
and then it will be Mr. Dick Davis.
Yeah, well, it's. I don't want to use the word obsequies in terms of the innings, but it's certainly at this stage. It looks like Will Jacks, is he going to come on now and bowl a few overs as well to try and just break the seam department, which has been operating very effectively, I've got to say, since lunch, but not so much prior to lunch. So it looks as though Will Jacks is going to have a wee bowl. The off spinner, he had a good turn with the bat yesterday, of course. Let's see if he can get any turn. It might be just a little bit of an indication for Harmer. Has the pitch changed since yesterday when he bowled? Because he didn't get much turn from outside the right-hander's off stump. So we'll just have a wait and see to look and see if Will Jacks can actually do something here. He'll force the batsmen to play slightly differently. They can't just wait in their crease. They've got to get forward and play, slightly different strokes against the spinner. And if it does turn back in, then there's a chance, of course, that they can play outside it. So see if he can also, if he has a slip, he can get the ball to run across and bring the slip into play with a, one that just slides underneath and carries straight on with the arm. Thought he bowled a bit flat in the first innings. I hope he's able to toss it up a bit more here. Looks as though they're certainly giving the single to Harmer. They've got two men, one at slip and one at bat pad, to attack the defensive stroke.
So Jacks moves in and bowls, and Harmer, the ball trickles off the edge. They could have had a single if they wanted to, but it doesn't fit in with their policy of Harmer monopolising the strike as much as possible. Next one, Harmer. Oh, reverse sweep. And again, well, it's successful in as much as it comes off and goes down to third man, but it's really the only yardstick by which the success of that stroke is measured under these circumstances is whether it goes to the boundary or not, and it didn't, so they still didn't take a run. Jacks moves in again and bowls, and Harmer just plays that solidly, defensively. So that's 3 balls gone, so from now on they may well be looking for a single. And indeed he does take it as it goes down to, in fact it might, no it doesn't quite bisect, or they come back for 2. I started to say it went to either very wide third man or deep backward point, and it almost eluded the two of them, but it was just saved. But they went through for two, which is interesting, because it now means there's only 2 balls to go of this ball, and of this over rather, and it's still Harmer on strike. And understandably, the crowd, the field moves in to prevent the single. I find under these circumstances, when you first of all try and explain cricket to somebody who doesn't know anything about it, they begin to understand it, and then under these circumstances they say, well, why aren't they taking the run? And it's... Yeah, I can remember once one of the newsreaders said to me, when you've got a couple of minutes, can you explain all there is to know about cricket? And I said, look, I've been on this planet several decades and I still don't understand it all. That's whipped away on the onside. Oh, and a missed field accommodates the taking of a single. And it probably should have been fielded at just backward of square on the onside, and wasn't fielded cleanly, so they went through for a single, which means that Porter only has one delivery of this over to face. Essex have a lead now of 141, which, well, it gives the bowlers something to bowl at, but I would have thought nowhere near enough. They need to push up towards that 200 mark, which they will know far better than I do. As Jacks moves in and bowls to Porter, and Porter's nudged that down to third man. Oh, but well, in the direction of third man, but there was no intention of ever taking a single there. So at the end of the over, 189 for 9, Harmer 21, Porter not out a single. But really the most important statistic on the board is the bottom one. Essex lead by 141 runs.
Yeah, you'd think that Surrey would feel they're certainly capable of knocking those off.
Yes.
And I would guess that would, at the current run rate, and right throughout the game, both teams have scored at about the same rate, about 3.2, but somewhere between that and 3.3 runs per over. So that being the case, look, it might be sort of 42, 43 overs to get that sort of total, perhaps. Of course, that's assuming that the wickets remain.
Yes.
But you would have thought, yes, 180, 190 would have been something that Essex were thinking of.
Yes, Overton to Harmer. Harmer plays that out to mid-wicket, but Kemar Roach has all the time in the world to amble towards the delivery on the boundary, because he knows that they're not going to take a single. As I say, this is the sort of situation where the newcomer to watching cricket, they said, well, why isn't he trying to get to the ball quicker? And you say, well, there's no need, because they're not going to run. Why aren't they going to run? I thought it was the idea of the game. But, oh, no. That's what makes it so fascinating. It's different things under different circumstances. The best game that anybody ever invented. As Overton moves in and bowls, all that gets the better of Harmer, just plays it almost involuntarily down into the slips. I do honestly believe it's the best game ever invented. I can watch cricket anywhere on the way home from a game if there's a school match going on. And Mr. Norcross has entered. I feel I ought to be either on my knees or saluting, but...
oh, don't get too carried away.
No, I won't. No,
he's saying knees. He's saying knees.
Down. Oh,
yes.
Dear. Oh, as... Overton moves in and bowls to Simon Harmer. Again, plays it out to deep mid-wicket, and Roach again fields it at his leisure almost.
Mr. Norcross is heading to Chelmsford.
Is he? Well,
he probably wants to ask you how to get there.
He is a brave man.
Well, there you are.
I'm trying to think what's happening at Chelmsford. Oh, Women's International.
That's it.
Yes.
That's
well,
it.
Have fun. The flesh pots of Chelmsford await. Mind you, I'll tell you something in a moment, Daniel Norcross. I've decided to stay up in London for these games. That's worked way by fair means or foul down to backward point. I found accommodation in Tooting for a few days. And a very, very pleasant part of London it is. I was spoilt for choice as regards Indian restaurants. I love Indian restaurants, and I wandered down Tooting Broadway yesterday, and I was like a little boy in a toy shop. as the next delivery comes in from Craig Overton to Simon Harmer, who plays that out looking for the boundary and finding the boundary. An excellent shot. Sort of walked his way into that shot as he pushed it through long on for 4 runs. So Essex, well, they're doing exactly what they should do, and they're waiting for the baddish ball to come along and hitting it to the boundary, and the good ones keeping out, and Harmer trying to monopolise the strike. So, yeah, they get 10 out of 10 for policy. Yeah, as I was saying, I just love watching cricket. If on the way home from a game, there's a school match going on, I'll stop and look. I'll watch anything, really. I just love it. An attempt at a pull or a hook and finishes up going to third man for a somewhat fortuitous single, a leg by, in fact.
From the helmet.
Of the helmet, was it? Yes. And so that was fortuitous in more ways than one. One, the fact he picked up a run, and also it being the last ball of the over means that Harmer, the South African, will still be down at the business end. And there seems to be, or is it because he got hit in the helmet you now have to have these protocols?
Yes, they'll check it out.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I almost tremble at saying this in case it's a rude question. Were helmets de rigueur in your time? Were they essential wearing or not? Or
just not at the start when
no.
I played. It was all in the cap, so we would face Thompson and Lilly and so on in
yes.
our cap or our
yes.
Floppy, white
yes.
floppy. But then it did come in just at the start, 81 perhaps, when the West Indies came to New Zealand.
Yes.
That was the first time we wore helmets, and we didn't actually have the chin straps either.
No.
They weren't attached at that point, so if a delivery surprised you and you jerked your head backwards to get out of the way,
came off.
The helmet would come off.
Yes.
And one of us, John Morrison, his helmet landed on the stumps and he was out.
Oh yes.
And then another, Jeff Howarth, who of course played here
yes.
at Surrey for many years, his just missed the stumps as well in the first test. So yeah, it was just starting, and then it sort of settled down, and I could never get used to with the bars across the front.
No.
I'd never had just something in your eye line at all, so I used to wear the plastic
yes.
ones around the temple. But no, we didn't have the protocols like this.
No, of course. Well, they are fairly recent anyway, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Do you think it's made batting easier that now batsmen will go for shots for the short pitch, whereas before they'd have just taken evasive action?
Well, I think they're not going. Yes, I think perhaps they will play the hook stroke a little bit more, but whether they get into the right position,
well, yes.
that's another question.
Yes.
Whether they get inside the line quite so much, and maybe that's why we see them being hit just a wee bit more.
Yeah, because they wouldn't have been there to be hit before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We would have been well out of the way of those.
Yes. Yes. I would. I'd be by the square leg umpire.
Well, that makes you harder to hit, that's for sure.
Right, the protocol has been completed, and so we're now going to see Will Jacks bowling his second over of this spell, or of this innings indeed, and he will be bowling to Simon Harmer, with the score on 194 for 9, and that's just played defensively, trickles back to the bowler. No addition to the score. A lead of 146. It's edging, and well, obviously it's edging in the right direction, but it's got to do a lot more edging to really get Essex to a comfortable position.
Yeah, slowly building up, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yes.
Sorry, we're looking to try and get this last wicket quickly.
Yeah, well, so far it's put on 167, so it's put on 27. Yeah, useful runs in, well, not a low-scoring game. After all, Surrey got over 300, but what you feel might be a bit tricky going last innings. And Harmer steps on the back foot, plays it out deep into the covers, but it's too soon in the over to contemplate taking a single. Harmer on 25, Porter on 1. And Porter's hardly faced, and now the field does come in because we've had 4 deliveries of the over, only 2 remain, so Harmer will be looking for a single of one of these. And no, straight to the man at short cover. No addition to the score. And last ball of the over, assuming it's valid, and again looking for a single, and indeed picking it up, just hitting it out or helping it on its way almost out to deep mid-wicket, down to the unmistakable figure of Craig Overton. And Harmer again keeps the strike. So from the Essex point of view, and obviously you're a Surrey man, but I mean they're playing it exactly right, aren't they?
Yeah, that's all they can do really, and all credit goes to Harmer from that point of view. He is basically shepherding the strike, and he's doing it very well.
Yeah, he is.
He's making sure he's facing the majority of the balls, and when Jamie Porter does have to face, he's doing exactly what is asked of him and keeping it out. And from that point of view, it is forced, I suppose, Captain Rory Burns to bring Dan Worrell, the impressive Dan Worrell all game, back into the attack to try and get rid of Simon Harmer or Jamie Porter and get this innings wrapped up.
Yeah, so Dan Worrell's back into the attack, and he bowls from the Vauxhall end, and Harmer plays that out on the onside for what probably would have been a single under other circumstances, and it just trickles its way out to Amler, fielding in a white floppy sun hat at mid-on, as is Rory Burns at mid-off.
Seen a few of those this week, haven't they, with the heat, and they've decided to keep them on, even though it's a bit cloudy and overcast.
Yeah, they haven't really needed them today, but that's again full face the bat, played out to Kemar Roach this time in deep mid-wicket on the far edge of the square, which most people are familiar with the oval. The square is wider than the pitch, wider than the field of play actually, because it stretches beyond the boundary on one side and up to the boundary on the other side.
I've never asked and I've never counted, but I wonder how many actual pitches
go
right across. I might have to count in a little while.
As that's outside the off stump. One thing one associates sort of non-cricket with the oval is flocks of pigeons. I mean, there have been the odd one or two, but they're not sort of don't know if it's the wrong time of year or what. But
gone on the holidays, have they?
Of course, it's the end of July. Yes, they're all in Ibiza or somewhere.
It's down at Hove last week, and there was
the seagulls.
I've played at Hove many times, and I've seen a few seagulls, but honestly, there was a good couple of hundred of them, and
really?
Apparently it's because all the flying ants were coming in. And
yes, as that's just played very pleasantly back to the bowler. I mean, if you're batting in particular and the seagull comes down, do you back away, or would you spend all day backing away if you did?
Yeah, a few times here at the Oval when you're batting and a pigeon goes straight across.
Yeah.
If it gives you enough time, you sort of pull away and stuff, but normally it's not too bad. So we've got to make sure they're smart here. They want to try and get 6 balls ideally at Jamie Porter. And
oh yes, of course.
I think if Kemar Roach needs to go a little bit further behind square and just a couple of high bouncers, you've got them both in the locker. If Harmer takes it on, so be it, but you need to try and get 6 balls at Jamie Porter.
Worrell moves in, bowls to Harmer, and Harmer's nudged that down to fine leg for 4 runs. Just helped it on its way, really. So Harmer continues to do exactly the right thing. He moves on to 30. Essex 199 for 9. And going along pleasantly.
Yeah, attempted bumper there from Dan Worrell. get it bouncing nice and high, and didn't quite get it high enough, and Simon Harmer just sort of pivots on it and helps it on his way down to a fine leg for 4 runs and takes that lead over 150.
Yeah, 151 is the lead as Harmer faces up to Worrell. Moves in, bowls down the leg side again, and they've put in a leg slip, but Harmer, well, Worrell did what he wanted to do, especially with that last delivery, which was make sure that Harmer stayed on strike, because I think probably for the first time Porter has the potential to have to face out a whole over. Obviously he'll be looking for the single, but mustn't take too many risks from the Essex point of view. Now, will it still be Will Jacks with Harmer facing, or will they decide to revert to seam?
They're going to Kemar Roach.
Yes, they are indeed
back to
going to Kemar Roach.
3 for 49 off his 19 overs so far this innings. He'll be trying to run it back in and bring those pads and stumps into play.
So Porter takes guard from umpire. Is it Russell Warren at that end now?
It's
Yes,
Russell Warren at that end,
yeah,
Peter
yeah.
Hartley this end, yeah.
Yeah, the scorecard said it was Neil Bainton, but I certainly know it's not Neil Bainton. As Roach starts to run in, then changes his mind, and don't think Porter was quite ready actually. Right, turns now. Moves in and bowls, and that's just pushed out on the onside, just in front of square. No attempt to run, and it was straight to the fielder, so there wouldn't be any attempt. And yeah, it's enthralling, I think is probably the word. The cricket at the moment is really interesting.
I think it's been a massive feature of all 3 days really, the two
Yes.
teams just
they
not willing to give up and throw the towel in. It's fighting for everything.
They invariably produce a good game of cricket between them, Essex and Surrey, and I haven't got the statistics to prove it, but I would imagine probably it honours about even over the years. But yeah, almost always good contests. I think good sides, it's like if you're playing golf against somebody, and good sides probably bring out the best in the opposition. As Roach moves in and bowls, and that's nudged away backward of square, and Porter does take a single. I think it was only the second delivery of the over. Yes, it was. So no, the third. The applause all greets the 200. Always brings a ripple of applause in the crowd. It doesn't really mean anything significant. The important figure is still the bottom 152 lead. And well, overs. Oh, of course they now go on, don't they, until the 10th wicket falls. Yes, Teague should have been 20 to 4, but it rarely ever is, because there's usually more than 32 overs of the day remaining. But now it's just they carry on.
Yeah, they've still got 39 overs remaining the day after this. There's still another 7 till tea.
Yes. Yes, 7 till tea anyway, and then of course it's almost, until Jacks came on, it's been entirely seam bowling, hasn't it? Yes. So,
It has, yeah.
So that would account for it.
As the field comes in again, trying to keep Simon Harmer away from strike, getting down that other end. Can't really go short here, Kemar Roach. He's got the deep backward squares come up to square leg. He's still got to look to just challenge defences of Simon Harmer, and it'll be interesting to see how he plays.
Yes, as Roach moves in, bowls, and oh yes, 4 more runs down to long leg. Excellent. Harmer just seemed to sort of pivot almost on his back foot, on his right foot, and just help it on its way around the corner. So really doing. At one stage, it really looks as if it's going to be over today. Now it's highly unlikely, I'd have thought, with Essex ahead by. They've just taken it off the board, 156 runs. But, Surrey will be in no hurry. They don't need to take risks. they're just as happy to win tomorrow as they are today. Oh, that's a good looking shot as well. 4 more runs. Overpitched, played with a flourish through the offside, down to the short boundary on the Archbishop Tennyson School side. So 8 runs off consecutive deliveries from Harmer. Pushes Essex, if not to safety, at least in the direction of a useful, a challenging score.
2 lovely shots there from Simon Harmer. He'll be disappointed with the 5th ball. Kemar Roach just on the hip and allowed a pivot pull shot from Harmer. There was no one out there to protect the boundary, and then a nice drive through the covers for 4. But Surrey won't mind that too much.
No.
I know it's cost them 8 runs, but you've got Dan Worrell ideally having 6 deliveries here at Jamie Porter. The lead moves on to 160.
Yes. So, understandably, a fairly attacking field. 2 slips, a gully, a close-ish mid-wicket as Roach moves in, bowls, and that's just played down into the slip corner.
He's played that very well, Jamie Porter.
He did, didn't he? Yes.
Played it incredibly well. It was a lovely delivery from Dan Worrell, bringing those stumps and those pads into play, and it almost looked like it kept a little bit low. But Jamie Porter managed to get in line and get his bat on it, keep it out.
As Worrell turns, wearing number 40, moves in, right arm over the wicket. And again, everything correct. Right behind the line of the ball by Porter. No attempt to score a run, but just to keep it out, and he did it very, very effectively.
Yeah, gritty cricketer, isn't he?
He is,
Jamie
yes.
Porter.
And a lovely bloke as well. I expect you've...
Only downside, but I suppose he's from Essex. He's a West Ham fan.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, but we have good chats about football.
Yeah, but he's a nice bloke, isn't he?
He is a lovely guy.
Yeah. And again, everything behind it.
Getting into line nicely. I say that, most of my family from Essex, obviously that's where I was born.
Yes.
They're West Ham fans as well, so. He's getting nicely into line and doing the job that his side needs at this moment in time. Obviously his partnership building, 41 now.
Yes, Alsit, the Book of Words says that you were born.
Yes,
so,
I was, yeah.
Big maternity hospital there. Yes, all it was. I don't know if it still is. There's the next delivery. Again, this time just dabbed out square on the offside. So we've had 4 balls of this over bowled, and Porter's dealt with them all quite well. 2
from 23 now for Jamie Porter. Doing a fantastic job for his side, allowing Harmer to score freely when he can. He's 38 of 68, and this partnership, as we said, building to 41.
As the next delivery. Oh, and this time it clatters into the off stump, and Essex are out for 208. Porter eventually out bowled for 2, leaving Harmer not out 38, and to do all the details, the donkey work, the administration, call it what you will, I'll leave you with a few words from Ricky before Mark Church moves effortlessly into this seat.
Yes, evenly poised here at the Kia Oval, as Essex have bowled out for 208 with a lead of 160. Dan Worrell with impressive figures yet again, 5 for 66 to go with his 6 for 56 in the first innings, and that will be tea.
It will be indeed, and well, they got there in the end, but well played Simon Harmer. That could be a very valuable 38. Now Surrey will sort of say to themselves, come on fellas, 161, that we'd have taken that this morning, but the way this game's gone, and Dan Worrell outstanding, 5 for 66, 11 in the game, but the way this game's gone, Ricky Clark, something's going to happen, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
swung.
9 down with a few
it's
balls
going to
left
be
and
fantastic.
extra half hour tonight, all that sort of stuff.
Absolutely. Something's going to happen, but it'll be 161 needed by Surrey when we come out after the break. We'll take a little break now, and we'll be back with you here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Essex after the break. But all out for 208 Essex. Surrey will need 161. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex Surrey live stream. So, Essex all out for 208, Dan Worrell 5 for 66, 11 wickets in the game, and it means Surrey need 161 to win. We've got a whole day tomorrow, we've got an entire session tonight, but the way this game has gone, you wouldn't expect it to be easy either way, because it's been an absolutely brilliant game of cricket this, and Surrey there doing a very good job after lunch. It was 118 for 3 at lunch, so 208 all out, although a very good effort from Simon Harmer at the back end of that innings, 38 not out and putting runs in his back pocket for when he comes on to bowl. Ricky Clark is alongside me. Well then, Mr. Clark, I just said strap yourselves in and enjoy the ride, because it's going to be fun this, isn't it, whatever happens?
Yeah, we rocked up this morning, we said this is the money day, and it definitely is going to be that. You've got two fantastic sides going at it. Essex come out with lots of enthusiasm and energy, and Rory Burns and Ryan Patel strolled out nice and positively as well. It's just going to be a cracking session this. 38 overs to be bowled.
Just looking, Surrey had to chase, I think it was 192 against Somerset at Taunton, and they were 7 down when they got there. So the little total sometimes can cause chaos, as Sam Cook will open up from the Vauxhall end, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Burns, and Burns is forward to the first ball, pushes this away into the offside, and there's no run. The only thing I would say, it's got quite gloomy, and the floodlights are now coming on. So floodlights are on. So Surrey are going to have to do this tonight under the lights. There are 37.5 overs left today. So 37.5 overs left today. It's an obvious thing to say with these smaller run chases, but get off to a good start is the key. As Sam Cook round the wicket, he comes to Burns. Burns lets that one go outside his off stump, and that has swung after it's gone past Rory Burns, and Rossington's taking that going upwards in front of Alistair Cook.
Yeah, he's come round the wicket, and almost looked like, as it pitched as well, it just sort of seamed away. Wasn't going to trouble Rory Burns there, it was quite wide. But Sam Cook is steaming in here.
They're going to give it absolutely everything, Essex. Understandably. As round the wicket goes Cook to Burns. Burns, oh, a little outside edge. Down into the turf it goes, into that gully region. On the bounce. And no run. What I would say is that the ball had got older, I know, but Harmer and Porter actually didn't look in any bother really there, and Harmer farmed the strike, and it was 38 not out of 68 balls with 6 fours, because at one stage it was 167 for 9, 167 for 9, and they got themselves up to 208. As round the wicket again goes Cook, and Burns is just about pulling the bat inside the line as that bounces outside his off stump, and there's a little nod of approval back towards Sam Cook from Rory Burns.
Yeah, nice delivery that from Sam Cook.
Ryan Patel will have a role to play here, definitely at the top of the order, because if Ryan Patel gets going, he tends to score runs quick. There's Ryan Patel. I think they'll stick to the normal batting order for this one. We saw a change in the order at Scarborough, but I think with the amount of time there is, can take till 6 o'clock tomorrow night, really. As round the wicket comes Cook, and first runs as this is tucked away in Burns fashion, off his legs, down towards fine leg. And Surrey are up and running in this run chase. 1 without loss they are, needing a further 160 to win. But whatever happens, this has been a terrific game of cricket. It really has. It's going to be a low scorer, but two really good sides. And every time you think one side's getting a bit on top, the other one comes back. And we sort of saw that at lunchtime, really, because Essex had a pretty good morning. And then Nick Brown went for 48, and Surrey really did go after it. As first ball for Patel, height will be an issue, nipping back, hitting that top thigh. Shake of the head from umpire Hartley, but movement there for Cook, just nipping it back off a goodish length, end of the first over. Surrey 1 without loss. Burns has 1. Patel is yet to get off the mark, and it's another 160 required by Surrey.
Yeah, good first over there from Sam Cook, challenging the defences of Ryan Patel and Rory Burns. And you're just seeing as well the floodlights just taking effect now. You look down and see the fielders and their shadows from the floodlights. It's quite gloomy. It's difficult conditions this to bat in, but Surrey are full of confidence. They're at the top of the league for a reason, playing some fantastic cricket, and obviously only last week a fantastic run chase, so they'll be confident on chasing these runs down. Essex also coming off the back of, I think it's 3 good wins from them, so they'll be confident. So this is what you want to see in county cricket. 2 fantastic sides fighting for these points.
Well, at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire 48 for 2 against Hampshire following on. So Hampshire looking odds-on favourites there to pick up an innings victory. As Jamie Porter is coming round the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns is pushing off the back foot down towards Shane Snater, moving round to his right-hand side. So I suppose if Surrey could get over the line here, from a Hampshire point of view, if they were to win that game, they'd look across and think, oh, they've done it again. We keep winning our games, but then Surrey keep winning theirs at the top. But if Essex win it, Essex are coming up on the rails. So there's an awful, and they've got a game in hand. So there's an awful lot to play for here. As Jamie Porter comes around the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns covers up, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. They were extremely disciplined in that first innings with the ball, the Essex seamers, weren't they?
Yeah, I think you look at the pick of the bowlers from the Essex point of view was Shane Snater. Hardly went for any runs, bowled a lot of overs, was economical, putting the ball in the right areas. Obviously Sam Cook and Jamie Porter have done it for a number of years, where they've had a good formula, you know, the seam attack, and rotate the seamers from one end and Harmer comes into play.
Porter's in, round the wicket to Burns, lets this go, just zips back at him. It's taken by a tumbling Rossington, away to his right-hand side. But worth remembering as well that Surrey in their first innings were 112 for 7. Now, if we have a repeat of that, it is going to be squeaky what's it time, I think. But at the moment, 1 without loss, Surrey. Patel down there at the non-striker's end in his short sleeve sweater. Rory Burns is just checking where the field's going. And they've just popped a man out at deep backward square for Rory Burns. Porter's round the wicket to him, and Burns clips at this, hits the thigh guard, and will going to run away down towards that fine leg boundary. They get a single as Sam Cook comes around to do the fielding. Leg buys the signal. I just hope this doesn't get any gloomier from a player's point of view, because I'm not sure we'd stay out there, because we're already seeing, as Ricky Clark so rightly said, those stars like propellers, like helicopter propellers coming out from the players' feet as the artificial light takes over the natural light. Ryan Patel waits with bat raised as Porter's into him, and he's off the mark, turning this one into the leg side. That'll go out towards Nick Brown at deep backward square.
It's the first thing you'll be doing as a batter when you're down that non-striker's end and having a little chat with the umpires, like,
can't see you, umpire.
Yeah.
Where have you gone?
Blinking loads and going, oh, it's getting dark out here.
Well, of course, with a whole day to go tomorrow as well, there isn't that sort of pressure time-wise, with an entirety of a day to go tomorrow, and a pretty good weather forecast, I think, for tomorrow as well. I don't think there's any talk of rain tomorrow. But yeah, it is gloomy here in South London. As Porter comes around the wicket to Burns, beats him on the outside. Nicely bowled by Jamie Porter. Little nod from Rory Burns. End of the over. So 2 gone. Another 36 remaining today. And Surrey 3 without loss. Require a further 158 for victory. It'll also be very interesting. I know in these conditions you'd think seam. But it'll be very interesting to see when Harmer comes into the attack as well, won't it? If we're going to get 36 overs in today, they'll want him to have a good bowl this evening, won't they? Because if we are getting those 36 overs in and they do leave him back, which I wouldn't expect them to, it might be that he doesn't have a great deal to bowl at tomorrow. So you'd expect him to do a lot of bowling tonight, Simon
You would, but again, Churchy, we've seen that predominantly seam and swingers taken most of the wicket.
Cook is round the wicket too. Oh, Patel, that skates past his edge again. It's a lovely length delivery from Sam Cook. And with the ball swinging under the lights, Essex might sniff a little opportunity here. This is not going to be straightforward. And Ryan Patel just goes down to do some gardening. He checks exactly where his off stump is. 3 without loss, Surrey. As Patel stands with that bat raised as Sam Cook comes round the wicket to Ryan Patel, and Patel pushes at this down towards backward point. It goes round. Comes Shane Snater to do the fielding, and there's no run. Ooh, Alistair Cook's having a bowl there at first slip. Now that would be a turn up for the books. It really would be.
1 test wicket to his name, though.
It is, yes, it is. And from memory, it was caught down the leg side.
Matt Pryor, yeah, just stuck out a hand, and
I think he
was it Ishant Sharma?
I think he was doing his Bob Willis impression as well, wasn't he? So there we are, as round the wicket once again goes Cook, and this is turned by Patel off the stumps into the leg side. Oohs and ahs from the slips and from Cook to get a single. There'll be 1 more to the total. That moves Ryan Patel on to 2, 4 without loss. But I think, as you said so rightly, if this morning you'd offered Surrey 161, they'd have taken that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, definitely. I think if you look at the course of this game, it's been sort of to-in and fro-in, and both teams fighting their way back. Essex was 91 for 6 and managed to get to 271, and as you say, Surrey 112 for 7. And that fantastic knock with the tail end to get them 319 from Will Jacks.
This one's up to the bat of Rory Burns, just turns him round a touch, but it works its way out there into the offside, and they'll get a single. Well, Alex Davidson, one of the finest photographers in the land, he's out there somewhere, and he's just texted me saying it be very dark. So he's out there at the moment, snapping away, as Mr. Davidson. It does look gloomy from here, I have to say, but all the spectators are sat watching at the moment. Might look a bit darker on the live stream if you're watching, as round the wicket comes Cook, and forward goes Ryan Patel. Thickish edge, but all along the floor. Down towards the man it goes. There's no threat of rain because the ground staff are all just sat quite comfortably having a cup of tea, watching from the Lee Fortis workshop down there away to our right. So there's no sitting by the covers or anything, but it's just we've got dark cloud all above us, and there isn't much of a breeze today, so it's not going anywhere. 6 without loss, Surrey. Another 155 required for victory. Sam Cook comes galloping in once again. Right on round the wicket to Burns, and Burns, full face of the bat, plays it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over. So 3 on, 6 without loss, Surrey. Burns has 2, and Ryan Patel's on 3. And well, Surrey, before going out there to chase the 161, there wouldn't have been too much said, really, would there? It's just, you know, go about it, go normally.
There's so much time left in the game. Obviously, the run rate has roughly been around 3.2 throughout this game for both sides, but from a Surrey point of view, it's just bat. You've got so much time left in the game, just bat. See off that new ball. We know that it becomes a lot easier, roughly around about 30 overs, and doesn't do as much. So it'd just be a case of batting, building the partnerships, and just 2 good partnerships just really dents that total.
Jamie Porter from the pavilion ends, coming round the wicket to Ryan Patel. Patel is pushing on that front foot down into the leg side. Round comes Nick Brown to do the fielding. Played well today, Nick Brown, but sort of he went after lunch to Tom Laws, and then there was just a procession really until that Harmer and Porter last wicket stand. And you wonder how important those runs are going to be.
You can pick out loads of little passages of play, Churchy, when you sort of dissect it a little bit, where a couple of catches from Surrey could have been completely different. Or
Porter around the wicket he comes, and again Patel is forward.
Or Cook taking Will Jacks, yep. And there's so many different things, and that's the beauty of this sort of cricket. 2 sides trying their best to get these points. Obviously, if Surrey win this, they extend their lead at the top. If Essex win it, they come right back into the race. So it's exciting times to watch two sides that are really competing for these points.
Absolutely. Runs towards us as Porter comes around the wicket to Patel, and Patel cries a catch it. He's just trying to work that square of the wicket, and it goes back towards Tom Wesley. Stood up there at mid-on.
Saw Tom Wesley at lunch.
Excellent.
And I said, cool, you were lucky with your LBW first, but we didn't know how I hit it.
Ah,
I went, did you?
are.
No, I did hit it.
Well, there you go. That'll be the reason.
I said that's the only reason it could be, but he did say that he got a little tickle.
It's a good decision then from umpire Russell, because for all the world we thought that's a good way for Kemar Roach to start his day. But a little bit of bat from Tom Wesley. Around the wicket comes Porter again, and looking to turn into the leg side is Patel. Hits the thigh guard. They'll get a leg bye. So he won't mind how these runs come at the moment. Let's get that scoreboard moving round. 7 without loss. Another 154 required by Surrey. With a whole day to go tomorrow. 10 wickets needed by Essex. Again, 2 back on that leg side boundary rope for Porter, bowling to Rory Burns.
That's what Surrey will be looking to do, just leave the good balls alone if they can, and little drop and runs and just rotating the strike.
Porter, round the wicket he goes then to Rory Burns, and Burns letting this one go. Outside his off stump, taken low down by Adam Rossington, moving away to his right hand side.
And then the longer that Essex go, where they aren't getting a wicket, for example, or half chances, that's when sometimes bowlers can then search for that miracle ball and try and go for the wickets. And that's when the two openers of Rory Burns and Ryan Patel can maybe capitalise and get away with a few boundaries. So at the moment though, good competitive cricket.
Yeah, it has been throughout since Monday. Oh, Tuesday actually. As forward goes Burns, no ball from Porter. That always helps. So a couple more to the total. 9 without loss. Yeah, of course we started this game on Tuesday, didn't we? Tuesday start, and then both sides back into action on Monday in the Championship.
Quick turnaround.
Yeah, well, it's your 2 former clubs going head to head here, Surrey and Warwickshire, going head to head here next week. So I think we've got Mr. Roland Butcher with us for a couple of days, which would be nice.
Oh, nice.
That'd be nice. 2 slips and a full slip, really, is Critchley. Porter. Around the wicket he comes to Burns, and Burns off his hip clips this beautifully through the leg side. Brown's giving chase. It's a great effort from Nick Brown, it really is, to get anything on that, but it's beautifully timed by Rory Burns, and it's our first boundary, and that'll move Rory Burns on to 6, and Surrey move on to 13 without loss.
What a lovely shot that is from Rory Burns. Trademark shot from Rory Burns as Porter comes in on the angle round the wicket and potentially went for that sort of miracle ball, and it just carried on down the leg side, and Rory Burns has clipped it and timed it beautifully in front of the square, and Nick Brown tried to get round and big dive to stop it, but it was timed too nicely, and 4 runs to the Surrey total.
It was a lovely shot, because when you see it again, it's sort of waist high, isn't it? Just let it come to him, and then that clip of the wrists and the timing, perfect, just meeting the ball at the top of the bounce and whistled away.
He's so quick onto it. That's what you look at and see how impressive it is. He's so quick onto those shots.
Cook from the Vauxhall end is into Ryan Patel. Ryan Patel gets himself forward, thick inside edge, that runs away to Brown in there at mid-wicket. So it's another 148 needed by Surrey. 10 more wickets needed by Essex. And actually, you look at it, lowest, you'd always say if you've got to get the lowest total of the game to win it in the last innings, you'd settle for that, because it's 271 plays 319 plays 208, and Surrey need 161. That's the better way round. If you're ever looking at it and you actually end up needing the highest total of the game, then that is very, very difficult. Poor old Sam Cook's got something in his eye here, just as he was about to set off. And Aaron Beard, who's doing a bit of 12th manning, Has just stuck his finger in Sam Cook's eye. Seems to have done the trick. So Sam Cook there. Could have been a bit of grit, I suppose, or something. Seems to be okay now. Around the wicket he goes to Ryan Patel. And Patel forwards and hitting that pad again. I think thick inside edge onto that pad and then ricocheting away into the leg side, and Nick Brown doing the fielding. Alistair Cook stood in there at first slip. Simon Harmer at second. You can see their sunglasses glinting on top of their caps with the floodlights on. Also see the back of the Patel bat on the stickers. When he gives it a twiddle, you can see the floodlight reflection as Cook is in to Patel, and Patel forward he comes, playing this down the ground. Won't get a run because Aaron Beard slides round to do the fielding. Good bit of work that from Aaron Beard. The player who isn't out there. Oh no, Paul Walter is down there, that third man. Let's have a quick look at my notes and work out who isn't out there for Essex, because as I say, we've got Aaron Beard out there at the moment.
Dan Lawrence.
Oh, good spot from you there, Ricky Clark. That's forward goes Patel. That does beat the edge. And that's taken by Rossington. It is indeed. Excellent from you there, R. Clark. So yeah, no Dan Lawrence out there. Number 28. Not out there. Looked good today, Dan Lawrence.
Had a life, yeah.
He did.
Early on, but once he forgot about that, he got into his rhythm and played some beautiful shots. And he'd be disappointed the way he got out, but again, that's one of his strengths, and sometimes your strength can become your weakness.
Waits again does Patel, Cooks into him. Patel lets this one go outside his off stump. Slapped into the gloves of Rossington, moving away to his left-hand side. Light's sort of holding at the moment, it's not getting any worse. Sort of staying where it is, which is gloomy, but with the floodlights on it's okay. Lots of members sat down there.
You always wonder if it's your eyes just adjusting to it and getting used to the light, isn't it? But there's lots of shadows.
I definitely need an eye test. As round the wicket comes Cook, and this one's left alone
I'm over
by the left-handed Patel. And that's into the gloves of Rossington, moving away to his left-hand side. Oh, I can see you quite happily. Oh, Clark, it's these days with me, it's if I haven't got my glasses, it's doing the score updates, you see, where I can't really see what I'm doing. Talking about score updates, here we go. Kent and Warwickshire, Kent 294 for 4, so that's a lead of 234 in their second innings. Gloucestershire 65 for 2 following on. Trail Hampshire by 191. Somerset 77 for 1, knocked Yorkshire over for 276, so Somerset lead by 255. And Lancashire, well, they're 38 for 1, need a further 240 to win that one against Northamptonshire, so that'll be an interesting game of cricket as well. Jamie Porter from the pavilion end coming into Rory Burns, and Burns, that's wide outside his off stump. That's nothing to do with that. Nottinghamshire 618 for 8 declared. Derbyshire 318 all out, asked to follow on 4 without loss. Across the river at Lords, Sussex 523, Middlesex 291 for 5. So 291 for 5. And day 2 of Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Leicestershire all out for 584 and Glamorgan 46 for 2. Those are your other scores from around the country as Porter around the wicket to Burns. Burns forward, that squirts away down towards third man. Walter there to do the fielding. They'll pick up a single. Burns moves on to 7. Surrey move on to 14 without loss. So another 147 required. Snater's getting himself warmed up. You can see him there with his big wide brim sun hat and his bandana underneath that wide brim sun hat.
Yeah, I think you'll see him potentially come into the attack, and Porter will go for a little bit longer, and then Sam Cook will then switch to that other end at the pavilion end.
Around the wicket goes Porter to Patel, and Patel's forward. Solid looking shot from Ryan Patel.
Just allows them just to get a few more overs a seam rather than, you know, going Porter and Sam Cook, both doing the same overs in their spell, and then Snater comes into the attack, and who's he going to bowl with if they want to keep seam going? So they just rotate it a little bit, do a few overs this end, Sam Cook, and I'd imagine they'll then follow Jamie Porter at other end.
Doing some stretching exercises at the moment. Dan Lawrence is back out there, actually stood up at mid-off now as round the wicket goes Porter. Oh, forward goes Patel, plays this as if it kept a little bit low on him, so we've ended up crouching down after playing that defensive shot. That potted away into the leg side. They've had a couple of chases this season, Surrey. Well, 3, 4. Somerset twice, Scarborough, and then this one. So 4th chase of the summer for Surrey in the championship. Skip at the top of his mark from Jamie Porter, then round the wicket he goes, and this one's left alone wide outside that off stump by Ryan Patel. Tumbling take again from Adam Rossington, but you can feel the tension around the ground at the moment, can't you? It's early days. And welcome back to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Lovely to have you back with us, with Surrey 14 without loss on the chase of 161. Ricky Clark is alongside, but yes, we can feel the tension about the place at the moment. There's Porter coming round the wicket again to Patel, and Patel will get runs, just pushes this down towards third man. Paul Waters down there to do the fielding. End of the over, 1 more to the total, 1 more towards that target of 161. We do of course have an entirety of a day tomorrow as well, and even though the floodlights are on and the lights a bit gloomy, we're out there and we're through the first 6 and 15 without loss, Surrey.
Yeah, good start from both teams. Obviously Surrey are happy to be unscathed, and 6 tied overs from Essex. It's still going to be Sam Cook. It'll be interesting to see how they rotate their seamers. Yeah, or if they do go to Harmer early. That's the question from an Essex point of view.
One for Mr. Wesley to work out. Stood at mid-on at the moment with his hands in his pockets as Cook is round the wicket to Patel and runs for Ryan Patel. 1 more to the total. Patel will move on to 5 as that just squirted away into the leg side. 16 without loss. So Surrey at the moment, well, if you do it in singles, you do it in singles. There's plenty of overs to go with an entire day tomorrow. Jeremy Coney would be riveted by that if Surrey did it in singles. Behind me, he's got his fleece on now. It's Mr. Coney. Looks like he's going to go for a run.
I was going to say a bike ride.
Yeah, absolutely. I heard you saying yesterday you've got into cycling.
I wouldn't say I got into cycling.
It
was
bought a bike.
I bought a bike, yeah.
And around the wicket comes Cook, and this is left alone outside the off stump by Rory Burns.
It was one of those sort of lockdown impulse buys where
lovely.
you couldn't really go out and do anything other than if you were cycling or jogging. So I thought, I'll buy myself a road bike. I actually really enjoyed it.
Good.
And then obviously we got let out and lockdown finished, and it's just sat in the...
See, I think I wouldn't have minded riding a bike then, because there wouldn't have been too much traffic.
No, it's okay actually.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm one of those, when I'm driving a car,
get annoyed.
Cyclists in my way, and then I become that person on the bike.
Well, I haven't ridden a bike in years. It's round the wicket comes Cook, short ball, and up on his toes goes Rory Burns. Electric bike, yes, for Ricky Clark. I used to have a bike with a basket on the front.
Did
One
you?
of those old school ones. Yeah, lovely it was. Used to potter around the place with me fruit in the front of the basket for a nice afternoon picnic.
It's actually really nice. Like where we live at the minute, we're down in Wiltshire, literally right by Stonehenge.
Yes, I know.
And just cycling around there in the countryside is fantastic.
It's round the wicket once again comes Cook, and Burns up on his toes, plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. I saw a lot of Stonehenge again when I was going to Taunton, sat on the A, whatever it is.
The 303, yeah.
Yeah.
A303.
It does get busy along that stretch, doesn't it, looking at the stones?
you should have messaged me and I would have told you the route to go round the back, you know, local knowledge and all that now.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Been there 4 years, so...
Yeah, well, you know, everywhere around there. The old Stonehenge, people still like going and looking at those stones. 16 without loss. As comes round the wicket once more to Burns. Burns is solidly forward, pushing this one out towards a wideish mid-off, and there's no trouble. Burns 7, Patel 5. The old Wookie hole.
Yeah, have you ever been there?
Yes,
We've got some Wookie hole cheese.
Have you?
Yeah,
Lovely.
we went there and took the kids. You go through all the caves and then...
Has it always been known for its cheese?
I don't know,
I
but
thought it was known for its caves.
my wife buys anything and everything, and next thing you know, we've got a basket full of cheese with Wookie hole on it. Yeah, I've never, not even tasted it. So.
Oh, there you go. That's the last thing I would have expected her to bring back from Wookie hole. As round the wicket once again goes Cook, and that's nicely played by Rory Burns. Full face of the bat, getting fully forward, drops it into the leg side, and there is a single. Burns will move on to 8. Patel moves on to 5. I'll do one more over with Ricky Clark, then we'll get Mr. Coney in, and then I'll bring Dick Davis in. But yes, Wookie hole's it's a good day out, the old Wookie hole. But when I was little and you went there, it's literally all you could do is go down Wookie hole. But I think there's a bit more to do. Well, you can buy cheese, obviously, but I think there's a few more things there at Wookie. I think you can stay there now. I think it's like in a hotel.
Oh, actually, there might be. Yeah, I'm trying to think when we went. We've got some good photos.
Lovely.
And down in the caves, and you hear the stories, and yeah,
because there's a witch that lives down there, you know, down the old Wookie hole.
Yeah, she bought some cheese.
Did she really? Maybe it's hers. I hope Mrs. Clark's not listening in at the moment. If you are Mrs. Clark, good afternoon to you. 17 without loss.
It is going to be Shane Snater.
Don't try to get yourself out.
I am now, yeah. Clark. It's going to come from the pavilion end, replacing Jamie Porter. Bowled beautifully well, first innings did Shane Snater. Very economical, put the ball in the right area. And got his rewards with 3 for 35. He'll be looking to do similar.
He's got the bandana on again. So he's a very, very sort of recognisable figure. Is Mr. Snater with his bandana on. 17 without loss as around the wicket goes Snater to Burns, and Burns pushes out into the offside. He'll get a single. And Burns moves on to 9, 18 without loss. I was just looking actually across on the live stream of Mr. Snater and sort of saying there's the Federer look there with his bandana, and there's a bit of the Ben Stiller in him as well, isn't there? In a couple of the films that Ben Stiller's been in with his bandana on and his long hair.
Ben Stiller?
Yeah, I think
you sure you got the right one? You're not thinking about Keanu Reeves?
Who was Zoolander?
Oh, that is Ben Stiller, yeah.
There's a bit of that. Oh yeah, Keanu Reeves as well. Yep, in the old Point Break, I can see that as well. As back onto strike comes Ryan Patel in a short sleeve sweater. He's on 5. Still under the lights here. 18 without loss, Surrey. Another 143 required as Snater's round the wicket. Forward goes Ryan Patel. Nudges this down into the leg side. Cook should get round to do the fielding. And they will pick up one more. One more to the total. 19 without loss. Burns comes back onto strike on 9. So you haven't tried your Wookie hole cheese yet?
No, I haven't. I don't even know where it is.
It's nice. Fridge, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully it's in the fridge. Otherwise, I wouldn't go near it. How many years ago was it when you went to Wookie hole?
Quite a few.
Yeah. Oh dear. It made its own way out the house by now. As Burns waits again on 9. As Snater round the wicket to Burns. Burns covers up again. Plays this one up towards mid-on. There is no run. But yeah, the sort of the atmosphere at the moment, with the lights on, it sort of adds to it, doesn't it? It's like with football, sort of a night game with the lights on. It always makes it. It just feels you're more enclosed, doesn't it? And
creating
the
theatre of the day and the game and the two sides.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Great game this is. Round the wicket again goes Snater to Burns, and Burns getting fully forward on this occasion, pushing it out towards Tom Wesley at mid-off. The man who'll be making the decisions, will Tom Wesley. Stood up there at mid-off. we're going to see. We've got to see a bit of Harmer tonight. I know the ball's swinging and the lights are on, but he's going to play a part in this second innings without a doubt.
Still 30 overs left in the day.
There's still a lot to go today. As around the wicket goes Snater again to Burns. Burns quick single, and Snater does the fielding off his own bowling. It's excellent running, and he's going to get 5 because Snater has thrown to the bowler's end. Porter couldn't get across, and Rory Burns will pick up 5, and that's really come from positive running because he's just dropped it down, gone. I don't blame Snater here at all because Burns is going to the danger end, but Porter just could not get round to back up. So that will be 5 to Rory Burns. He moves on to 14, and Surrey move on to 24 without loss. Another 137 required.
Other than the overthrows, it's brilliant bit of fielding from Snater, but Rory Burns is always making that. He's very quick.
And Snater's in. Oh, Ryan Patel is a long way down the pitch here. He's just walked at Snater and then hung his bat out there. So normally when a player does that, they're looking to drive or something. He's just walked down there and then hung his bat out there. Ricky Clark, thank you. Jeremy Coney's going to come in. We're going to have a bit of a double change here because Jeremy Coney is coming in the seat to my right, and then in a moment I'll bring Dick Davis in as Sam Cook is just remarking his run and putting his bowling disc down. So welcome back to Jeremy Coney, and your thoughts on this start from Surrey, and then you'll be joined by Dick Davis.
Well, the first thing I think, no one has found scoring quickly an easy proposition on this pitch. If you look at the run rates, and if you look at the way that Essex, for example, as far as the top 6 of Essex, no one got to 30 in the first innings. No one. Here he comes, bowls, short, pulled, good contact. It'll be saved from the boundary, and they'll take a comfortable 2 from the first ball of the over from new bowler. Who's this bowler? You'll tell me.
It's still Cook.
It's still Cook.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's just I looked up at the screen here and you can see it's got Slater.
Oh, yes, it has,
which
yes.
is about an hour and a half late.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
It now says Cook.
So Essex, nobody got to 30 in the Essex first innings. Surrey, in their first innings, only one person in the top 6. I'm just talking about the batsmen.
As the next delivery worked away on the onside for 1, they'll think about, and indeed they'll make the second as it goes down backward of square.
It's good positive quick running between these two. For Surrey, only Jacks got to 30. We know he went on to make 150, but he is the only one who got to 30 for Surrey in the top 6. In the second innings there were 2 batsmen who got to 40. Brown, of course, who was dropped, and Lawrence, who was also dropped.
Yes.
So you can see that it hasn't been easy for the top 6 with the ball new.
No,
with these bowling attacks.
And Jacks was dropped, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So the next delivery, I just played defensively back to the bowler Cook.
So that may mean absolutely nothing, but it just says that at this game, in these conditions, that's how these two teams have found it so far. So it may not lead to an easy chase. It may not. It may be quite comfortable. I don't know. Sometimes teams come out when they're chasing low-ish total, and 160 isn't a huge total, but they play much more confidently. They come out almost as if they're wanting to attack.
Yes.
And break the back of the chase quite early and break the field up, and so singles and 2s become a bit easier to get and the slips disappear and so on. So that's a possibility as well.
As Cook bowls, that's allowed to go by outside the off stump by Burns.
So that can be effective. Yet, as I'm saying, this surface would indicate it may not be quite so simple because the ball just up and down a little bit. The other thing that you sometimes see, of course, when you're chasing a total like this is a change in the batting order.
Yes.
And, I'm just throwing the name out there. Would Umla drop down a little, and would you bring Pope, up one?
Cook to Burns, who pushes that through the offside. They're going to get a couple here, and they just turn for the second now, and they'll probably settle for that, as it's eventually hauled in by Dan Lawrence, about 10 yards short of the extra cover boundary.
And I'm not thinking of Umla in any kind of way at all. I mean, as I say, no one really got to bat aggressively other than Jacks, and that was only after he got to 100.
Oh, yes.
So probably because there's another day tomorrow, you wouldn't consider that batting change.
No. As again, Burns more or less moves into the shot as he plays it. In fact, with Jacks, I got the impression that he really only started putting bat to ball with purpose when the wickets were falling at the other end.
Yes, and he got down to 9 and 10,
and he was
nine and last wicket down.
Yeah, running out of partners. So
in fact, it was the last wicket down, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Where they scored 67, and in fact,
Yes.
that's when he attacked. So, yeah, and I was just looking at that. I've mentioned to you all the run rates that we've had so far, 3.2, 3.3. It's at the moment it's 3.3. But of course, with the number of overs, I think we did it just about sort of 5 minutes ago. There was 33 overs to go and 150 required. Well, that's changed obviously, but it gives us an idea. That's 4.5.
yes.
Again, saying an extra run per over, every over. So all I'm saying is that the maths and the logic of what's happened so far points to us coming back tomorrow a little bit more than, unless of course something unusual we haven't seen in the game so far.
Yeah. Well, this is the moment that we, from the Essex point of view, we hope will swing things in the Essex's direction, because Simon Harmer's about to come on to bowl from the pavilion end.
Yeah, well, two left-handers at
Yes.
the crease, so he would be able to turn the ball away from the edge of the bat. Always a nice thought, and bring the slip into play, which is Alistair Cook there at slip. It's just a question of what sort of field, and there's quite a long discussion going on between the bowler and the captain at the moment. Looks like they're going to bring in a bat pad as well. And other than that, they'll want to stop singles. It's so far what we've seen, particularly from Burns, is that he's been quite aggressive with his calling and running hard between the wickets with Patel. So 3 in the covers, man out on the point boundary.
Harmer to Patel, and Patel lets that go by outside the off stump.
And on the onside, so 4 on the onside, 5 on the off. Bat pad, mid-on, man on 45 saving the single, and man on the sweep on the boundary.
Harmer again to Patel, who again lets it go through to wicketkeeper Rossington, who has
And
Cook, so Alistair variety just over his left shoulder, and Harmer again into Patel. Yet again, 3 deliveries and 3 that he's allowed to pass by.
yeah, but there was some little bit of turn there. Harmer had a look at that. So he's just working out pace to bowl and see what sort of the amount of turn, the breadth of turn that he can get.
As Harmer moves in again and bowls. And again, the ball allowed to go by.
And going away from the bat like that, you've just got to be a wee bit careful. You've got to get nice and close to it, and don't forget Harmer, for the majority of his spell, was tight.
Yes, he moves in and bowls, and that does oblige the batsman to play just a solid forward defensive. It trickles back to the fair-haired South African.
It was only in the last 2 overs that he bowled that he was taken downtown, basically.
Yes. Harmer again in to bowl, and that's just worked away square on the offside. So unsurprisingly, really, Harmer starts with a maiden over. Is it oversimplification to say that a slow bowler sort of it's more of a sort of long-term strategy the way they get a man out, whereas a seamer, a quickie, is more inclined to sort of almost think every ball is a potential wicket taker.
No, I don't think that the pace of the ball has more to do with the conditions.
Yeah.
I've noticed already just in the overs that we've seen, and more turn coming from Harmer bowling to the left-handers, and there are some more target areas where the right arm overs have been bowling right throughout this match, outside the left-handers off stump. They're the only two left-handers in the Surrey side, so this is quite a good time for Harmer to bowl.
Yes, it is.
Now, Snater is accompanying him, who bowled quite well in the first innings, didn't he? 3 for 35 and at a run rate of 1.6 per over.
Snater round the wicket to the left-handed Burns. Well, they're both left-handed. This will be it's going to be a very short stint of mine. I'm going at the end of this over because I committed an almost fatal sin of missing my 4 o'clock update. So I said, so once I'd shed the sackcloth and dusted off the ashes, I said, well, I'll do a 5 o'clock instead.
Right. Okay, well, good luck with that.
Yes, I might well need it.
Right,
Thank you. Snater moves in and bowls, and that's allowed to go by outside the off stump. So
Yeah, you've obviously let Mr. Church know, though, of course, because he is, I see, poised.
He's poised. He's, pawing the ground in anticipation.
Yes.
If you can hear some strange noise in the background.
Yes, that's what you do when you paw.
Yes. Snater moves in again, round the wicket, bowls, and that's not played with total conviction, but it was all along the ground down to third man for a single.
Yeah, that's turned Burns around, hasn't it? He's looked to play that to the leg side, and it's obviously gripped a little and then moved and taken an outside edge. Went along the ground, but not convincing.
No. Patel takes a fresh card from umpire Peter Hartley.
Patel out, caught second slip by Harmer. He's still in that position at the moment when he was dismissed in the first innings.
Snater to Patel now, and he lets that go by outside the off stump through to wicketkeeper Rossington, who well, obviously didn't come anywhere near repeating his heroics of the first innings. He was just out for 7 playing, well, what can at best be described an injudicious shot outside the off stump to Dan Worrell. And Snater.
3 in the covers, saving a single. Third man, 2 slips.
Snater to Patel again, lets it go by outside the off stump. The floodlights, as no doubt my colleagues have said, switched on, and they're casting very obvious shadows. So despite having watched or played this cricket for so many years, there's still plenty of things I don't understand, and one of them is the regulations regarding bad light. I think you need a PhD in light management or something. As the next delivery, they just played solidly and defensively. Well, they thought about a single, but it was well fielded by the Essex skipper Tom Wesley, and I'll make way off to my short stint for Wildchurch.
So just the 1 run from the Snater over, 1 to third man. Total now 31. So from 11 overs, so we're around about at 3 runs and over at this stage, and that will again just come back to that figure that there'll be another 4.5 runs and over needed from here today if it's going to be completed today. A lot of people thinking, we can get this done. I'm not quite so convinced.
I'm not. I think there's a chance we could be back for tomorrow with the possibility of not too many runs needed. But Harmer to bowl his second over. Maiden
Now.
first up, and Burns on strike. Short leg and a slip as Harmer's in, going round the wicket, tosses this up. Burns is forward, pushing into the offside, and there's no run.
Little bit of turn for Burns away from the left-handers. The shots you can play, if it's up there, is to skip down and try and get to the pitch, or to sweep, basically, or reverse.
This one he's on the back foot, playing it down into the leg side. That's picked up by Nick Brown in there at short leg. He got done by Don Bess at Scarborough coming down the pitch, and Bess got one to turn and bounce on him, and he was stumped.
Okay.
In the second innings.
So that'll be in his mind a bit then, in that
I
case.
think
So it perhaps could be, I don't know whether he plays the sweeps. Is he a sweeping man?
He's an orthodox sweeping man. I don't often see him pulling out the reverse as he lets this one go.
But that, if it's outside off stump, it makes it a bit, you either hit a slog sweep, which is open at the moment, it's over towards the main scoreboard, but I'm not sure that he'll try that at this stage. The bounce of the new ball.
It's forward. Burns here just pushes this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. I always think of Rory Burns because he made his Test debut, and his first series was in Sri Lanka. And they opened up with spin, and you know, that was a baptism of fire for him, really. As in round the wicket goes Harmer again, and Burns is forward, playing this one down into the leg side. So Harmer immediately here is just hitting that. The thing with Harmer and the really good spinners, I always think, Mr. Coney as well, is that they tend to land 6 balls in the same spot.
Pretty close.
They're always, they might just change the speed and whatever else, but.
And that's very important, you do change the speed.
Tend to hit the same spot. As he's in again. Oh, there's a quicker one. That goes past the edge of Rory Burns. Looking to drive was Rory Burns. That's nicely taken by Rossington. That's nicely bowled by Harmer. He stands with his hands in the air. Another maiden. So back-to-back maidens from Simon Harmer, to just be building up his maidens from that pavilion end.
And he's moved from outside the off stump of the left-handers, where they have been letting it go. Certainly Patel let every ball virtually go in this first over. And we could see the turn there, and then Harmer started to come across the stump, so he's now pitching it because he's seen that turn, and then he's come across to sort of middle stump, where you're landing on the better part of the pitch. You're not landing on those targets I've been talking about. These are the parts you're not allowed to run on as a bowler, and you follow through. So not quite the same amount of turn.
Snater is into Ryan Patel. He's down the leg side. Ryan Patel gets nothing on this. Snater operating from this Vauxhall end.
Lucky to get away with that with a 6-3 field. You can't go down that side, and only 3 protecting it. Really, I just wonder if Snater is better coming over the wicket at Ryan Patel, just on that slightly different angle. He nicked off at that angle in the first innings, coming over the wicket rather than round.
Snater here, flowing in the breeze behind him as that's cut Ryan Patel in half. That has just snaked back and gone between bat pad and back leg. Good take from Rossington, flinging his way to his right, but that did nip back at Ryan Patel.
That keep coming, did it?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wonder, because the whole point about bowling round the wicket to the left-handers is to create an angle going in at the batsman and then take it the other way towards the slips, so you get 2 angles to deal with as a batsman. You know, you think of Broad bowling to Warner.
Yeah. Around the wicket again goes Snater. Forward goes Patel, gets bat on it, plays it down into the leg side. And the other one there, with Snater getting it to do that much, is actually one that just holds its line as well, because Ryan Patel's thinking about that coming back. Just good afternoon to the Masters Club as well. The Masters Club up there on the committee room balcony. I've just been informed that they've been in the Prince of Wales room today, having their summer luncheon, and chaired by ex-player and past president Mr. Roger Harmon, very fine bowler for Surrey, Mr. Harmon, over the years. As round the wicket once again comes Snater, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. So good afternoon to the Masters Club, who are sat there on those very nice, they're very comfy green settee type things outside the committee room there, having a watch. I've been allowed in there a couple of times, the old committee room. Not dressed like this.
dressed up.
I had a suit and tie on.
Right.
Absolutely. Nice coffee in there. Very nice coffee. Good view as well of the ground. As Snater round the wicket he comes once again to Patel. Oh, and that lips back at Patel again. He's done pretty well though, because he's got himself across to that off stump. So it's nipped back and hit him amidships.
It's not as if it's easy though, is it?
No, not at the moment.
We're seeing bowlers coming in and hitting the pitch. You can see the sort of the area that Patel is starting to look at there and tap down and so on. It's kind of just short of a drivable length, and you're always hunting. The bat gets out there hunting for the ball, and if it moves at all, then it's into the pads or into the back leg. Not easy.
Waits again with that bat raid. Snater's into him and Patel lets it go. So Snater bowls a maiden as well. And they're just building up maidens at the moment to build a bit of pressure. End of the over. End of me. That was a sort of just off the bench for 5 minutes, boss, and I'll make a difference.
Okay.
And then I've come on and our team have conceded 3. And the manager has decided to whip me off again because Mr. Dick Davis is back, Jeremy Coney, after his 5 o'clock update. So he's going to join you again now.
It's good to know he's still alive.
Still with us. He's still with us.
He's obviously completed, albeit in a tardy sort of fashion, an hour late. And forgive him for that, I'm sure, the people of Essex. I know that you'll have been sitting very closely by your radios waiting for that for an hour. But he's back now. He's looking rather more relaxed.
Their breath could never have been more bated.
There you are.
As Harmer moves in, bowls, and that's just worked away front of square. There was actually more to report at 5 o'clock than there was at 4.
Well, there was. That's a perfect timing. You could explain to them that.
Well, I will.
The innings was changed, and now we know the target and so on.
Harmer in again, swept. But, well, an attempt to sweep, but doesn't really meet with any success. We've sort of got the bottom edge, and it just trickled down to Sam Cook at 45 degrees on the leg side, close enough to stop the single.
Okay, so there's the first attempt from a Surrey batsman outside the off stump to use the sweep stroke to reach out in front of you.
Yeah, Harmer in again, and played defensively this time by Burns.
There's one that carries straight on from Harmer. It's not as if every ball turns. So the bowler will obviously change the grip in his hand depending on the angle of the seam, whether it'll slide on or not.
Harmer moves in, bowls, and again Burns is. Well, they're not quite sure whether to go for the single or not, and the throw comes in. They do go for it eventually, and the single is taken, but the ball came in at the bowler's end, and they were home and dry.
Quite a tough position that. He's sort of on that 45 position I'm talking about, on behind square on the onside to the left-handers. You've got to be very quick to get to the ball, Owen as well, to prevent those singles.
Yeah, it's Harmer to Patel. Just played out quietly into the offside. And with every over, almost every delivery that passes, it seems that we're more than ever likely to be back here tomorrow.
Harmer holding on to his head there, looking at that sort of semi-half drive of Patel, thinking there was a bit of a chance going to Cook at slip. Every time he tosses it up and turns it, he thinks that way.
Yeah, Harmer again. Worked way on the onside this time, and yet another miserly Harmer over comes to its conclusion. Parsimonious, I believe, is your watchword.
I don't know about watch, but it's miserly. Yes, exactly. Difficult to get runs. We were at 3.2. Now we're down to 2.2. That's all it takes to change. With 2 or 3, 4 maidens that we've seen. It's been difficult to get away. So we went through a little period, didn't we, where we saw singles being taken and a couple of twos and perhaps even one boundary, but those have dried up now, with Snater finding his line a bit better, and also Harmer, of course, having to change the pace at which you bat.
It's Harmer again, continuing from the Vauxhall end, and Again, Burns can do no more than just be grateful to keep it out as he moves into the shot, as he plays the defensive push back to the bowler. Yeah, really getting quite, the clouds are really getting quite dark now, but obviously the floodlights counteract them. But I think basically as soon as as I say, I don't really understand the lighting regulations, but I think broadly once they become too prevalent, then they call it a day. That's worked away splendidly for 4 runs through mid-wicket. It just crosses the boundary now. It didn't have a lot of legs in it when it crossed the boundary, but it had enough, which is all that matters. And yeah, Burns will be grateful for that, taking a little bit of the pressure off. He moves on to 26 out of his team's 36.
Yeah, good stroke. Good stroke. No man covering that sort of area at straight mid-wicket. Beat the man in close. Once that happened, of course, it was always going to be difficult to cut off.
Yes.
Because the closer you are, the more the angle you can cover.
Snater round the wicket to Burns, and Burns just pushes that out on the offside now.
Run rate 5.3 at the moment required to complete it tonight. That's pushing it out in terms of the run rate scored so far in this game. Mainly 3.2.
Yes. But there's no reason for Surrey to be in a hurry.
Oh, there's absolutely, no. Absolutely. They've got all day tomorrow.
In fact, they'd probably be happier if it got darker and darker and it was called off for the day, wouldn't they? Surrey don't particularly want to be out there. They'd far rather be in the pavilion and thinking about tomorrow.
Well, there is a school of thought that just pushed out on the leg side, no run, and
yes,
there's a school of thought that says the ball just does a little bit more under the lights.
Yes.
And it's a little bit more tricky to pick up as you get the change in that twilight area, which is kind of what we're hitting at the moment.
Yes, it creates twilight, doesn't it?
Yes. So these aren't bad bowling conditions right now.
No. But Snater moves in and bowls. And Burns again walks into the shot and then is happy just to push it out to mid-off where it's picked up by Sam Cook. Still wearing that floppy white sun hat, which now seems rather inappropriate. But so be it. He's not the only one.
Burns just getting himself just on the offside of the ball, looking to score on the onside. But that one just checked him up a little bit and he had to just use the hands to straighten the stroke up. Got to be careful you get your balance right.
Snater again. And again. It's just pushed back to the bowler, and the end of the over, which did concede that boundary, but with the exception of that, it was a pretty tidy, defensive, mean over. And Essex have their visitors at 36 for no wicket. So, yep, Surrey at this stage with 125 runs still needed. Surrey definitely in the better seats.
Yes, no early wicket loss. Both the batsmen. Sometimes, you know, when you come out and you've got a chase like this, you start to get going. The juices start to run a little bit, if you know what I mean.
Yes,
and you're pushing for runs, and you're taking quick singles, and you get into the game. You start to feel better about your innings.
Yeah, Harmer to Patel. Patel plays solidly defensively, creating a seemingly impregnable defence, but there's no such thing.
Well, can Harmer just draw him out a little wider outside the off stump?
Moves in again, Harmer. And Patel just pushes it out on the leg side this time, no addition to the score. Well, there is no addition to the score, no. Seems we're getting progressively darker. But no semblance or sign or indication of rain as Harmer moves in again, and again Patel is content just to play defensively. Somebody of the class of Harmer commands respect, and he's certainly getting it from these two batsmen. And that's just nudged down to third man. It'll be really interesting to see how the South Africans, or rather how Harmer bowls for the South Africans against England.
Yeah, that is certainly one of the interesting conundrums about that series, or Maharaj.
Yes. Not sure when the first test is.
17th.
17th. Oh, it's a
August.
While yet then.
Yes.
Another 3 weeks or more. Yeah.
So that gives South Africa time to adjust and to play some games.
Yes. Well, that makes a change, the way the schedule is.
I rather like it. I
Yes,
rather like
yeah.
the old, not because it is old-fashioned.
As Harmer moves in and bowls, and that's just pushed out into the covers. No addition to the score. End of the over.
Yep, 16 gone, 36 without loss. Yeah, it's all too often, I think, nowadays that sides arrive, and because of finances and paying for teams to be in the country, you get them into the test matches as quickly as you can, and they're not ready.
No.
Not ready to play in the conditions. That's one of the hard things to learn as a player, that what are the differences that I'm going to require to my game to be successful in this place or that place. You mentioned Sri Lanka, or what? Someone mentioned Sri Lanka a moment ago. It's very difficult to go to a place where it's suddenly turning and it's dry and it's hot, and to adjust your game to those conditions. So it's good, I think, to give touring teams 2 to 3 games if you can.
Oh yes, of course. As Snater moves in and bowls, and that's worked away onto the leg side, and it only went a matter of 10-12 yards, but there was nobody there, just absolutely square on the way to the umpire, but there was nobody in that position, so they actually went through to a very comfortable single.
I mean, you could argue that it's going to be harder for your local side, your international side that is resident at home, but it's a much tighter game. You could get, the games will be closer.
Yes.
And so I think that will attract a lot more people to come along and watch anyway.
Yes, I agree. But as you say, it's all finance driven now. Everything in cricket is finance driven, sadly. And that's an attempt to pull it away to the boundary. It doesn't meet with total success. It just finishes up. But with Dan Lawrence at short mid-wicket. When I first got taken to cricket by my dad, the tourists would come over for a whole summer.
Oh, we used to regard it as the development tour.
Yes.
England was the development tour. We would play perhaps 12 counties. It was
Yes.
fantastic.
Yeah, well, I think at one stage the tourists played all the counties. In fact, they played one or two of them twice, as Snater moves in and bowls it outside the off stump, allowed to go.
That will never happen nowadays,
no.
but at least have 2 or 3 games, and perhaps one game in between the first and the second, to allow teams, if they've been beaten badly, to correct something and make the second test a bit more competitive.
Yes.
There's nothing worse than having a side come in and it's 2-0 very quickly.
No, not at all. And also, I mean, it's not just test match results, but spreading the gospel of cricket. Not many people either have the time or the finance. That's just played quietly on the leg side, in addition to go to a test match. And so when they used to go round and playing all the counties, it took international cricket to the counties, and people could identify it with more. And then when they see it on the screen, they think, oh, good grief, he was playing in my local park only last week.
Well, things have changed a great deal, haven't they? I mean, it used to be the days when it was regarded as a bit of an honour when you played against the touring side.
Yes.
And that's changed now as well.
Yes, I mean, that's just played solidly defensively. I can remember it used to be the match of the season, the tourists, and now it's sort of, even if they do play one of the counties, it's
an extra game.
It's sidelined. The county hardly ever puts out its strongest side, and
that's right.
It becomes nothing more than a demonstration or practice match. No, it's a shame, but we all know the reason why, and one of the things for sure, it's not going to change back to how it was. Snater moves in, bowls to Patel, who again plays solidly and defensively. All the patience in the world. End of the over, and needing 161 to win. Surrey are 37 without loss.
You do find some of the stronger, more wealthy countries will be afforded a game or two. It's, you know, so if India tour here, they might have 1 or 2 warm-up games,
yes.
or they might be given 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks prior to the first test,
yes.
that they can become acclimatised and playing in those games and get their bowlers organised and lengths that you're going to bowl, and just give them a better chance so that they are competitive. Whereas if it's Zimbabwe or it's Bangladesh,
yes.
I'm afraid you're straight into the tests.
Yeah, very true, very good point. So unsurprisingly, it's still Harmer bowling from the pavilion end, and almost equally unsurprisingly, the delivery is met with great respect by Burns, who is content to lay a defensive bat on it. And this is intriguing stuff. It's not T20, it's not the other competitions that's just round the corner, but it's nonetheless intriguing. In fact, all the more intriguing, I would say. But that's worked away on the onside towards, but not over the boundary. Fielded by Walter, and they go through for 2 runs.
That's a good stroke. That's it hasn't turned. What Harmer really wants to do now is to keep that same line in middle and leg. It was a good shot from Burns. Is then just to hold it back slightly, a little bit more loopy, so he gets a front edge.
But that's just played defensively and safely back to the bowler.
And that's where the skill of a spinner starts to come into it, that you're able to pitch the ball in a similar line, but just slightly differently.
And the next one is just, I'm not sure if he laid bat on ball, but it finished up just evading Rossington, but he hit something because Sir Alistair Cook can easily get round and field it. So as I say, it's fascinating stuff. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Mark's laptop just says something went wrong. Whoops, or oh dear, or oh well, no doubt he can sort it out. A man of many talents, and that's just played defensively out to mid-on, and that is the end of the over and the end of my split stint. And we have to be careful saying that, split stint, which I'm very grateful to Mark, who will be on air in a matter of a jiffy.
Again, just a probing kind of over, really, from Harmer. Just looking to attack more that middle and leg and get the ball to try and grip slightly and move across the left-handed batsman. Trying to get him to play into the leg side and maybe produce a little early so that it gives you a chance for a caught and bowled, or clipping it to perhaps a sort of a mid-wicket area, getting it a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad and then bringing the close-in men into play. So that's the little battle that's happening at the moment. Occasionally he'll go outside the off-stump where there is a bit more turn for him, but it's a little wide, and that's why he's wanting to get in much closer to these left-handers.
Got a change of bowling at the Vauxhall end. Jamie Porter is into the attack, started from the pavilion end, now into the attack from the Vauxhall end. Round the wicket he comes to Ryan Patel, who's forward and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. But yeah, I've just been sitting outside having a watch and going about this very sensibly, Patel and Burns. And
yeah, it's good.
No rush at all.
They're not thinking about the tonight sort of thing. That's not. They're not. It's not in their minds. They just want to get these totals, pick up, as you say, the 16 points on offer if they can, and get a decent start here.
Well, Ryan Patel 6 not out, Rory Burns 29 not out. Patel on strike as round the wicket goes Porter to him, and Patel is forward and pushing this one out into the offside.
And I was just saying to Dick that I don't think they'll consider a change in the batting order. I mean, if there wasn't tomorrow, yes, they might sort of look at that a bit more. Perhaps Pope might come up, the anointed one, and or you know, one of the others perhaps. But I just can't see them doing that at all. No need.
Well, there isn't, with the whole day to go tomorrow as well. They did change it around at Scarborough, but that was a time constraint chase, which is a very long-winded way of saying that, as this is a delivery that's whipped off his hip by Patel, and
almost
there's no
longer
run.
than the chase itself.
It was, yes. As I was halfway through that sentence, I was thinking, where's this going? But thankfully, I got to the end of it. Ricky Clark's joining us again after this over.
There's a general applause. I can just hear a ripple of applause around the ground.
There's been a little bit of social media action about Wookie whole cheese.
Oh,
yes.
And the which? That is the stalagmite.
And the stalactites.
Who turned to?
As this one's left
hang on,
alone outside.
Do you hold on with all your might, or do you hold on tight? I don't know. Which one's the one that comes down from the roof?
I think that's a stalagmite.
See, we don't know, do we? Look at us all.
No,
look at us all.
It's a stalactite. Sure.
Yeah, I think it might be. You hold on tight.
There was a way of remembering this. All right.
Well, I've just given it to you.
Which one?
You hold on tight.
Oh, so that's going down.
Yes.
Oh, I see. But you.
Oh, come on.
Well, I thought you might if it was going
take
up.
The single.
But if
I've
it was up, as in round the wicket comes Porter, forward goes Patel, and this one will roll out towards cover point and then start. But if it was going up and there was a big drop below you, you'd still hang on tight, wouldn't you?
Hang on tight.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
it was for a bit of balance. Anyway, it wasn't about that. It was about the cheese.
Right.
Because somebody pointed out that it might be not Wookie whole, but Cheddar Gorge cheese, you see.
Cheddar Gorge, yes.
But our Clark, I'll let him explain, has been on and proved that he has got Wookie whole cheese. As round the wicket once again comes Porter, and this is tucked away off the stumps by Ryan Patel. It's his first run for a while. He moves on to 7 with that single. And Surrey move on to 40 without loss.
What sort of cheese is it, by the way?
Cheddar.
Is it
cheddar cheese?
It's cheddar cheese.
Cheddar cheese.
Okay.
Yeah. But not from Cheddar Gorge.
No. Cheddar from Wookie.
From Wookie.
Okay.
End of the over. Should we bring Ricky Clark back in?
Look, we want to hear. I mean, everyone's just.
He can explain himself here, Jeremy Coney. Not only what's going on out there in the middle, which is great tension, but also there's a little bit of cheese chat started by our Clark. Thank you, Jeremy Coney. Jeremy will be back with us. We've still got plenty to go tonight. We've got 19 overs remaining today here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex and the Surrey live stream. And down there in the distance, Sam Cook is coming into the attack. So Harmer's come out the attack, Cook's come into the attack. Welcome back, Ricky Clark. And a solid start this from Messrs Patel and Burns.
Yeah, really good start. Obviously unscathed and just going about their business. As you see Sam Cook coming in from the pavilion end now. Don't know if that'll be a change of ends for Simon Harmer. Obviously they've got Critchley as well, which I find it interesting. I've not looked at Critchley. Just a bit of rough and to the left-hander's leg spin coming round the wicket and maybe just gripping in and stuff. But it's going to be Sam Cook from that pavilion end. But yeah, a good solid start. Hasn't been as much on offer for the seamers, if I'm brutally honest. Hopefully it continues that way for Surrey.
Cook then, round the wicket he comes to Patel, and Patel is forward and tucks this one up towards mid-on. And there is no run. So let's get over this briefly. But so it's definitely Wookie whole cheese, not Cheddar Gorge.
Yep, definitely Wookie whole cheese.
Excellent.
It's a traditional handmade farmhouse cheddar. And it's Wookie Hole in Somerset is the cheddar.
Lovely.
And the constant year-round temperature and humidity offers the ideal conditions to create a cheddar that is deliciously rich, tangy, mature, combined with distinctive earthy and nutty flavours.
Oh, as this one's defended by Ryan Patel into the leg side, and there's no.
And I haven't got a clue where it is in the house.
There you are.
So it wasn't Cheddar Gorge, it was Wookie Hole.
It turned into MasterChef over here on the right-hand side. 40 without loss, so definitely not Cheddar Gorge. But thank you indeed. I got a couple of tweets about that, saying I think you two have had a shocker, talking about Cheddar Gorge, not Wookie Hole. So round the wicket comes Cook, forward, goes Ryan Patel. And thank you to everyone as well who yes, your description of stalagmites and stalactites. And I always remembered it as stalagmites. This is from the great Martin Oakley. Stalagmites might reach the roof while stalactites hold tight to the roof. That's very good. There's a couple here I'm not quite sure whether I should say. But I can see where you're all coming from, including Kevin Howells there. But I might not say yes, but I see yes. And indeed, as round the wicket once more comes Cook. And this one's solidly played by Ryan Patel straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. So Surrey here, they haven't even got a thought of this tonight. They're just going about this and picking up the runs when they can. And actually what this does do is it gives Amler a chance to have a little sit up there on the balcony and have a watch as well.
This could be a big moment in the game as we see the umpires get together again.
Change ball. And
they're looking at the ball. Obviously the lights are on and we're seeing the shadows as well on all the fielders and the umpires and the two batsmen out there.
It's forensically looked at by Peter Hartley here. And he's showing it to Wesley and says, no, not this time.
It's fine, get on with it, yeah. I think what he does, he tries to, speaking to Pete at lunch, he's saying he tries to put it in 4 different ways just to make sure, because sometimes you could have an egg and you put it in a certain way, it goes straight through, but if you turn it the other way, then obviously it won't. So he gives it a good chance, and on this occasion for Essex, it was a nice try, because we've seen the balls this year haven't been up to scratch, and we've seen the ball change a lot in these county games.
Well, our good friend Mr. Borthwick, 8 times in one day in a game, Durham game, it got changed. As round the wicket comes Cook, forward goes Patel and pokes this really out into the offside. Lawrence comes up to do the fielding and there's no run. But still that score remains on 40 without loss. If you're just coming in, good evening to you. And Surrey dismissing Essex in their second innings for 208. Dan Worrell 5 for 11 in the game, meaning Surrey need 161 to win. And they are 40 without loss, with Rory Burns on 29, Ryan Patel on strike here to Sam Cook on 7, but there is an entire day to go tomorrow. As round the wicket goes Cook again to Patel, and nips that one back a touch, hits him high up. He's getting a stride in there though, is Ryan Patel. Just rehearses playing that straight back down the pitch. Here comes Rory Burns for a chat at the end of the over. 40 without loss then, so it's still pretty gloomy out there, but the umpires haven't once, with the lights on, gone anywhere near the Megatron to have a look at the old light meter. They're happy with this, aren't they, at the moment, the umpires?
Yeah, obviously the batters seem quite happy as well, and I think it's one of those catch-22s. Will Surrey want to stay out there and try and put a big dent in this total tonight, or would they rather come off and go again tomorrow morning? But it's been a brilliant start for them. It is going to be Jamie Porter to continue from the Vauxhall end.
It is indeed.
Harmer 5 overs, 3 maidens.
Yep. Well, they've sort of seen him off there.
Yeah.
They've seen him off.
It was bringing the run rate down and creating a bit of pressure. They've gone back to double seam.
The only thing I was thinking with changing in the batting order and all that good stuff is round the wicket comes Porter and forward goes Rory Burns, and it's a completely left field idea this with Harmer, but whether you might consider bumping Jamie Overton out there and just say, look, just go for it. See if you can. If you hit a quick 30 off him, brilliant. That was the only thing I thought might happen, but now he's out the attack anyway. And we've got the seamers operating again here. There's Porter, little shrug of his shoulders. He's quite a fidget at the top of his mark, is Jamie Porter, and then round the wicket he comes again, and forward goes Rory Burns. He's all arms and legs, Jamie Porter, isn't he? A terrific bowler. He's been doing this for a long time now for Essex.
In his gather, you always used to see like his little pinky just point out, sticking out.
Like Eric Bristow, the late great Eric Bristow, when he threw his darts, he always had the little finger up in the air. Lovely throwing action that Bristow had. But he always had that little finger pointing up as Porter kicks those legs again as round the wicket he comes to Burns. Burns driving inside edge onto pad, rolls away behind him. So he's got him driving. There's Jamie Porter. And Mr. Cook still stood with his hands on his head in there at first slip at the moment. Sir Alistair. Of course, Jeremy played with the Knight of the Realm in Sir Richard Hadley as well. So Sir Alistair Cook out there at the moment. Waiting again is Rory Burns. He, of course, has a gate named after him here, Rory Burns. Because if you win the championship as a captain, you get a gate named after you. As round the wicket once more comes Porter. That's nicely played by Rory Burns again. Just it's a straight delivery. He's just turned the wrists on it in front of square through the leg side. Gets it on top of the bounce. They'll get back for 2. 2 more to the total. Burns moves on to 31, 42 without loss.
Where is the Rory Burns gate?
I think it's over to our left-hand side. And the only reason I know that, I'm pretty sure it was the gate. I was queued up outside it for about 3 hours trying to get him for the test match last year against India.
Did you not say that you knew him?
No.
Didn't queue jump?
No. I didn't think it would go down terribly well at that point. That I know someone who's got a gate named after them.
Call him up and get...
Well, he was busy that day. He was opening for England. As this one's left alone by Burns outside his off stump. Of course, Mr. Alex Stewart has his gates at this Vauxhall end, doesn't he?
Oh, and he lets you know about it, doesn't he?
He does. He likes his gates. Mickey, of course, got the pavilion named after him now. But it's a nice way of doing things. We were actually at Taunton, we were debating, because for me, Hildreth has to have a stand named after him, and we were sort of debating which stand, when James Hildreth decides that's it, he will have named, because he can't have a pavilion because they've already got 5.
Well, he could take the, remember the Marcus Trescothic?
Yeah, that's the one we were saying, because
at that far end, he's now
got his own pavilion.
Yeah.
With a massive picture of his face. As forward goes Rory Burns and plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 42 without loss. Burns 31. Patel has 7, because you've also got the Andy Caddick pavilion, of course. There, I think it's 4 actually. There's 4 pavilions already at Taunton, but the Andy Caddick pavilion is where the players are now changing. But the Marcus Trescothic pavilion is magnificent, and it's got a massive picture of the great man himself, just his face.
Is it?
Huge. It's about a 20-foot massive picture of Marcus Trescothic's face. So you know where you are, definitely. 42 without loss. There's a chat out there at the moment amongst the Essex players. And there are 17 overs to go today, so still 17 to go today. Surrey at the moment, unsurprisingly, in this situation, going at 2 and over. So if they continue that for 17 overs, even my maths tells me that would be 34 more to the total. Get them up to 76. So we are going to be back tomorrow, I think, for whatever is left, as Sam Cook comes round the wicket to Ryan Patel. They got short leg in, and Patel's good running. Excellent running from Ryan Patel, and Rory Burns just pushed this into the offside, and off he goes. Burns responds. Snater came round to do the fielding, and Snater there was thinking of letting that go, but of course he did that previously, and Rory Burns got 5 with 4 overthrows, so decided not to let it go on that occasion. Snater, he wanted to, but again it was all about could Wesley get across to back up, and I think sensibly on that occasion he kept the ball in his hands. Elsewhere, just to let you know, Gloucestershire 99 for 3 following on at Cheltenham. That means they trail Hampshire by, oh, I've got to put my glasses on, 157. Somerset are 162 for 3. So that's a lead of 310 now against Yorkshire, as Burns lets this one go outside his off stump. So Yorkshire are all out for 276. Kent 332 for 7 now. So they lead Warwickshire by 272. I think it's been a Joe Denley 100 today, which would have been fun to watch. Northamptonshire and Lancashire. Lancashire 67 for 2, needing another 211 there to beat Northamptonshire. Sam Cook Coming towards us from that pavilion end into Rory Burns, and Burns lets him go outside his off stump. Nottinghamshire 618 for 8 declared, Derbyshire 318, following on 33 without loss. All across the river at Lords, Middlesex still batting. That's going to be an exciting day tomorrow. 355 for 6, trailing by 168. John Simpson is 89 not out. Sussex, of course, 523 in their first innings, with Pajara making a double 100. Waits again does Rory Burns. Round the wicket comes Cook to him, and that's hitting the thigh guard of Burns. They'll get a leg by here. That'll be one more to the total. And 44 without loss, Surrey. Another 117 required. And the other game today, it's actually day 2 of this one. Leicestershire 584, Glamorgan 100 for 2. And this evening, back at Chelmsford, of course, we saw Dan Norcross heading off down there with his bits and pieces, working out his train. And that is the T20, first T20 between South Africa women and England women. That's a 7 o'clock start at Chelmsford. As forward goes Ryan Patel, just pushes this one out into the offside, rolls out there to Snater at extra cover, and there's no run. So yes, some good games developing. Gloucestershire hanging in there at the moment at Cheltenham. And that Middlesex game against Sussex, can't see that being anything but a draw, but you never know, strange things can happen as an aeroplane flies overhead. Cook, round the wicket he comes again to Patel. Solidly forward goes Ryan Patel. Plays this one straight back up the pitch. End of the Cook over, tidy over again from Sam Cook. And Surrey 44 without loss. We have got 16 overs remaining today here in South London. Oh, are they getting a change of ball? Or has umpire Russell needs a call of nature? Well, if he does, umpire Hartley does as well. So I think this will be a change of ball. Umpire Russell and umpire Hartley are both heading towards the groundsman's workshop. Actually, that jog from umpire Russell looks like a call of nature to me. Same with umpire Hartley, actually. So they haven't bothered going to the umpire's room here. They've both got into Lee Fortis's workshop there. So we're having a drinks break, and we've lost both umpires. And I think that is for a call of nature. But that is the quickest place to go to. And they've gone together. Well, I suppose the umpires have to do most things together. End of the over, 44 without loss. But I think Surrey will be quite happy with this, won't they, at the moment? Very solid Ricky Clark, this from Surrey.
Yeah, very solid, and keeping the good balls out. And as we said at the start, all they need to do is just rotate that strike, good running, put the pressure back on the bowlers. I think it's been noticeable that a lot of seamers in this game, not all, but a lot of seamers to the left-handers are coming round the wicket. And we're seeing that again from the Essex bowlers. Sometimes when you get in that situation where you haven't got a breakthrough, you have to change it up a little bit. Not always is it a case of changing the bowlers, but can you change an angle? Can you just do something a little bit different and just keep the batter thinking? But Ryan Patel and Rory Burns have done fantastically well just to weather that storm. We've not seen as much swing or nip as we have during the course of this match. And obviously they saw off Harmer, who's only bowled 5 overs so far in this innings.
Yeah, and we'll probably see him again before close of play tonight. I just wonder whether he might have a go from this Vauxhall end as well, just to see what happens as much as anything.
Well, that's what I thought. The second he came out of the attack from the pavilion end, I was waiting for just a straight switch to come this end, but it is going to be Porter again who comes from this Vauxhall end.
I just think with the other thing is with the whole day to go tomorrow, if he does come on and say there's 10 overs left tonight, and he comes on and has a go from this Vauxhall, and he can see whether there is anything there for tomorrow as well. But he's bowled all his over. What we've seen spin mainly from the pavilion end, haven't we, in this game? Haven't seen really anything apart from Critchley bowled a bit of his leggies from this Vauxhall end. We're going to have Jamie Porter to continue. We've had our drinks and rehabilitation break for our umpires, and they're both back out there. That they went through the famous Mornay-Morkel gate in the Test match.
I was just about to say.
Dear Mornay. Don't think he'll ever live that down, will he? He's basically known now as the Morkel gate, that one, isn't it? Because it was in that Test match where he was out and he got it wrong, did Mornay, and he went straight towards the groundsman's workshop and then walked in there and got told this isn't it, and he had to turn around and walk all the way back to get back up the steps after being out. As round the wicket comes Porter. We're underway again. It's a short ball. It's pulled by Burns beautifully. Rolled the wrists on that, did Rory Burns, and that was all along the floor. He was in complete control of that. That's whistled off to that mid-wicket boundary rope, and Burns will move on to 35 and Surrey move on to 48 without loss.
What a lovely shot that is from Rory Burns. Quick onto it. Got it all out of the middle and raced away for 4 across the oval square.
It's a nice way to get started after a break as well, isn't it? I know it's only a drinks break, but just a nice way for Rory Burns to start again after a little break. As Porter, round the wicket he comes to Burns, and Burns forward he comes very solidly, the captain. Plays this up to Tom Wesley. Stood up there at mid-on. Still a good number of spectators in the ground this evening. Even in gloomy conditions, you couldn't get more contrasting conditions than day one and now. Day one with the hottest day ever, of course, ever in this country, and blue sky, sun out all day, and now we're in cloudy conditions, gloomy conditions, still warm. As round the wicket comes Porter again to Burns, and Burns clips this into the leg side. There's no run there as Critchley does the fielding, so it's another 113 from here for Surrey. But as we were both saying this morning, I think, you know, if you'd said to Surrey and they got here this morning it'll be 161, they'd have been very happy with that. Still with 7 wickets to take. Essex and Essex at lunch today, you know, they've gone well this morning. They really had 118 for 3 at lunch. As round the wicket again comes Porter, and Burns forces off the back foot out towards Paul Walter. Does the fielding in there at cover point. The batsmen stay where they are, but that was a lead of 70 at lunch. So they lost those last 7 wickets and only added the 90. Essex after lunch. A lot of that down to Simon Harmer, really. Played very, very well. 30 odd not out he was at the end. Dan Worrell, another 5 wicket haul for him, so 11 in the match for Dan Worrell. Round the wicket again comes Porter, runs again for Burns, just clips again off his hip into the leg side. Won't get 2 because Dan Lawrence is quickly round, and that moves Rory Burns on to 36. Surrey move on to 49 without loss. But you can tell how intrigued everybody is by this, because nobody's moved from their seats at all. Everybody knows how important every run is, and it's just been a terrific game of cricket. It really has. And I'll say it again, every time you think one of the sides has got a bit of control, the other one comes roaring back, and they're going to get a leg gully in here for Ryan Patel. So it's 2 slips, third man, backward point, extra cover, no mid-off, it's just sort of an extra cover, wide-ish mid-off really is Nick Brown. The mid-on, man back on the hook, leg gully and the long leg. Jamie Porter round the wicket to Ryan Patel. Short one, Patel is pulling off his hip down towards long leg. They'll get a single, and that will bring up the Surrey 50. So it's a very solid start in this run chase by Messrs Burns and Patel. 50 in 23 overs. 15 to go tonight at the end of that Porter over, and it means Surrey need a further 111. Rory Burns has 36. Ryan Patel has 9. So far they've done a very good job.
Yeah, perfect start, exactly what you want from your 2 opening batters, to go out and be proactive and see off that new ball, and exactly what they would have wanted. 50 partnership, and they'll be looking to grow on that a little bit more as well. It's been measured, you know, Ryan Patel 9 off 67. It's not just about scoring runs, it's later on as well, and how you can capitalise later on, or players coming in if you do lose a couple to make it easy for them. It's a nice way to go to a good partnership. Rory Burns 36 of 72. Been very watchful.
Well, we talked about the balls throughout this game, really, but the other thing that Ryan Patel is doing, as you said, you get to about over 30 and it tends to get a bit easier. So 23 overs have gone now. Short leg still in there, one slip, as it's going to be Sam Cook from the pavilion end. Round the wicket to Ryan Patel, short one. And Ryan Patel was shaping up to have a pull at that, then realised it was a bit wide and just swayed inside it. That's taken by Adam Rossington, up above his right shoulder.
Exactly what I said earlier on, Churchy, that the batters have seen off the seamers, and straight away the seamers now are going, right, we need to do something. So they're chasing the wickets, change of plan. Obviously going to look to go short to Ryan Patel and trying to get a mistake out of him to try and get that breakthrough.
Anyone would have thought you'd played this game,
it's
Ricky
incredible.
Clark. It's amazing. As here comes Sam Cook once again towards us, round the wicket to Patel, and quick single. That's well run. They always run well, these two. They're always very positive, and that's just a single, pushing it into the offside. And Ryan Patel moves on to 10. Burns, with his hair flowing out the back of his helmet, comes back onto strike on 36. 51 without loss.
I've only just noticed with Rory Burns how much nice bounce he gets from his hair.
Always lovely hair. Lovely hair.
Not noticed it, like when he runs between the wickets, good bounce.
Yeah, it is. Well, I think he looks after it, doesn't he?
Conditioner.
Yeah, he does look after it. 51 without loss. Of course, the hair came down at that last Ashes Test match, and then we had 300s, 400s this season with the hair down. Waits again does Rory Burns, as round the wicket comes Cook, and Burns pushes off that back foot straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. He wanders off towards square leg with a twiddle of the bat there, Rory Burns. Jamie Porter's down to our left with a drink and a green towel, thinking about his next over, what he's going to try. Dan Lawrence stood out there at cover point. He can bowl a couple of overs of offies for you with his extraordinary action, but it's, you know, he's got test match wickets with it. So round the wicket once again goes Cook, and Burns clips this authoritatively, if that is a word, out there towards Simon Harbour, and they'll pick up another single. One more to Rory Burns. He moves on to 37 and 52 without loss now. Surrey. Back onto strike comes Ryan Patel. Aeroplane heading off towards Heathrow, I think. Oh no, that's going up.
London.
It's going up. Yeah, it could be. Well, it's a bit big,
out of City Airport.
Yeah, it might be. But that might be heading upwards. So could be off somewhere very nice. Sunny holiday. As you can hear, it's going straight over the top of us. But a few pigeons that have decided now to settle themselves at extra cover. Shane Snater does a good job there, just runs straight towards them. They fly off towards Peter Hartley at square leg as Cook is round the wicket. Oh, that's very short. Must be tight to being a no ball, because he didn't actually have to duck. Yes, it is a no ball, because it was very short, and Ryan Patel didn't have to duck it there. It just ballooned straight over his head. Cook doesn't look best pleased about that decision, but I'm not surprised in the end. That was the decision between umpires Hartley and Russell.
You're just talking about the pigeons there. Do you know a way of getting rid of them a little bit as well? When you're out there in the field, throw your cap up, and they think it's a bigger bird, and they scarper.
Is that what it is? Yeah. Interesting, because I've seen that happen a lot of times.
Yeah.
Oh, so they think it's a bigger bird, like an albatross or something. As forward goes Ryan Patel, pushes this one down into the offside, and they'll pick up a single. Ryan Patel will move on to 11. 55 without loss. A creeping Surrey at the moment towards that 161, another 106 required. Still after this, over 14 to go today, so still plenty of cricket to be played today. Getting two men back now on that hook shot. Three
out,
and three back on the hook now for Ryan Patel. Short boundary there as Cook's in again. Looking to pull here is Rory Burns. Apologies, Burns on strike. Wasn't that short to be pulling that, Rory Burns. He went past his bottom edge. Taken by Rossington. End of the over. Another one ticks by. Surrey 55 without loss. Alistair Cook's come up to get the cap of Porter with a few words. A few ideas from Alistair Cook there. Burns and Patel get together for a bit of a natter. They've done it well this season with their opening partnership, because of course last year it was Stoneman and Burns was an awful lot of the time, and 2018 when they won the championship, that was sort of the established opening pair. But they work together pretty well actually, Burns and Patel. Complement each other nicely. I think they enjoy batting together, which is half the battle, isn't it, really, for an opening pair?
Yeah, they get on incredibly well. Ryan Patel, one of the characters of the game. Lovely lad. Obviously seeing Wesley and Porter trying to work out a plan. Still got someone out on the hook just in front. If they're going to still go with this short ball plan. I understand, obviously, trying to create a bit of rough as well, coming around the wicket, but the seamers are pretty much coming around the wicket all the time, not change the angle coming over.
Porter's into Patel. Patel is pushing first ball of the over down towards backward point off the back foot. Round comes Walter to do the fielding.
So obviously they're getting that traffic down that off stump of a right-hander for Harmer, but at the same point you need to try and get these two openers for Surrey out, and they've just continued to come round the wicket. You feel you might have to change it. I know they're changing a plan and looking to go short, but maybe just a change of angle as well.
Waits again. Does Ryan Patel. As Porter is into him, Patel pushes away into the offside, and then a big shout of no to Rory Burns. Well, yeah, the other thing there is, if you're creating it for the right-hander, you've got to get a right-hander in, because at the minute you've got two left-handers.
Yep.
So that's the other thing. So they're doing a very good job here at the moment, Ryan Patel and Rory Burns. Burns just lent on his bat at the non-striker's end. Umpire Russell's come jogging across from square leg to cover point. Get a better view of the action. It's got a man sort of in there at leg gully. So again, they're just changing this field for the short ball. Got the leg gully man back at deep backwards square, long leg as well, as Porter is in. There it is, and it's pulled away by Ryan Patel down towards Shane Snater. It didn't really bounce, that from Porter. It was a nice height there for Ryan Patel. He just pulled it away down towards fine leg. They'll pick up a single. Patel moves on to 12, and Surrey move on to 56 without loss.
Yeah, he's very good on the short ball, Ryan Patel. A feature of his game in the last few years, how quickly he gets onto it, so he won't mind the short pitch bowling.
No, he does. He plays the short ball pretty well, Ryan Patel, as in comes Porter to him. Burns, and he's forward. Plays the ball back up the pitch. There is no run. Actually started this season at Edgbaston very early in the morning, putting Alan Dalby into the Holly stand a couple of times for 6. Ryan Patel to get himself moving. Raced to 80 odd in that game. Ryan Patel looked $1 million in that game, whatever that looks like, as it's going to be a change in field again. Critchley now is being pushed deeper at mid-wicket, so he's now in a catching position for the short ball as well for Rory Burns, as Porter's round the wicket too. Burns, and Burns again just gets across to a delivery that's fairly full of length and just pushes it straight back up the pitch, and Porter does the fielding off his own bowling. The other thing for Burns here is he has got that hole of extra cover wide open now. A couple of slips in there, so if he did go after one through there and it got an edge, there aren't sort of 4 slips in the gully and they're waiting for him. But it's set for the short ball, this, from Porter. As round the wicket he goes to Burns, and that's down the leg side. Oh, has he got him strangled? They've all gone up. Burns is just shaking his head and looking at Porter. Rossington's gone up. Harmer was convinced at second slip, but Burns did not look at all impressed by that appeal, and Porter comes wandering back, shrugging his shoulders. So end of the over, 56 without loss. Burns 37, Ryan Patel has 12 here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex. A few more thoughts from Ricky Clark, and then he'll be joined by Dick Davis.
Lovely start for the Surrey openers. So they move on to 56 for none. Half a shout in that over from Jamie Porter as the ball went down the leg side, and obviously a noise, and looked like the Essex players sort of tried their luck a little bit.
Yes.
And Jamie Porter sort of put his hands up saying worth a try. Umpire Hartley was having none of it. It's going to be Sam Cook who's going to continue from the pavilion end. He's got 2 slips again. He did have last over 3 men out on that hook, so
Yes, as Cook moves in, bowls, and well, a bit of a rash shot there from Patel under the circumstances. He's been playing very, very quietly and calmly, and then suddenly tried to dispatch that square on the offside, but failed to make contact.
saw a bit of whip, didn't he, and thought he'd throw his hands at it.
Yeah.
Just sort of one player to beat a backward point. I suppose the risk with it, there is keeper and 2 slips waiting, but if you flash, you got to flash hard, and hopefully it evades those catching fielders.
As Cook moves in again and bowls, and Patel plays same shot as he's played many, many times in this innings, and probably many, many times in his career. As he just pushes forward, plays defensively, and Cook trudges back towards the pavilion end. And understandably, it now being more or less 6 o'clock, the crowd has thinned out a lot at that end, and gone home to tea, and weather not quite as good as it has been. And that's just pushed out in the offside. They think about a single, but it's certainly not there for the taking. And it's still another 12 and a half overs to go, so we've got the best part of, well, 3/4 of an hour. But yeah, it's been predominantly seam all day. A couple of overs from Will Jacks, I think. A few overs from Harmer, but it's generally been the seamers in the attack all the time. Cook to Patel. Just pushes that down to third man, and where it's Jamie Porter fielding.
Is it a normal plan for the Essex seamers predominantly coming round the wicket to left-handers?
Yes, I think so, yeah. Yeah. Whereas Simon Harmer will bowl left, over the wicket, round the wicket, right hand, left hand, change in the middle of an over. He's always varying his line of attack as well as everything else. But yeah, generally I think the seamers. That's outside the off stump. What did you prefer to do, or did it depend entirely on the batsman and the circumstances? Yeah,
I think I always had a preference of coming over, and gave you an option to swing the ball back to the left-handers or push it across them and get your slips and gully into play. And if the ball wasn't doing as much, then you obviously come round and get fielders in front a little bit and try and aim at those stumps from round the wicket. I just feel that the Essex bowlers have predominantly just pretty much stayed round the wicket. There's no change of angle and looking to push it across. Everything's sort of coming in to the left-handers and making it easy for that there, where Burns obviously tucks on the leg side.
Yes, just nudged it round the corner, and the unmistakably tall figure of Paul Walter fields it.
But we have seen, particularly in this innings, the ball isn't doing as much. Tom Wesley, the captain of Essex, has gone to Pete Hartley on one occasion and got him to look at the ball and see if it's out of shape, but they've still got the same ball at this moment in time, Essex. It's been a feature of county cricket throughout the year, the amount of times the ball's been changed.
Yes.
And we've seen a couple of times in this match, both sides have had the ball changed and had it swinging consistently. At this moment in time, it's not doing a great deal for Essex, for the seamers.
Do you think the balls are not of the quality they used to be, or just you know, so much is in favour of the batsmen nowadays that the bowlers are trying anything virtually to help them a little bit?
Yeah, I don't know. It could be a bad batch. You just never know.
Yeah, no, but they nearly all seem to be a bad batch though this season. You know, the number of times the ball's been changed, it's just played out to mid-on.
You never know if manufacturers try and just cut a few costs here and there with the current times, and it's affected the balls too much. You just never know. But
no.
Mark Church was explaining how Scott Borthwick at Durham, he's captain up there, they had 8 ball changes in one day.
Really?
So that is a bad batch, isn't it?
Well, it is. And I wonder to what extent that's just played defensively. Almost stays in the crease. I wonder to what extent the manufacturers are held responsible. You know, there are laws of the land about, you know, product not fit for purpose and all that. You know, to the ECB say, look, it's just not on. Sharpen up your act. Don't know.
Be asking for a discount code for the next order.
Well, yes, that's right. I mean, I know in various products, white goods and things, there's a thing called built-in obsolescence, so you have to go and buy a new one so that the company make more money. But I go, well, do cricket ball manufacturers apply the same philosophy? I don't know. Oh, and that does get the better of Burns outside the off stump. That was a good delivery from Porter, who, well, hasn't really quite fulfilled his promise of, say, 5 years ago, but he's still a handy practitioner to have in your side.
Fantastic bowler, isn't he?
Yes, but no, he hasn't. You know, if he'd progressed the same rate as he did in his early years, he'd be almost a regular bowler for England. But a lot of people say he just sort of, you know, just needs another yard of pace. Possibly that's just worked away backward of square for a single. But he's certainly a very handy man to have in your armoury at this level.
Looks like we might see a change of angle now for Jamie Porter.
Yeah, looks as if he is going to come over the wicket.
He is going to come over the wicket and just change that angle. Just gives the batters something to think about. He's got 2 slips, he's got the third man, he's leaving that extra cover open. You know, if he is looking to push it across Ryan Patel, attempted just to move my mid-wicket across the cover, give me that protection. It's a question of if he's looking to see if he can bring it back. Not sure the ball's really doing enough to bring it back.
Also sees...
Well, this will be short pitch bowling. He's just changing the angle for short pitch bowling, I think, as deep mid-wicket goes back, and then Harmer comes out a second slip to just behind square on the 1. So it could be short pitch bowling, try and cramp Ryan Patel up with the short ball.
Yes, as well, indeed it is a short ball, and Ryan Patel does try and push it, well, more than push it, in fact pull it through the onside, but fails to make contact. And umpire decides to change sides. I mean change sides of the wicket, I don't mean change his affiliation. He is strictly neutral. He's now standing square on the offside, presumably to get a better view. Oh yes, probably, you know, 3 men on the leg is contravenes regulations or the laws of the game, so he can see from his position far better than keep looking over his shoulder as Porter moves in, bowls, and that is played down to the long leg just for a single, where Snater, I think it is, fields. And it's indeed the end of the over. And Surrey, well, they've nearly knocked off the odd 61. They've got 60 of them. They just need 101 more. We have 11 overs of the day left. So that's 9 and a bit and over. It's not going to happen in that time. And in the circumstances, even if it were feasible, they wouldn't take the extra half hour. They'd rather get these tomorrow, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a tough ask at this moment in time.
Yes.
Unless they go in a very quick rate. These next 11 overs, I can't really see them taking that extra half hour to complete it tonight. I think we will be back tomorrow.
Yeah, there's nothing to be gained really, is there? And there's more likely to lose a wicket than reach the winning line, and why not reach it at, I don't know, midday tomorrow rather than 7 o'clock or more tonight. It's not as if the forecast were threatening.
Yeah, you'd say, what's it, an extra 8 overs, isn't it, if you take the half hour, so that give you 19 overs. But I can't imagine they're going to go at any sort of rate at this moment in time to warrant taking that extra half hour. Still 101 needed.
No, even 19 overs is just over 5 and over.
Exactly.
The rate currently, the board tells us it's going at 2.22, so they'd have to more than double that. No, it's not going to happen. No, we'll all be back tomorrow. Slight delay while again the groundsman comes on and bashes down the area where the bowler's front foot lands. This time at the Vauxhall end. It came on earlier and did the same thing at the Pavilion end. Well, such is the weather we've had this summer, obviously it's more inclined to break up. I know they water these pitches very, very much, but nevertheless nature usually has the final say. But in fact the whole area is looking remarkably green. Looks an awful lot better than the lawn in my back garden, but you'd expect it to, really. I don't pay anybody to look after the lawn in my back garden. Not even my wife. She does it for nothing. So, right, that's all remedied to the best of the groundsman's ability. The unsung heroes of any cricket match are the ground staff. When the heavens open and everybody else seeks shelter, they're the ones who go out into it. And it seems a nice life when they're just lounging around in their chairs watching cricket. But
until it rains.
Until it rains.
Very windy as well, and covers blowing everywhere.
Yeah, quite. And the next delivery outside the off stump goes through to wicketkeeper Rossington. And of course, I mean, they don't just work on days that are cricket. In fact, they probably work harder on the days that aren't, because they're working 8 hours a day then. And
preparing pitches and all the different formats.
Yeah, quite.
Work incredibly hard.
Yeah, because although Surrey first team may only play 8 first-class games or something here, and some one-day games, nevertheless there's somebody playing here a lot more frequently than that. I suppose that's an aeroplane going over, but the clouds so low now we can't see them. It's well, no, not really a loud appeal. No, an appeal definitely born of optimism rather than reality. And Russell Warren had nothing to do with it, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, high and outside the line there from Sam Cook, rattling into Ryan Patel's fire guard, or inner fire guard.
Yeah.
Good shout though. You never know.
No. Without mentioning any names, there are presumably umpires you like to see at your end and umpires that you didn't particularly like to see. Usually depends on whether they were formerly either batsmen or bowlers.
If I was bowling or batting, yeah.
Outside the off stump goes through to the wicket keeper.
I think it was always the case that obviously when you start as a professional, you're quite young, and you just get the umpires that have just come out of the game themselves and straight into that, and you just wonder if you've upset one or two of them when you played against them, and they're getting their own back. But as a whole, it was okay. There was always the odd one that I played against where I thought they were getting me back and saying that was for a couple of years ago when you sledged me or something like that.
As Cook moves in again and bowls, and an attempted bouncer, and it was quite well directed, but equally Patel got out of the way of the line a bit pretty comfortably and in good time. Just goes down the wicket and does a little bit of gardening about halfway down, but obviously no major concern.
Seeing Harmer get loose there a little bit, I wonder if he's going to come into the attack from this end.
Yes, may well do.
He's definitely going to come into the attack soon. It's just a question of what end.
Well, he's been in the attack once, but
do you find that interesting? He's only done 5 overs so
well,
far.
I do,
we
yes.
Get to the 28th over.
Yeah, it probably. Yes, I do. Extremely, because normally, and although I mean I haven't got the figures in front of me. He couldn't have gone for very many. Nobody has. But
5 overs. I think it was 3 maidens for 3 runs. So
yeah,
he was economical, but
economical. But he just never felt he wasn't actually going to get past the batsman.
potentially
yes.
a case that Seamer's mainly taken the wickets. Do you reckon that was a feature of Wesley's decision?
Could well be.
It's always difficult when you see obviously Dan Worrell taking 11 and Kemal Roach and Snater and stuff. He's in the wickets so far in this game, but the difference is he's Simon Harmer and 28 wickets in his last 2 first-class matches.
But that's just worked away on the offside. They go through for a single. But presumably with somebody of the reputation of Harmer, Wesley wouldn't just come to a decision on his own. It'd sort of negotiate and say, I mean, well, you know, your position, I expect there have been times when you've been taken off against your will and thought, what have you taken me off for? But more often than not, it's sort of agreed. Yeah. Ricky nodded in reply to that. And he's now going to be replaced by Jeremy Coney. So with 10 overs of the day to go. 10 overs of the day to go. The hosts need exactly 100 to win. And even if they were to take 8 extra overs, they'd still need over 5 and over. And Ricky and I have come to the conclusion that it will all definitely be back here tomorrow. And you'll go along with that?
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow, we'll be here tomorrow.
I thought we had decided that sort of about half an hour, 40 minutes ago.
Well, I thought we did, but then somebody sowed seeds of doubt, if I can say it, in my mind, and I'm beginning to think, oh, will we? Won't we be back?
Yes, we will be back tomorrow.
Yes, good. I say good because I'm enjoying it. Okay, Essex. Realistically, Essex is going to lose it, but I've still enjoyed it enormously.
Yeah, we've got a change. So Critchley looks as if he's going to come on from the Vauxhall end. I personally would have a look also at Harmer at this end, just to see if he can land the ball into those areas of rough, and to have a look, at least they know by the time they come back tomorrow that the ball will either turn more or less or the same. You've got to try things. You can't.
Of course you have.
At the moment, my feeling about the last sort of half an hour is that the seamers, while they've been containing, they haven't looked threatening. I don't think they haven't gone past the bat once or twice and over.
No, nothing like it.
No.
As Critchley moves in right arm round the wicket, and that's just. Patel rocks onto the back foot and just pushes it out square on the offside. They go through for a comfortable single.
And personally, I would think I would have tried Harmer first rather than Critchley, but I mean, I just think he would also just to see, because I'm more likely to use him than Critchley tomorrow.
Yes.
For a start.
Yes. Yeah, Ricky and I, you're just saying Harmer bowled 5 overs from the far end and only conceded 3 runs, but.
Well, we don't know if there's any little injury or anything, do we?
No, true. And that's just nudged down to, well, I was going to say third man, not really, just wide of slip, and no attempt to score a run as Sir Alistair Cook moves to his left and picks it up. Cook, well, everything's been said about Sir Alistair Cook, but clearly still loves playing cricket. He doesn't do it for any other reason at the moment. He's can't be short of a bob or two. That's outside the off stump, goes through to Rossington. 99 now needed for victory, which means they've scored 62 of their 161. That's worked away on the onside, no addition to the score. And again, Critchley, signed from Derbyshire during the winter, leg break bowler, or off breaks to the left-handed batsman, both of whom are left-handed.
Well, he can also bowl, you know, I don't know whether he bowls a wrong and very effectively, but if he's got that rough outside the off stump, maybe he could bowl a wrong and into there.
Yes.
Those are leggies at the moment.
Yeah.
And that's why they're going to the leg side. That was just a little bit short, so he just tucked that away for a single.
Very easily, and retained the strike, because Critchley got through that over very quickly indeed.
You want to be bringing, as a spinner, you must bring the batsman forward. That's the first rule, really. Unless you can bowl, a skidder that keeps low, that you've got the batsman on the back foot, and then it can get into the pads and you've got a chance for a dismissal. That's about the only reason. You might bowl it a little bit quicker, but if you could, I don't think he'll be able to bowl a flipper.
No,
but that comes out underneath the hand, which is a very difficult ball to bowl. But you'd expect him to be able to, I think, at first class, to bowl a wrong one. And so to land one on the off stump and get it to turn away and bring the slip into play.
Well,
looks like so Harmer's going to have a go.
Yeah, he's back into the attack from the pavilion end, round the wicket, and he varies his line of attack. As I was just saying to Ricky, he'll bowl round the wicket, over the wicket, right hand batsman, left hand batsman.
But what we've seen now is we've gone from an all-seam attack from both ends, solidly for 45-50 minutes.
Yeah, Harmer in again, and that's gone hard, high and out. And eventually Burns succumbed, got a top edge, and a very simple catch. I think it was Dan Lawrence.
Yes, it was Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, and a very simple catch at short mid-on. And
just excellent flight. You see a little bit more. He had to reach for that, Burns, and he wasn't quite there, and therefore he's got a top edge, and it hasn't quite been the length that he's read it to. That's what he's misread. And so he's been caught at mid-wicket. A comfortable catch, just going straight up in the air, top edge. It's exactly what you want to see from your spinners.
Yep.
Deceiving the batsman with length. And so, well played first of all to Burns. He's got to 40. He's got his side off to a good start, 63 for 1. But at the same time, I think that Westley has left this just a little bit long to make these changes. And I'd like to see always a seamer on at one end and a spinner, so that you are asking different questions of the batsman, to play in a different method and a different way, depending on the end that you're confronting. You
don't think that the fact that one's turning it into the batsman and the other's turning away is enough of a difference?
It's enough of a difference if they're very good bowlers.
Yes.
But I mean, I personally think that you want a batsman to be able to test them in every way that you can.
Yes.
For the skills. Yes, there'll be times when you want spinners of different, coming in from different angles. I mean, there's no reason why Critchley couldn't come over the wicket from this end and bowl it out at those things to straighten the ball and carry on. So, I mean, those are all things you want to try out. You don't want to leave the park with some questions still in your mind.
No, of course not, no. So Hashim Amla comes to the crease. Amla made 12 in the first innings. And, so Harmer's magic has at last come off. In the first innings, Harmer took 2 for 96.
Yep. Well, but that included the hitting at the end. So for most of that, he was pretty much in control of certainly the run rate, and that was on a second day pitch.
Yes.
There's a little bit more in it here for the spinners.
Yes. So a long discussion, understandably, between captain and bowler, as Amla, right-handed batsman, the first right-handed batsman we've seen, which in itself poses different challenges to the bowlers. So they've now got a bowler right and left, as Amla faces up to Harmer, goes forward solidly, head over the ball.
So 6-3, leg side field. So bat pad, catching man on the flick, on the drive, mid-on, mid-wicket, 45, and sweeping man.
Harmer to Amla. Amla immediately employs the reverse sweep and has picked up 4 with it. And there is Paul Walter out on that boundary, but he was more at square leg and he was never going to make even with his long legs, he was never going to make it round to that where that crossed the boundary. So Amler off the mark with a 4, second ball he faces.
Yeah, it's a good stroke. It's a reverse sweep. It's on about just on or just outside that off stump of the right-handed Amler, and he's picked the length up very nicely.
Plays totally defensively with the next ball that comes along. And the score 67 for 1, 94 needed. As Harmer moves in again, bowls to him. Oh, and well, didn't get through, but I think it scuttled through and kept low. The replay of that one will be quite interesting as well. The end of a very good over from Harmer, in which at last Surrey lost a wicket. They lost the wicket of Burns, who, the moment he played the shot, he sort of hit the turf in frustration. He knew what he'd done long before the ball was held, and sure enough, well, Lawrence won't get many simpler catches than that, however long his career goes on.
Yeah, but that's Harmer was able to deceive the batsman with length. He played the sweep stroke. Not going down the pitch, that's the other way, of course, and then using the straight blade as the other method to try and cause the bowler to readjust the length that they're bowling. Here's Critchley again, bowling to the left-handed Patel.
Still around the wicket with his leg breaks, and Patel stretches right forward.
See, I think if you're going to bowl that line, I think you've got to have a man in close on the offside. Put pressure on his defence, pressurise the defence, force him to play another way.
Moves in again, bowls. Patel goes on the back foot and plays it out to Paul Walter.
I guess what it says to me is that they don't really value the control of the leg spinner, that they don't feel it's worth a man in there.
No.
But that's what you want.
Now coming to ply his trade over the wicket to the right-handed Hashim Amla. And
now he's going to be pitching on the better part of the pitch, not quite so much turn for Critchley.
Yep, and a bit short of length, and it's just worked away backward a square on the leg side, and they go through for one, they'll come back for a second. As again, it's Paul Walter in the action, who has to make ground from, well, more or less square with the wicket to 45 degrees, a few yards in from the boundary.
Too short, allowing Amla to get back and just turn it away safely. Got to bring him forward.
Critchley again, he brings him forward this time and just plays solidly and defensively. So only a young man, Critchley. I interviewed him at the press day. He said he was delighted to sign for Essex. Mind you, he wouldn't say anything else, would he? What player's going to say, oh, no? But yeah, of course it's a step up from consistent second division cricket with Derbyshire to playing against the best, and that's nudged away down on the leg side for 4. And interestingly, well, that takes more importantly is the score, 74 for 1, and they need another 87. Interestingly, which shows sort of the camaraderie between players once they're off the pitch, or maybe it says more about Harmer himself. But he said that when Essex played Derbyshire at Derby last year, he asked Harmer, for a few tips at the close of play one day, and he spent the best part of an hour with him in the nets, showing him what. And entirely coincidentally, it was announced a month or two later that Critchley had decided to come and play for Essex. So maybe Harmer just had a word saying, if you want to, if you want a change of scene and come down south where the weather's better, I can totally recommend it. As that's just played defensively.
I'm sure the weather was a very big thing in the decision.
Of course it was. Of course it was. What else? Yes, you're right. He said, I have heard it, son. The sun never stops shining in the south. as has just played out on the onside. No addition to the score of 74-1.
Now, can he do the same thing that he did to Burns? Just try and deceive him with some flight, think he can sweep the ball and get it to drop and steeply.
And that's just played defensively again by Patel. So interesting stuff. We have another 6.5 overs of the day remaining. And then we'll pack up and go our different ways and come back tomorrow. And that again is played totally defensively back to Harmer. If, of course, Essex can pick up another wicket within those half dozen overs, then they'll be delighted and go into the final day, if not full of optimism, certainly a little more optimistic. That's a rare poor delivery from Harmer, and Patel understandably makes the most of it, knocks onto his back foot and plays it out to square on the offside in front of the almost deserted stands there, the white stands on that side of the ground. And the score.
It's a good stroke.
It was a good stroke.
Just getting a little bit flatter, Harmer, and allowed, because he was outside off and of course turning away towards the offside, Patel able to cut.
78-1, I think. I've just realised that bounce stayed my welcome. So the end of this over, which is now, I shall make way. Listeners won't have to put up with me again today, but God willing, they will tomorrow. And so I'll leave you in the tender hands of Mark Church.
78-1 this stage, 32 overs. Harmer having just taken a wicket an over ago. Amla's been at the crease for an over or so. He's now 10. Played quite nicely, been able to get a good reverse sweep away from the off spinner. Now he's going to face the leggy.
Critchley is in to Amla, who backs away, looks to punch through the offside, toe end of the bat. Yeah, it was fascinating that with Amla. Second ball, immediately reverse sweep, straight down.
That's right. Not going to let you bowl there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And with Critchley in the last over as well. Just trying to work him leg side.
I see there's a leg slip now.
Yeah. So Brown is in there under the helmet. As this one, Amla pushes back up the pitch. There is no run. 83 more needed by Surrey as Critchley is in and Amla's working this one into the leg side. I'll just take the single, wristily play late as always. Hashim Amla always at the last minute and then turns it into the leg side. Lawrence has to go back to do the fielding. 79-1. Will bring Ryan Patel back onto strike here on 21 from 95 balls, but he's doing an excellent job for Surrey at the moment. Is Ryan Patel settles over his bat once again as Critchley's round the wicket to him. He gets fully forward, just pushes this one out into the offside. Critchley comes across to do the fielding. Yeah, I was hearing what Dick was saying about Mr. Critchley and Mr. Harmer. Not sure the weather would have played a part. It might have done, but actually that is a big part of it, as this is pushed away by Patel into the offside.
For spinners?
Yeah, and a guy like Harmer, to get to work with him as well, be fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Always interested when players move counties, sort of some of the reasoning behind it and who the coaches are and all that good stuff. As forward goes Patel. Gave that one a bit more of a rip, I think.
Yeah, that's better.
Critchley.
See, he got forward, but the ball went on the onside.
So definitely gave that one a little bit more of a rip. It's the end of the over. 79-1. Rossington comes marching down with Brown. Alistair Cook wanders down to go into his position at slip. Amla and Patel, little puncher gloves as the Zen master, as he's known. Hashim Amla, which is very, very cool. He's like, I always describe Hashim as like, if it was a lake, it's just completely flat. Yeah. It's never going up, and the water's never going up or down. It's just always very still whatever the situation.
It's good to see. Good to have those people in the team.
The number of players over the years that have said it was so good to bat with Amla, and have batting with Amla was wonderful, and he definitely has that calming influence. As Harmer is coming into Amla, and Amla is forward and just pushes this one straight down in front of him, then knocks it out for Rossington, who comes out from behind the stumps and lobs it back.
He's outside the off stump there to play Harmer. He's almost standing his bat certainly on off stump, just outside. Toes almost on off stump.
In again comes Harmer to him, and he's working this one down towards short, fine off the stumps, and Harmer ends up with his hands on his head. Doesn't want to be missing that, Hashim Amla. He doesn't tend to, but he doesn't want to be missing that at all. He just had a grin at Nick Brown there at short leg as Harmer's in again. Reverse sweeping again is Amla. That's an even better one from Hashim Amla, because he sort of had to get up straight to get that finer, and he's waited for it and then reverse swept it away for 4. It gives Harmer a lot to think about this. Yeah. And it's good batting from Hashim Amla.
He actually also went in the air a little bit, and I wonder whether Cook, in those circumstances, when he sees him, that he can actually move away to his right a bit more, perhaps just put a thought in Amla's mind. I've got to be careful of this. I've got to make sure I keep that under control. It was a good 4.
78 more needed. He's going again, and Cook was moving this time, but Amla's good enough just to wait and then go on the reverse. And he'll pick up a single, and Hashim Amla moves on to 1684 for one. The gentleman sitting next door watching now, Mr. R. Clark, was absolutely brilliant at that, anticipating with Harbhajan. Him and Harbhajan were the first ones I ever saw with the orthodox sweep, where he would go from an orthodox slip to leg slip to take the catch. As Harmer's in, that does turn, and then it's left alone by Ryan Patel. Gave that one a bit more of a fizz, did Harmer, taken by Rossington behind the stumps. There is no run, so down to 77 more needed by Surrey. As round the wicket again goes Harmer, and forward goes Patel. Just stuns this one down in front of him. So end of the over. Another solid over for the home side. And Hashim Amla's come out, and the other thing he's done is just got that scoreboard moving a touch.
Yes, he has.
As Amla, 16 quite quickly off 15 balls, and Surrey 84 for 1. Jeremy Coney with 4 overs to go today, and an entire day tomorrow.
Yes. I don't think we'll need the entire day, will we? So
if we do,
yes, I know. It's going to be a close game in that case.
Half an over. Especially if they only one down at the end. That would be an extraordinary day of cricket, that would.
Well, it looks like the Critchley experiment has come to an end. So looks like Snater's going to, Richard, or Roger Federer, as you've called him throughout the
Roger
game.
Federer, there is a touch of the Roger Federer. Or Keanu Reeves was pulled out by Ricky Clark earlier.
Aren't his legs sort of slightly more bow-legged, I would say?
What, Keanu Reeves?
Yes.
No, I've never really noticed his legs.
No, I think we did.
Here
Not
is
that I've
Slater from the Vauxhall end, and in behind this one goes Amla.
I haven't slavishly watched the legs either, I've got to say.
Yes, I'm trying to think. So in the Matrix, I'm trying to think of his legs in Point Break. And no, I see what you mean.
Whether he's been sitting a lot on a tractor.
Yes, or riding a horse a lot, maybe. But it's a great look that Mr. Snater has, though. That white bandana and the beard and the long hair. 84 for 1, Surrey. Yeah, I wonder if Keanu Reeves, if anyone's ever wondered about
whether he's a bowler.
Yeah. As in over the wicket comes Snater once again. Forward comes Amla, pushes this one away into the offside. Elsewhere, just as we sort of get towards the close of play, Gloucestershire 145 for 4. At Cheltenham, so still trailing by 111, so Hampshire very much on top in that one. As Somerset in their second innings now 218 for 5 against Yorkshire, so a lead of 366, which is handy. Taunton going into a final day tomorrow. Kent declared their second innings at 384 for 9. Good declaration that, as over the wicket comes Snater, short ball up on his toes goes Amla, punches, looking to go a little squarer than that through the offside. It rolls out towards Nick Brown. And Warwickshire have lost a wicket early, 5 for 1 they are, so need another 320. So that's going to be a good day at Edgbaston tomorrow. Lancashire 127 for 2 in their last innings, or second innings on the chase, needing another 151.
Was Warwickshire the game you said that they put them in after
yes,
winning?
It was. Yep,
so
absolutely.
They've actually come back quite well.
Kent have come back brilliantly in that game. As outside edge gone. Snater has picked up Amla with a good one that just got a bit big on Hashim Amla. It's a good catch from Simon Harmer at second slip, and that is a real fill up for Essex this evening, because Amla goes for 16 and Surrey at 84 for 2. So Amla got a good one there from Snater. Just got a bit of extra bounce, I think.
He did. Ran wider, excellent bowling, much wider, right out on the return crease, and it got it from a different area of the pitch, got it to bounce, and it's taken the shoulder of Amla's bat and went reasonably quickly through to second slip, and Harmer handled that pretty comfortably. So a good wicket, a change of bowling has brought about the wicket. So certainly it's that sort of seam spin option that I quite like. Just asking different questions of batsmen all the time. You get used to a handling spin. It's just kind of the same pace, and you're playing. So I just feel having the variety there is much more difficult to cope with as a batsman.
And what it does do is Surrey are sending out Tom Laws. So
really?
Whatever you want to call it, night watchman, night hawk,
all
as
that
I
stuff.
was saying yesterday with Stuart Broad. So out comes Tom Laws at number 4.
Oh well, I mean it's a chance for him, I guess,
Absolutely.
but I'm not sure of how what the equality of the whole thing is that we value.
I never have been a fan at
No,
all of
nor have I.
night, whatever you want to call them.
No.
To be honest with you, my favourites are when the night hawk comes out
And has got
doesn't
out.
gets out, doesn't actually end up facing much of the bowling.
Oh, I see.
I've seen it a couple
Doesn't
of
do
times.
the job.
Last
He's
over
supposed
of
to
the-
take it all.
Well, exactly. So I've done a number of games where the night hawk has walked out there, and final over of the day hasn't faced a delivery.
No.
Has just stood at the non-strike and then knocked over in the first over the next morning, and you sort of sit there and think, well, it wasn't really worth it. Laws then, his first ball as Snater is into him, and Laws is in behind this, covers up, plays it up the pitch towards mid-off, and Wesley does the fielding. There's many things I've enjoyed so far of the new era under Brendan McCullum.
Yes.
Night Hawk is not one of them.
And he's made it Broad, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, if he's there to protect...
Well, no, he's been told the Night Hawk, as I understand it, he either goes out and gets out first ball or smashes 30 in a bit and then gets out.
Right.
That's the job of the Night Hawk.
I see.
Yes. As waiting once.
So it's not an element of protection at all?
No. It's an attacking option, the Night Hawk. As forward goes Laws, that beats the edge. Good bowling from Snater. And that's gone past the edge of Tom Laws's bat. End of the over. 3 to go today. A whole day to go tomorrow, of course, here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex. Surrey at 84 for 2. I do like the thought, though, in the dressing rooms these days. Are we going defensive or attacking, boys?
Yes, well...
Unleash the Night Hawk.
Well, if it's a defensive move, if he gets out, the question then becomes... Do we put out a second Night Hawk?
Well, I've seen that before.
I've seen it too.
Yes, I bet you have.
Yeah.
Well, is it a Night Hawk or a Night? What you're going to send out? If you sent out the Night Hawk,
right,
he goes early.
Yes.
Do you then send out the Night Watchman, the defensive option?
Oh, I see.
All goes second Night Hawk. As round the wicket comes Harmer, and this one's left alone by Ryan Patel. It's not far away from that off stump.
I think get another man in close on that offside, even if he's only there just to create pressure. I think it's a very good thing to do.
Yep.
So they're dropping the man back. I'm not sure about that.
77 more needed as Harmer's into Patel, and he's pushing into the offside, trying to hit that gap.
Do we really need a mid-on at this stage?
Well,
I don't know whether it's that necessary. He could come in leave that open, hit against the spin if you want.
As here is Harmer, forward goes.
You know?
Yeah, well, I've said this before, there's no run there. I find mid-on one of the most redundant positions in cricket, because it's going to be a heck of a shot from Ryan Patel to dance down the pitch and then drill. Simon Harmer would say good shot if he does that.
Yep.
He really would. So now Sam Cook has just stood up there at mid-on, as here is Harmer, forward goes Patel, and anticipated that shot by Nick Brown, and just sort of tumbles onto the pitch there. Nick Brown at short leg. So a bit of tension. Great game this, it really has been. As I say, every time you think you know what's happening, something else happens. As in round the wicket comes Harmer, and Patel, he's just looking to nudge down the leg side, nicely taken by Rossington.
Got to be careful there, Patel. The hands were outside the body, which means the gloves are, and that's where you can get that, just that little brush of the gloves and into the keepers. It feels such a bad way to get out.
Yeah, horrible way to get out. There is a leg slip in there as well. So as forward comes Patel, little inside edge onto his front pad, and there's three with their hands on their heads.
Yeah, saying, oh, that was just
unison.
in the air.
Yep, Brown, Cook and Harmer. So 2 to go tonight, and it's going to be Snater, you would have thought, to continue from this Vauxhall, and the umpires were getting together for a bit of a natter there. And umpire Hartley's having a long old chat here with Tom Wesley, the captain, and both the batters are watching this at the moment, so this is interesting. Obviously umpire Hartley spotted something. Long old chat there with Tom Wesley, who's asking who's got the ball at the moment. So what are we getting here? Oh, we're getting Critchley into the attack.
You can't bowl Snater.
That would have been what it was. Light,
light.
Yeah, that would have been the chat. So you can't bowl. I've got to say though, the floodlights are taking hold at the moment, but this looks brighter than it did.
Yes, it does.
An hour and a half
Look
ago.
at the shadows; they're quite specific.
I think this is because the floodlights are sort of taking over now. So that was the chat, that if you bowl Snater, we're off, and obviously Essex want to have a go of trying to pick up Tom Laws tonight, so he's going to have to face Critchley.
Critchley, this is an over where you have to say to Critchley, if you've got a wrong un, you use it, and I'd like to see 2 of them in the over to try and get him LBW. You've got a bat pad in there, so if he pushes forward a little bit, you could perhaps bring him into play. Wrong and always, because it's out of the back of the hand, gets a wee bit higher, so that it does bounce a little bit more on the surface. So that there's a leg slip, good, and obviously the first slip, and then there's also a bat pad. So 3 men around there, perfect for the wrong one.
Yep.
Let's see if he can actually land one.
And also for Tom Laws. He's got 3 for company round him as well, and they're taking their time quite rightly about this, Essex. Tom West is just going to make Tom
going
Laws,
in.
yep, wait. So yep, they're going to get the extra catcher in. So 4 round the bat now. Here's Harmer, he's gone in there as well. So 4 round the bat of Tom Laws, as Critchley's into Laws, and he's tried the quicker one that doesn't turn at all, and he's just punching that off the back foot straight back up the ground to Wesley, who does the fielding up there at mid-off. 84 for 2, Surrey. Their target 161. Critchley is in. Oh, he's bowled the one that just skips on. That's well bowled.
Yeah, that's more
really
like it.
well bowled.
That's more like it.
It was well played in the end by Tom Laws as well, because he's gone back to it and thought hello, and then it's just skipped onto him, and it
was just a bit short, wasn't it?
Dropped the bat on it. Just gave him enough time to get that bat down, Tom Laws. Good bowling from Critchley. Over the wicket he comes again, and that one has just gone a touch away from Tom Laws. He lets it go. It's oohs and ahs. Every ball will get an ooh and an ah here for Tom Laws.
Now that was good. That was a leggy. So it was safe to leave it. He read that. Now let's have the wrong one. Same place.
Here he comes. And that's short. That is the wrong one. Yeah. Well said, Mr. Coney.
Just
that
a wee bit short
too
again.
Short.
Yep.
Because it just gives Laws enough time to get the bat down on it, but that has definitely gone back into the right-hander. So nice bowling from Critchley. Here he comes again. Laws forward and just smothers this one out into the offside. So 1 ball to come of this, the penultimate over, but it's been a good one so far from Critchley. Will he try the wrong one again? Spinning the ball in his fingers. Over the wicket he comes. He's tossed it up and it's dug out by Tom Laws. He's done well there, Tom Laws, but it may be my theory of the night watchman might not face a ball in the last over of the day, because Ryan Patel's on strike to Simon Harmer, and we have 1 over to go today, and it's 84 for 2.
Yeah, well, it's been a solid reply. I mean, from Surrey. I mean, some will obviously think to themselves, well, it'd be nice if we saw a close game here, and we'd like to have another wicket tonight, but they've done very well. They've seen off the seamers, they've seen off the new ball, they've had 37 overs here. So hang on, what have we got going on now?
The umpires. Where's umpire Hartley off to? He's
going to try
Bale back on.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, he's got.
No,
he's going Megatron.
Yeah, it's the light meter.
Here we are. Here's the Megatron, and they're taking umpire Russell's gone to take a Megatron reading, and he's all right with it. So he's just lobbed a Bale back to Adam Rossington. So we are going to get this final over. It's a big old build-up to this last over.
It is.
It really is.
It is. It's a dramatic finish.
Very, very
climax.
So. Well, I have to say, whenever the old Megatron comes out, it's always rather. They always make a bit of a show of it. The umps, don't they? It's always, balancing it on the stumps and noting down what the. By that time, the lights improved, but it's always a good show. As in round the wicket, then comes Harmer. Oh, quick one to Ryan Patel. It's gone past his edge. He was looking just to punch that through the offside. Oh, that wasn't far away from the edge of Ryan Patel.
No.
That's 1 down from Simon Harmer tonight. 5 balls to go. This is the final over of the day. As Harmer round the wicket he goes, tosses this one up a touch more. They're going to get the single. That's what it's about, because now Tom Laws should look to see out these last 4 deliveries from Harmer, and Ryan Patel moves on to 22. So Ryan Patel should just sit on his bat, really, at the non-striker's end.
That's correct.
85 for 2.
But it's hit the shoulder of the bat. There should be a man in there. I mean, it wasn't going to be a catch, but it should be. I mean, he's beaten the batsman there again. He's got a bit low with his hands, and so Patel, just a little bit of a lucky single there. Now, let's see what we've got. We've got to have a leg slip, same sort of field that Critchley had, basically, I think, without the gully. I think another man should come in on the offside, certainly.
I'm getting a helmet out there for Paul Walter, so he's going to drop into that silly point position, you would have thought. So he's got 4 men around the bat of Tom Laws.
Not sure whether we want the man back there. I think just that's plenty for the sweep, so we can get a top edge.
Got a short mid-wicket as well, catching now. So he's got plenty of company again as Tom Laws, as Harmer is in. And Laws is forward and pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. Waits again. Over his bat does the right-handed Laws. Harmer's in again, tosses this one up, and he's let to let it go, and it's
turned a lot.
It has. It's hit his back pad outside the line, but it has spun back in sharply. It's a lovely bit of bowling from Simon Harmer. It really is. And Tom Laws has just wandered off towards square leg. 2 balls to go this evening. As in again goes Harmer, and driving is Tom Laws, thick inside edge, rolls away into the leg side. So we've got 1 ball to go tonight. Tom Laws,
he's done his job.
He's done his job, because Ryan Patel won't have to face a ball down there at the non-striker's end. Can he just still be there for the morning, Tom Laws, as Harmer's in, and Laws is forward, and he just drops it down in front of Silly Point, and he's done well. He gets through it, the night watchman, the night hawk, the nightmare, whatever you want to call it. But nicely set up for tomorrow, because Surrey will require 76 more runs for victory with a whole day to go tomorrow. They'll close tonight on 84 for 2. It's been another terrific day of cricket. And a big sign goes up. Free entry tomorrow if you want to come. and there'll be about 2 hours of cricket either way. So if you want to come for the morning session, just seen on the big screen, free entry tomorrow. So Ryan Patel finishes 22 not out. Laws is yet to get started. Rory Burns going for 40, Hashim Amla for 16. But yeah, fantastic day of cricket again. Thank you to Jeremy Coney, thank you to Ricky Clark, thank you to Dick Davis, thank you to our young man at the back of the box who keeps the live stream going. He looks happy that today's come to an end. I think it's been a long old day there at the back of the box. So it is Hayden who's doing all of that for the live stream and doing a terrific job there. He's had a long old day as well, but the lights are going off and somebody will be at home, I'm sure. But 76 more needed by Surrey tomorrow. Surrey closed tonight 85 for 2, but from us all here in South London this evening, it's a very good night to one and all.